Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Qinghai County. Early in the morning, the sound of birds chirping came, shining through the window screen of the wing room. Liamo was awakened by the system notification sound. When he opened his eyes facing the sun, he saw the familiar roof. He could not help but stay for a moment, then yawned. I haven't slept so well in a long time. He had never tried to squeeze his potential to such an extreme degree. The internal energy of the whole body was consumed, not a drop left. The mental load was also very great, and he fainted directly. Liamo checked his dantian and found that the internal energy had recovered a little. Did he practice in his dream? Unable to figure it out, he checked the culprit who disturbed his sweet dreams. Congratulations to the host, successfully investing in Qianbu Fan and avoiding it from being ambushed by the demon sect. Investment feedback. 8 treasures devouring gold skill. 8 treasures devouring gold skill. Based on the energy of treasure, it belongs to Gingjin and has extremely strong attacking power, but the price is very high. If you're not wealthy, practice it with caution. Elder Qian's martial arts? At that time, Liamo had thought that it would be great if he could get the martial arts of old Qian. Unexpectedly, the system exploded a book as soon as he turned his head. However, he already has a major martial arts, and he doesn't know if he can practice this martial arts. It's not just Qianbu Fan who gave feedback. Congratulations to the host, successfully invested in He Chun, and prevented him from being ambushed by the summoning demon cult. Investment feedback. Jingyun's sword skill. Jingyun's sword skill. The swordsmanship passed down from generation to generation in Hengyun Sword City was realized by the ancestor of the Bai family when he observed the sword cloud. It can only be learned by direct disciples. Congratulations to the host, successfully invested in Zhou too, and prevented him from falling in the Blood Phoenix secret realm. Investment feedback. Qiji Wine. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in Yao Feng and preventing him from falling in the Blood Phoenix secret realm. Investment feedback. 8 years of martial arts enlightenment. A long list of investment feedback. Shaoli was overwhelmed and a little dizzy. There are really quite a few good things worth mentioning. There are 30 books of various martial arts, the worst of which are of superior quality, and there are many unique skills. It's a pity that there are only low-quality unique skills, not even one of medium quality. 3 bronze heavenly book seals. 1 bronze fortune seal. The fortune seal seems to be much more difficult to get than the heavenly book seal. The former is used to deduce the God-viewing map, while the latter is used to deduce martial arts. I don't know if it's because of the probability problem, or the God-viewing map is more precious than martial arts of the same level. There are very few God-viewing maps in the library, so I think it's the latter. Pull the feedback related to martial arts aside. The system space is now in a mess. Student Li happily began to classify his property. Red gold, 20,000 taels, gold, 300,000 taels, silver. I don't know about the silver, but the silver bills are piled up in a box, and it's worth millions. Black crystal, more than 40 pieces. Needless to say, this thing is more valuable than red gold. If I want to practice the 8 treasures gold devouring skill, wouldn't it be easy? Li Mo decided to change his self-introduction in the future. I have a small fortune can be changed to I have a small fortune. The rest of the rare treasures, such as minerals, jewelry, herbs, fine wine, and precious tea, are also richer in variety. The system space is enriched by 1/3. All of them are the harvest of this Blood Phoenix secret realm. My beans! I came to the right secret realm. According to the feedback, Liamo saved most people in the secret realm. He saved some people in the first layer, and then he broke the secret realm, which seemed to be his investment. Meaning, if he hadn't been there this time, something might have happened in the secret realm. The summoning demon cult didn't intend to let any trial participants go. I originally just wanted to invest in Bing Tuozi. Liamo sighed. At this point, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't had time to take a closer look at the feedback from Bing Tuozi. His consciousness sank into the system space again. A page of gold paper, a gold seal. This is the feedback from Bing Tuozi. Gilded creation seal. Stamp it on the God viewing map. It can be deduced, improved, and upgraded, and can be used for the extreme God viewing map at the highest level. Liamo has read the God Form Chronicle. It turns out that the book was written by Han Jun. It can be used on the extreme form, which means that the Gilded Creation Seal can upgrade the Guan Shintu from the extreme form to the Great Tao Divine form. He currently has several Guan Shintu. They're the Night Ghost statue, a flesh and blood Buddha, and a golden crow transforming into the sun. The first two are not very useful. It doesn't matter whether you become strong after practicing them. They're not the right way. After practicing them, you will probably become a rat in the world. He once thought that the golden crow transforming into the sun was a great Tao divine form. Later, he found out that it was just an extreme form shape. I don't know much about the realm of observing the gods, so I'm not in a hurry to use the Gilded Creation Seal. Only Bing Tuozi can explode this thing at present. Liamo resisted the urge to obtain a Dao Shin shape right now. Zhou Tian Xing Do Xian Dan Jing. The Supreme Technique records the great secrets of Zhou Tian Xing Do. It can be transformed into stars with Xian Dan in one's own cave. When a number of Zhou Tian Xing Do is enough, it will be perfect. At that time, Xian Dan can evolve all things in the heavens. Liamo. He was shocked. There are 365 Zhou Tian Xing Do. Doesn't that mean that he has to condense 365 Xian Dan? Student Lee thought he was dazzled, but he wasn't. There were no words on the golden page at all. The information of this martial art went straight to the mind and soul. It can be confirmed that this Zhou Tian Xing Do Xian Dan Jing can no longer be evaluated by divine power, or it has long been out of the scope of martial arts. But can my Dantian hold it? Liamo still couldn't imagine it. No. This Xian Dan is not in the Dantian, but in the cave. Liamo discovered it. This is not a thing for the inner breath realm to practice at all. The body is a cave. That is the standard feature of the sixth realm warrior, the Dharma body realm. The Dharma body realm has 365 Xian Dan, which is barely understandable. But I don't have a cave. A small world is okay. Liamo's mind flashed. He silently felt his current state. After the body was squeezed to the extreme, every cell was sending out a desire, and the meridians all over the body were dry, like knots, and needed to be slowly adjusted. After recovering his vitality, it is very likely that he will go a step further. At that time, the opportunity for me to break through the Xianan level probably came. Liamo took a deep breath. He was ready to get out of bed, but he felt a little powerless. The great Hammer King of the Northwest. He almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Why did I say almost? Because he crashed into a cold jade fragrance. Ying Bing's shoulder. You're awake. The sound of jade falling to the ground came to his ears. Liamo raised his head and met Bing Tuozi's drooping eyes. She changed into a home skirt and held a bowl of soup medicine. Student Lee is eloquent. At this time, he was a little speechless. He stood up straight after a long time and nodded. Thank you. I should thank you. Ying Bing sat down in front of the antique rosewood table, put the things on the tray, and then gently patted the stool next to him. Come here and sit down. What is this? Liamo looked at the things on the table and felt bad. Tonic. Ying Bing stirred the soup bowl with a spoon and knocked on the edge of the celadon bowl. Drink it. I will help you regulate your meridians. Liamo! Exclamation point. Looked at the girl's pure eyes, and then looked at the bowl of soup on the table. The god came down to earth and hammered twice, and a little classmate who waved the magic weapon to fight the inner scene was shocked. Family members, what method can be used to break the situation of Dalong drinking medicine? Waiting online, very urgent. As we all know, Bing Tuozi's soup is more than just poison. Liamo wondered if he could find some soup in the poison. Can I not drink it? You've been drinking it for 2 days. Ying Bing frowned and looked at him. 2 days. Liamo opened his mouth. Elder Shue's prescription, 3 bowls a day, drink for 3 days. Today is the last day. Ying Bing gently raised the spoon and put it to Li Mo's mouth. Shocked, the famous Bing Tuozi actually took care of people. Fortunately, no one who had heard of her name in the previous life was here, otherwise he would have dug out his eyes. Li Mo. He mustered up the courage to open his mouth and drink it. It tasted slightly bitter, but not hard to drink. Finally, I know how the thin, internal breath in the meridians was restored. It turned out that Bing Tuozi fed it. So, she came to take care of me every day recently. The room suddenly became very quiet. From time to time, the intermittent chirping of summer cicadas and the sound of my mother shaking the quilt vigorously came from outside the window. The rustling sound should be my father watering the flowers and plants. The sound was pleasant to the ears. Li Mo always complained about the noise in the past, which made him unable to sleep every time he got up to go to the toilet and lay down again. But after not going home for a long time, coupled with the sound of the spoon and the porcelain bowl colliding, he felt inexplicably at ease. The sun was good too. In the haze of dust, every eyelash of the girl was stained with crystal. Her eyes were clear and energetic, and she looked around with brilliance. Our Li Mo is not a person who has never seen the scene, but at this moment, he still couldn't help being distracted. Hand! Ying Bing suddenly spoke. Oh. Li Mo stretched out his hand. After Ying Bing held it, the two internal breaths alternated and passed through as usual, calming the tangled meridians. While practicing, she asked, "How does it feel?" "Soft." Li Mo rubbed it and said seriously, "Question mark?" Ying Bing raised his head and looked at her quietly. Li Mo came back to his senses and coughed lightly. "You can barely use Feng Wang Ming Tianza." "Okay." So, after many days, the two of them started practicing together again. "Is your son awake?" He was about to say hello to his son, but his mouth was covered by his mother, who came after hearing the news. Gu Shuaqin even used the family's light kung fu. "You are stupid. You idiot, the child is thin-skinned." Yes, my wife is right." Li Daolong shut up embarrassedly, bent his knees, and only half of his head was exposed to look inside. The two looked inside, and both had kind aunt smiles on their faces. I don't know whether it was unconscious or she couldn't help it. She started to mutter again. "That's great. Hey, look at what I said. I felt since I was a child that Binger had to be the daughter-in-law of our Li family." Okay, I also watched her grow up. Moer is sensible now. When she was a child, she always pulled people's hair for no reason, and she didn't listen even if I beat her. Go out and gain experience. You're sensible now. Binger is so powerful now. She is in the Xianan realm. Just don't despise your son. Fortunately, my son is as handsome as me. Alas, I was also a famous handsome man in the area back then. Li Mo? No, Dad, Mom, you two really don't regard me as a warrior. To him, he could hear even a mosquito flying outside clearly, and his parents' whispers were deafening. Also, she has destiny and I have a cheat, so we are no worse than Bing Tuozi. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Xianan is nothing. Wait until I condense 365 of them. That's right. Since he can hear, then Bing Tuozi. Li Mo looked and found that the girl's jade face was calm, but her crystal eyelashes were trembling slightly in the sun. Got it. I should cooperate with your performance, but I turned a blind eye. I guess it's about time. Li Mo coughed heavily. Where are my parents? I haven't greeted them since I came back. Ying Bing's eyes moved silently to the window and withdrew her white hands. Not long after, footsteps sounded. Son, did I disturb you? Li Daolong and his wife came in from the door. Li Mo seemed very surprised. What a coincidence, Mr. Li and Miss Gu. Who said so, and so is here. Your mother and I were just strolling nearby. Yes, strolling. Li Daolong looked calm and spoke loudly. What a coincidence, I say. Who said it wasn't? Old comrade Li and little classmate Li are now equally good at talking nonsense. Even if the father and son talk for 1 or 2 hours, Chin's crosstalk was also very spontaneous. Are you feeling better? Elder Shui came to ask about it today. Gu Shuaqin sat next to him and took a good look at her son. It's almost time to rest for 2 days. Then the family asked about each other's well-being. Liemo took out the earth vein spirit milk and healing pills that he had prepared long ago and gave several instructions. Dad has always had old injuries and is still stuck in the inner breath realm. When his mother gave birth to him, she was also weak and never practiced martial arts. The couple was moved and repeatedly told their son not to do anything illegal, such as sneaking into the Qingyuan sect's warehouse to steal chickens and dogs. Little Li was very upset. The two elders' worries were not groundless. When he was a child, he stole money from home to buy popsicles and got a beating. Ying Bing had been watching quietly, and a sense of tranquility and ease emerged in his heart. According to Liemo, this is called having a half-day of leisure in life. Ding dong. At this time, the system's daily reminder sounded timely. Countdown to the next ranking comparison, 7 days. This time, there is no need to worry about being punished by the loser. Everything is on the right track. She now has the blood phoenix essence, the cloud phoenix soul, and the true phoenix feathers. The descendant of Yintian's sect, the prince of Dayu dynasty, can't have so many hidden treasures in the inner breath realm. Even if he condenses the Xiandan, it will not affect her ranking. The reward for the first place is definitely better than the second place. Thinking of this, it is difficult for Ying Bing to think that it is right, because he has contributed to this. 2 more days passed. After Liemo woke up, he took the elixir in the system's space and recovered very quickly. Just as he thought, breaking and then building up did bring him an opportunity to break through. He began to work on condensing the Xiandan. At home, Ying Bing was just like before, just consolidating her realm every night. Now her double Xiandan was completely round and perfect, and the blood phoenix essence was truly taken in and turned into her foundation. That day, she had just finished practicing, and the majestic power of the blood phoenix essence slowly disappeared. When she opened her eyes, several Qingyuan sect elders headed by Shangwan Wensong looked at her with a smile. Double Xiandan, and a great opportunity. After returning to the sect, choose an auspicious day, and you can enter the main peak ancestral hall. Shangwan Wensong said with relief. Ying Bing nodded slightly. She knew that these people came here for other things. Qian Bufan said, "We still need to find you to understand the situation of the secret realm." Ying Bing and Liemo were not together from beginning to end. Liemo has not recovered yet, so naturally, we need to ask about Ying Bing's experience. In the room, after taking another 5 elements purple spirit pill, Liemo silently felt his current physical condition. The tangled meridians have been completely smoothed out, and the 9-petal lotus in the dantian is full of light, wrapping the Xiandan that has not yet been fully condensed. My current state is better than before. Liemo felt that it was time to condense the Xiandan. Various pills were placed in a row to deal with emergencies. He counted the remaining martial arts insights again and couldn't help but want to put his hands on his waist. 860 years. More than a dozen lifetimes for ordinary people. The wealthy classmate Li took out the golden page. He has a small world, so he planned to try to use the Zhodian Xingdou Xiandan Sutra to make a pill in the inner breath realm. 20 years of martial arts insights were injected successfully. In the first year, you sat in front of the golden page and accidentally discovered that it could be used to compare the sky and the stars. With 365 Xiandan, you could build 365 main stars in your own cave. In the 10th year, you kept calculating the mysterious trajectory of the 365 main stars, but the Zhodian stars were infinitely changing, and you could hardly get a glimpse of them. In the 20th year, you finally understood that you should take the sun and the moon as the foundation. The deduction is completed, and you have entered the Zhoutian Xingdou Xiandan Sutra. Not bad. Liemo nodded secretly. After all, this is the same level as the Karma Fire Red Lotus Wonderful Method, and 20 years of entry is actually quite rare. It turns out that this method becomes more difficult as you go on. The more Xiandan there are in the future, the more difficult it will be. A sense of enlightenment rose from his heart. After a moment of hesitation, he took a 7-pattern pill that Princess Xiao Jiang had exploded, and heaven and man were united. On the 9-petal lotus in the dantian, A vortex seemed to grow, greedily devouring the vitality in the pill, and even demanding it from the heaven and earth. After the vitality entered the dantian, it was madly refined. In the small room, the void was surging and the movement was getting louder and louder. At this time, Limo's consciousness also sank into the world seed. In the sky of the world seed. At this time, a big sun was slowly rising. The lotus shadow wrapped in it was madly swallowing and exhaling vitality, and gradually growing and solidifying. It was getting closer and closer to reality. At the same time, in the lobby of the Li Mansion, which was not very luxurious, now sat people who could make Xiang Mansion and even the East Wilderness tremble. The high-level officials of Qingyuan sect, Finyulin, Gongdo sect, and Qijing gang were all here. The first seat is vacant. This is the seat reserved for Shangwan Wensong. In the battle 2 days ago, this Qingyuan sect master, who had not taken action for a long time, showed a strength close to the Dharma body, which has surpassed the scope of the prefecture level power, and he should be ranked first. Shangwan sect master, please. A voice came from outside, and everyone turned around. Shangwan Wensong and several elders of Qingyuan sect came in, as well as 128 girls. She walked through the hall and sat down as she should. Well, she sat in the first seat. Being Tuozi is just a habit. In the last life, when the 9 days gathering was held in Gue Palace, the Emperor of Diyu had to sit beside her. Everyone, she is. The embarrassed Shangwan sect master. Why do I feel that her aura is so natural when she sits there? Notice the eyes of everyone. Ying Bing frowned slightly, and his cold eyes swept across calmly, making people want to bow their heads involuntarily. Tongue. A strong inner realm master suddenly stood up and stood straight. Why are you standing? I've been sitting for a long time, but his uncomfortable cough. The inner realm master sat down awkwardly. It's strange, the girl is only in the inner breath realm. Why do I feel unworthy to sit at the same table with her? Everyone, have you asked the disciples of each sect about the details of the secret realm when you go back? Shangwan Wensong sat on the stool brought by the attendant and spoke slowly. I asked too, but I suspect he was talking to me. Huh, you guys are the same. It's weird. When I asked my disciple, he was talking nonsense like he was possessed. Yes, internal energy hits internal scene. If this is true, I will eat this table on the spot. As soon as my nephew came back, he kept saying that he wanted to recognize that Li Mo as his eldest brother. Our disciples of Gongdo sect would rather break than bend. When have we ever recognized someone else as our eldest brother? The senior leaders were all angry, but they found something wrong. Why do their disciples say the same thing? It's impossible that they colluded in advance and fooled them, right? But what's even more outrageous is what they said. Ying Bing, you are a personal witness. This is related to the summoning demon sect. Please tell us about the process. Shangwan Wensong looked to the side. Ying Bing put down the teacup and spoke softly. Her unhurried tone made people believe it. Of course, she glossed over things that shouldn't be said, such as the blood phoenix essence. What happened in the secret realm this time became clear. Han Jun, the great Shang state master who survived to this day by strange means. The great Shang, the more everyone in the field listened, the more frightened they became. They were all sweating. This matter was too big. They had accidentally waded into this muddy water. The middle-aged blacksmith-like elder of Gongdo sect found something wrong. The great Shang state master planned for so long, but there were not many casualties in the Blood Phoenix secret realm this time. This is very confusing. You and Li Mo blocked Yin Huaxian and Han Jun. Yes. Getting Ying Bing's affirmative reply. Everyone looked at each other, all showing hesitation. My disciple is a Shuangshuan Dan, and he accidentally connected with Han Jun's treasure. One is gaining while the other is losing. Although Han Jun has a great origin, he is now just a god. Shangwan Wensong's voice came. Shuangshuan Dan? Everyone was shocked and didn't know what to say for a while. Look up. Suddenly, there was a stunning sword intent across the sky, as if solidifying everything, making the soul tremble. After recovering from a shock, he felt that the stunning sword just now was like a dream, as if it didn't exist at all. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Everyone was shocked, and when they looked at Ying Bing, they all swallowed their saliva. This sword intent can really hurt the inner scene. At this age, with this sword intent and double Xiandan. At this Yinzhou martial arts summit, Qingyuan sect has this girl. I'm afraid she will dominate. This thought came to their minds at the same time. In a few years, when she grows up, by then, Qingyuan sect may be led by her to glory and become an existence that they can only look up to. By the way, how was the secret realm broken? Another person asked gently. Ying Bing picked up the tea again. Li Mo broke it. Li Mo is... I know him. This boy is helpful and gentle, and several of my disciples have received his help. But isn't he in the Jade Liquid Realm? The Inner Breath Jade Liquid Realm is the middle stage of the Inner Breath. The realm is lower than Ying Bing's. It's too outrageous to break the cave of the Palm Profound Realm, even if it is a long-dried Palm Profound Cave Heaven. Boom! At this moment, a huge aura radiates the void. That aura is filled with the destructive meaning of the extreme yang, and it is still growing and strengthening. Who doesn't have a few things in their heart that are difficult to talk about? But now, under the influence of the aura, they have a feeling of burning the heart, burning from the depths of their souls. Under the sun, nothing can escape. Everyone was shocked and released their own fields to resist, and then looked towards the center of the aura. Did something happen to the kidney? Ying Bing stood up and seemed to see someone's figure from a distance through the window. She was not surprised, because she noticed it when they were practicing dual cultivation. He is going to condense the Xiandan. In the world seed, the sun in the sky is still expanding and contracting, because it has been transformed into the sun in the small world. Li Mo's perception of his Xiandan is particularly clear. You can continue to compress. Li Mo calmed down and continued to compress his Xiandan. Swish! The karmic fire surged, expanded, and contracted, causing a storm in the small world. This step is not easy. Fortunately, Li Mo's soul is strong, and this is in his small world, so it has been within the controllable range. After an unknown period of stalemate, boom! In the small world and the real world, a roar came from Li Mo's body at the same time. What's wrong with my son? Gu Shuaqin was very nervous, but she was afraid of disturbing her son, so she didn't dare to go in and see. This, is he condensing the Xiandan? Li Dalong looked into the house and spoke blankly. The fluctuations in the house are indeed the movement of condensing the Xiandan. But this noise will be too loud. This shows that the Xiandan he condensed is extraordinary. A voice suddenly came from behind, not far away. Shangguan Wensong suddenly appeared in the courtyard, looking into the courtyard with a pair of clear old eyes. Many high-level officials from other sects followed. Of course, there would not be such a scene when an ordinary inner breath realm disciple breaks through. It's just that everyone is more curious about classmate Shaoli. Everyone stepped into the courtyard. Buzz! A breath of burning evil spread from the house. Many strong men felt that the burning intention on their bodies became more and more obvious. This power, Shangguan Wensong muttered to himself, his eyes slightly opened. The others looked at each other. Previously, what Ying Bing said was a little unbelievable, but now it is a little doubtful. Is there any inner breath realm warrior in the world who can make the inner scene feel pressure when condensing the Xiandan? And the strange thing is, everyone seemed to feel different amounts of heat. For example, Ying Bing was not affected at all. The elders of Qingyuan's sect were less affected. The leader of the Red Whale Gang was sweating profusely. They had a vague realization in their hearts. Could this power come from themselves? At that moment, everyone was more and more frightened. Master, is Amoer okay? Li Dalong asked in a low voice. After all, he was worried about his son. The movement of this realm-breaking Xiandan was really too abnormal. It's okay. Looking at the worried couple, Shuijing thought to himself that this was nothing. You didn't see your son jump into the alchemy furnace and refine himself as an elixir. He pondered for a moment and asked in an uncertain tone. The aura of Li Mo Ningdan is somewhat like the karma fire mentioned in Buddhism. It is somewhat similar. Shangguan Wensong nodded. Karma fire uses the energy of all things as fuel. This concept was not proposed by... Okay, Liemo will be the nemesis of sin in the future. Karma fire? Is this something that can be mastered in the Xiandan realm? Maybe it's just a little similar. That's too amazing. Everyone's scalp was numb. Even if it was just a similar thing, it was really terrifying. When they thought of karma fire, they just had an epiphany. Hanjun has lived for thousands of years, and he must have done a lot of things like making up the Blood Phoenix secret realm and killing innocent people. Maybe he has done even more heinous crimes. Karma fire can ignite the karma of others. The deeper the karma, the greater the damage. So it barely made sense. Li Dalong knew that his son was fine, and he was relieved and happy. He saw that everyone was sweating, so he asked, "Seniors, the weather is hot. Do you want to eat watermelon?" "Okay, forget it. I'm not very hot either." "I'm not hot either." "Well, I'm very cool. Ha ha ha." "Old Qian, why are you sweating? If you're hot, just tell me. I'll let my disciple cut some watermelon for you." "Bullshit, I'm fat." "Does swearing count as karma?" Many sweaty inner scene masters laughed at each other. We are all people living in a mortal world. Who can be without some karma? At this time, the noise in the house slowly disappeared. Liemo exhaled heavily and opened his eyes in surprise. At this time, the sun in the small world has completely stabilized. In the Dantian, a deep red Xiandan is slowly rotating, swallowing a huge amount of inner breath. This means that he has now officially become a late inner breath. Only one step away from the God-viewing realm. 365, I only have one. The road ahead is long and arduous. Take your time. Liemo was not in a hurry. The number of Xiandan did not affect his entry into the God-viewing realm. He felt comfortable controlling the Xiandan to fly up and down a few times. After all, he had the experience of working together with senior brother Xiaobao before. Walking out of the room, he saw the people who were sweating profusely and still saying that they were not hot. "Huh. Good, good. Son, you finally became a Xiandan." Old Li came up and patted Li Mo's shoulder with emotion. "It was right to send you to Qingyuan's sect at the beginning. I will continue to study hard with Master." Liemo was also very moved. Old Li's expression froze, and he considered whether to have a second child with his mother. On that day, Xiao Li and the team set out on the road back to Qingyuan's sect. 3 days later, a magnificent chariot appeared in the Qingyuan mountains. It was not that Xian Bufan suddenly became generous. He was a famous miser. There was a reason for using the chariot. Shangguan Wensong decided to let Ying Bing enter the main peak ancestral hall and embark on the path of observing the gods. The auspicious time was set to be tomorrow, so everyone rushed back without stopping. In front of the chariot, a young man with fluttering robes looked up at the sky. There seemed to be a little bit of deep red fire burning in his eyes, but the more he observed, the deeper his brows frowned. Very strange. Now that he has condensed the karma fire mysterious pill, he should be able to observe the sun. But looking around, I felt that the 3 suns were not only blazing, but also vaguely like a vortex, circling each other in a mysterious trajectory, and I felt my head swell when I looked at them. "Don't look directly at the sun." A pleasant voice came from behind. "But weren't you looking at the moon last night?" Liemo retracted his gaze and rubbed his swollen eyebrows. "The sun and the moon are different." Ying Bing shook his head gently. "What's the difference?" Liemo was curious. All living beings work at sunrise and rest at sunset. I don't know how many of them rely on the sun to judge time. Ordinary people can see it, but why can't they use it to observe gods? Only the great Yu royal family can observe the god of the sun. After Ying Bing finished speaking, he lowered his eyes and looked. Standing here, you can already see Chiu Shui Pavilion. Liemo curled his lips. Perhaps Emperor Taizu will use the trick to maintain his country for thousands of years? The bad nature of the feudal dynasty. So, Princess Jiang is probably good. Not long. The two returned to Chiu Shui Pavilion. Shangwood returned a long time ago. As expected, the master was lying on the rocking chair, his figure modeled by the shadows of the trees. As soon as he got home, Liemo wandered around Chiu Shui Pavilion, occasionally taking out a ruler to measure. Ying Bing sat at the tea table and brewed the tea he brought from Li's house. Watching Mo walking and mumbling in the yard for a long time, he couldn't help asking, "Are you there? I'm going to build a hot spring in the yard." Mo answered casually. Ying Bing was startled. The tea overflowed from the teacup. Qiushui Pavilion is not small, but the architectural style is relatively compact. There's a rockery and a stream running through it, and it is really hard to find a large open space. Mo estimated for a moment, and suddenly an idea flashed. If the rockery is hollowed out, it should be just right. There's also a shelter. Then the master and Bing Tuozi can also soak. I'm really a genius. Student Li praised himself in his heart. He did it as soon as he said it. He took out the Qishao sword and the Xingzi pestle and started digging with both hands. He threw the dug stones directly into the world seed and found another place to throw them later. The efficiency is very good. Ding, ding, ding. Swish, swish, swish. Are you destroying the house? Looking at Mo's busy back, Shangwu squinted his almond eyes and muttered. Ying Bing was staring at the teacup in front of him. Because of the noise not far away, the tea rippled, and her phoenix eyes reflected in it also fluctuated. Shangwu was disturbed from her sweet dream and walked behind Mo with her hands on her hips. "What are you doing? Do you think this rockery is an eyesore? Why don't you just tell me? I'll punch you." "Wait." Mo hurriedly stopped her. "I want to hollow out the middle of the rockery and build a hot spring. Then I can take a bath in it." "Hot spring?" Shangwu tilted her head. "Yes, master. Think about it. Taking a bath and drinking a little wine at that time. It would be a wonderful thing." Mo smiled. "If Bing Tuozi and master also take a hot spring bath, then there will be another long-term fixed investment feedback." "What is an investment, genius?" Shangwu thought about it and seemed to have seen herself taking a bath in a hot spring and drinking a little wine. "Very beautiful." She patted Mo's shoulder with a smile. "Hee, it seems that you have not been with me for nothing. You can think of such a way to enjoy yourself. How far do you want to dig the rockery?" She raised her pink fist and became motivated. Mo calculated the area of the Wuhua Fountain of Youth and said, "Make a hole that can accommodate 2 people to enter. Then hollow out the middle of the rockery about 10 feet in radius." Simple. As soon as the voice fell, a pink fist hit the rockery lightly, causing it to shake violently 3 times. Boom! The force penetrated the rocks, and a hole that could accommodate 2 people at the same time collapsed. Mo's heart was beating. When he cleared out the broken stones, he found that the size of the cave was exactly the same as he said. "Master, you are awesome. It's just a little bit of force control. Just like hitting someone, it's not difficult." Shangwu raised his chin calmly. Mo nodded. He could hit someone with a hammer, breaking his tendons and bones, burning his internal organs, but leaving no damage on the surface. But he couldn't shatter the middle of a mountain yet. "Call me when you're done." Shangwu yawned and went back to sleep. More than 2 hours later, the hot spring mountain of Qiushui Pavilion was almost finished. After cleaning up the rubble, Mo dug out a pool of 10 meters in length and width. By the way, he also used the Qishao sword to carve some patterns on the walls inside the rockery, which looked pleasing to the eye, and inlaid the top with night-shining pearls for lighting. He made a few stone stools and a stone table with the extra stones and placed them in the pool. "Extract the fog-flower fountain of youth," Mo muttered in his heart. Suddenly, a spring appeared in the middle of the dug pool. The spring water with mist also gurgled out. If a person stands in it, it can just soak up to the lower abdomen, and if you sit down, you can soak the head and below in the spring water. Splash! Mo reached in and scratched it twice, and the temperature of the spring water was just right. TSK, TSK, perfect! Master Li, who had worked hard for an afternoon, showed a satisfied smile. "Ready." 2 footsteps sounded behind him. Looking back, Shangwu and Ying Bing were actually here. They looked at the pool of spring water. The former couldn't wait, and the latter frowned slightly and pursed her lips. "We could take a hot spring bath tonight. This hot spring is unusual. It is a spiritual spring. Not only can it beautify and nourish the skin, but can also detoxify and remove dark spots. It can also be used for sensitive skin. Are you excited, family? Place an order now, and we have gifts for you. Student Lee's histrionic personality broke out, and he explained vividly. Wow, there are gifts. Shangwu was in a very good mood and cooperated very well. That's right. Lee Mo looked mysterious and took out 3 pieces of clothes from the system space. All of them were sewn by my mother and the maids in the mansion. That's right. Considering that there is only one hot spring, it is inevitable that everyone will have to take a bath at the same time. He told his mother when he got home that he would make a few bathrobes in a hurry, and the materials used were all top quality. Put on the bathrobes, and we can take a hot spring together. Not bad. Not bad. You are very thoughtful. You are worthy of being my precious apprentice. Shangwu took the clothes and wanted to go down and experience it now. She took the bathrobe and gave the other one to Ying Bing. Ying Bing looked at the hot spring and the bathrobe with a fixed gaze. The mist was warm. There was a strange feeling in her eyes. I want to take a bath. Huh? Liamo was stunned for a moment without knowing why. Shangwu also said puzzledly, "It's so comfortable, why? Not used to it." Ying Bing shook his head and walked out. Well, okay. You can come alone if you want to take a bath. Liamo shrugged. If Bing Tuozi doesn't take a bath, he will lose a long-term investment feedback. How can anyone not like taking a bath? No one should be able to resist it. Once you have experienced it, who can refuse this kind of happiness? Bing Tuozi might really smell it when he looks back. At night, congratulations to the host, investing in the exotic beast dish Shanwu. Investment feedback, pine-patterned purple smoke beast ink. Congratulations to the host, investing in the exotic beast dish Ying Bing. Investment feedback, Qilin Shengxiang Inkstone. Xiao Shui Pavilion just went through the dinner session. Liamo also got 2 top-grade study treasures. Speaking of which, why do you often give him feedback on such things recently? He is not going to take the imperial examination. Shang was already changed into a bathrobe. Mother underestimated the majesty of the beautiful master. If it were not for the good quality of the material, it would probably be torn. In order to avoid this situation, Shang Wu unbuttoned 2 buttons and asked again, Xiao Binger, you really don't want to soak? No. Ying Bing shook her head slightly and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Shang Wu pouted. She still wanted to have a water fight with Xiao Bing. Not long after, the master and the apprentice soaked in the pool. Shang Wu hummed twice in comfort, and her peony-like face was now stained with red clouds, blooming more and more brightly. She glanced at Liamo not far away and said, It's comfortable, but you don't need to soak for too long. Go to practice early. At the Yinzhou Martial Arts Summit, I'm counting on you and Xiao Binger to bring honor to our sect. Hearing this, Li Imo smiled and wiped the water stains on his face. Don't worry, master. I won't delay you. He took out a bottle of Earth Vein Spirit milk from the system space. Then, when Shang Wu was stunned, he poured half a bottle directly into the pool. Then he leaned against the pool wall with a comfortable face, feeling the tingling heat. What a luxury! Shang Wu was often complained by other elders for his extravagance, and he couldn't help but mutter at this time. This kind of good thing is used for bathing? Liamo smiled modestly. My disciple has a small family fortune. Shang Wu rolled his eyes and curled his lips slightly. If old man Shui was here, he would probably faint. It doesn't matter if Elder Shui is not here. She can tell him in person next time. After enjoying it for a while, Li Imo asked again. By the way, Master, did anyone in the Wuhua Immortal Spring, the fragrance of the Earth Vein Spirit milk rises with the water vapor. Any spiritual liquid elixir added to this hot spring can improve the efficiency of absorption, and it is also very comfortable. Shang Wu, who was indulging in a bath, opened his almond eyes slightly and thought for a while. There used to be, before, in the past, there were dozens of jade carvings on Xuanyu Peak, all of which were pictures of watching gods. Shang Wu pulled the bathrobe on his body lazily and seemed to feel that the clothes were a bit tight. Liamo suddenly realized. No wonder Xuanyu Peak was called this name. It was quite appropriate. He was surprised before. The peaks of Qingyuan sect all had their own duties and characteristics, but Chuan Peak was bare, with nothing. Wait, it seems to be bare now. Where are those jade carvings? Student Lee guessed that it was possible that the beautiful master had no money to drink and sold them in exchange for wine. It sounds outrageous, but it seems quite reasonable when it comes to master. Oh, I was drunk one day. Shangwu leaned her head back and recalled. Then I came across those jade carvings when I returned to the peak. Listening to Master's story, Xiaoli finally figured out what happened. Shangwu was drunk that day, and she probably saw double vision when she saw things. Then she came across those jade carvings. As we all know, the painting of the gods or the statue of the gods emphasizes the combination of spirit and form, lifelike, and allows people to experience the charm of the scene in person. Naturally, the more realistic the better. Then Shangwu really took it seriously. Wu Song dared to fight a tiger after drinking. So who is Shangwu? She thought that the sect had encountered a strong enemy, so she pulled up a tree and took action, drunk and beating the gangsters. After waking up, he found that the statues of Guanshan that had been passed down in Chuan Peak until now were all broken into pieces by the disaster. Liamo? Okay, I said Chuan Peak was in such a mess, so it turned out that you had torn it down yourself. He couldn't help but think that there were strange signs erected under other peaks. Drunk people are not allowed to enter the peak. He was still thinking at the time, what kind of strange rule was this? It turned out to be tailor-made. My dear disciple, Shangwu suddenly called him. Liamo looked over subconsciously, but saw that the beautiful master's almond eyes curved into crescents, and her eyebrows were lightly squeezed twice. Clearly indicated. She still remembered that her disciple said that drinking in hot springs is a beautiful thing. Hey, master, from a medical point of view, drinking alcohol while soaking in hot springs is actually bad for your health. I'm in good health. If you don't believe me, you can fight me. I forgot to bring the wine. A real man should not keep his word. Shangwu frowned, crossed his arms, and turned away. The disciple didn't keep his word and didn't listen to the master. Angry. Liamo? Generally speaking, he always keeps his word. It's mainly because he just heard the story of the jade carving. Now, they're taking a bath together. What if Shangwu gets drunk and thinks he is a lecher peeping at the bathing man and punches him? Who can withstand this? Seeing that this trick didn't work, Shangwu held his forehead and frowned. TSK, I was going to tell my apprentice how to break the Xiandan and enter the Guanshan. Why can't you remember what you were going to say all of a sudden? My head hurts. I'm probably sick. Master's 3 tricks. Hint, play dumb, and use force to intimidate. Seeing the master who could easily pull up a weeping willow pretending to be weak, Xiao Li's mouth twitched slightly. Sighing, Liamo put out a floating plate and put a pot of wine on it. Master, just drink this much. Before he finished speaking, the floating plate disappeared and was pulled in front of Shangwu by an inexplicable force. She happily put her arm on the edge of the pool, held her cheek with one hand, and poured out a cup. What kind of wine is this? It smells good. Red G wine. Liamo helplessly watched his master raise the cup and drink it all. His almond eyes narrowed, revealing happiness and satisfaction. Master, now you can talk about martial arts. He, in fact, observing the spirit is to transform and improve your own soul. Shangwu smelled the aroma of the wine in the cup, and her mouth curled up slightly. Just like the root bone, some people are strong. Some people are born with supernatural powers, and their bodies are stronger than ordinary people. And observing the form is a way to temper the spirit of the soul, similar to changing the root bone after birth. Liamo suddenly realized. The root bone can also be reborn through rare treasures, or through years of tempering. Well, there are some similarities between the two. Shangwu nodded. She roughly said that tempering the spirit, the method, and the root of the god were explained again. Liamo had a clear understanding. For example, if you practice Tongbiquan for many years, you will invisibly make your body closer to the direction of ape arms. If you practice martial arts at a high level, the bones you have honed will be better. Of course, it is also possible that your physical foundation is not good and you will hurt yourself during the training. The same is true for watching the gods. You need to have a good God-watching map and the talent to carry it. The one that suits you is the best. For example, old man Shangguan, he only watched the shape of a swallow, which was only the lower shape, but he extended it into the upper shape by himself, which is close to the extreme shape. Shang Wu set a little dry mouth and drank another sip of red G wine. How can I find a shape suitable for my own observation? Liamo guessed that his master was about to fall asleep and asked hurriedly, You can go to Rui Peak. You can fall asleep while talking. Master, you're really that. Speaking of inner realm warriors, they should not be swollen by soaking, right? Retracting his gaze, Liamo stood up from the hot spring. Rui Peak. It seems that I should go there tomorrow. On the attic, Ying Bing watched him walk out of the rockery. Seeing that he was in a good mood, she couldn't help but be a little curious. Is it really that comfortable to soak in a hot spring? She thought about it. If the punishment for the loser is meaningless, then why should she deliberately avoid it? Let's talk about it when I have time. Ying Bing shook her head slightly. Tomorrow she will enter the main peak ancestral hall, and what she should do now is to adjust her condition to the best. Based on the experience of the previous life, and the information that Shangguan Wensong vaguely revealed, she already knew. There is a high possibility that the great Tao God is hidden in the main peak ancestral hall. The Taiyan divine form plus the Phoenix divine form. My divine realm will be much stronger than in my previous life. Ying Bing knelt in the moonlight, bathing in the bright and clear light, like the most exquisite jade sculpture in the world. The Xiandan slowly rotated in his body, as if it had some connection with the moon in the sky. The next day, the sky was gloomy, and it looked like night in the morning. None of the three suns could be seen. The dark clouds were thick, as if a heavy rain was brewing. On the bluestone road in the sect, the young man's white robe moved lightly. His face was handsome and gentle. It was estimated that no one would object to saying that he was a gentleman who studied the classics of the saints in Rui Peak. Ouyang might be. After asking someone, Liamo found a house in the bamboo forest in a short time. To his surprise, there were many people in front of Ouyang's yard. Disciples from all peaks were there, and there was a long queue at this time. He also saw a familiar figure. Brotherly, are you here to buy Brother Ouyang's masterpiece? Murong Xiao smiled as soon as he saw the visitor. This smile was a little silly, with a sense of great wisdom and foolishness. About the same, Liamo nodded. Painting is one of the most proud skills of Rui Peak, and its status is similar to the forging of Shunbing Peak and the alchemy of Danding Peak. A true master of painting can copy the Guanshinta vividly. Everyone hopes that the quality of elixirs and weapons can be better, and the requirements for Guanshintu are the same. A good Guanshintu is worth a lot of money. However, he did not come to buy paintings. After all, he didn't even know what he was suitable for observing. There are so many people. Murong Xiao looked into the distance. Well, I'm afraid I won't be able to see Brother Ouyang for a while. Liamo couldn't help but sigh. Arching Yuan's sect is really thriving. So many fellow disciples are so diligent and eager to learn, and are making progress towards the realm of observing the spirit. Two true disciples. Are you here to buy paintings too? At this time, an inner disciple suddenly came to the side. He said mysteriously, Junior brother, I've started queuing up very early, and I've already got the latest work of Senior Brother Ouyang. I wonder if you two are interested. The price is a little bit higher. I've been queuing for so long, and I also want to collect some hard work fees. Liamo was puzzled. Why does this tone sound like a scalper? But the intention of observing the spirit, shape, and intention is not universal. What is the point of the scalper? Two senior brothers, absolutely realistic. You know the level of Senior Brother Ouyang. The inner disciple persuaded. Give it to me. Liamo didn't care about this, so he took out the money readily. The inner disciple smiled and handed over a picture album. Seeing the cover, Shally had a bad feeling in his heart. He flipped open the book and saw it as expected. The corner of his mouth twitched. Okay, is it so realistic? So everyone lines up to buy the Emperor's uncle so early in the morning. Pa! Student Li angrily threw the album to the ground. Brother Li, if you don't want it, just give it to me. It's a pity to throw it away. Murong Xiao quickly bent down to pick up the album and dusted it off. Then he looked up and met Li Mo's suspicious eyes. Brother Murong, you make me feel strange. So you came here to buy this thing from the beginning? Murong Xiao smiled awkwardly. I've been studying Buddhist martial arts recently. Then what? Li Mo was confused. The golden bell cover is indeed a Buddhist martial art, which needs to be practiced with Buddhist principles. Is this the reason why you came to buy the emperor's uncle? Murong Xiao explained with a serious face. The Buddhist scriptures say that color is emptiness and emptiness is color. As long as the mind is clear, looking at a beauty is like looking at a dry bone. How can I ignore temptation without being tempted? If I don't go to hell, who will? So, I decided to challenge my weakness. Li Mo fell into deep thought. Color is emptiness. Is that how it is understood? Is the purity of the six senses so pure? But it seems to make sense, and he couldn't refute it. Unable to figure it out, Li Mo had to nod and say, Okay, remember to return it to me after reading it. Okay, brotherly goodbye. Murong Xiao happily accepted the album. He was about to go back to challenge the weak spot, and Li Mo's instructions came from behind. By the way, Brother Murong, you only need to know your understanding of Buddhism, and don't spread it everywhere. What? I'm afraid that if it spreads to the Buddhist sect, the masters will ask you to challenge your weak spot in killing. Main Peak Ancestral Hall. The Ancestral Hall is located in the center of the mountain, and the guards are particularly strict. Ying Bing followed several elders and walked a very long way before arriving. On the way, Ying Bing felt the fluctuations of the soul sweeping over several times. The power of Qingyuan sect is definitely not limited to the elders on the surface. After a while, several people walked to a gate where there was a sleepy old man. Uncle Master, Shengwan Wensong bowed respectfully. Oh, Wen Yuan, I haven't seen you for a long time. How can you bear to come to see me, an old man? The old man woke up as if from a dream and opened his turbid old eyes. Uncle Master, I am Wensong. Shengwan Wensong smiled bitterly. Oh, you are Wensong? I have such a bad memory. The old man patted the back of his head and asked, You are here. Bring the true disciple Ying Bing to meet the ancestor. Shengwan Wensong took out the sect master token. True disciple. The old man looked past the elders and saw Ying Bing standing there quietly. A ray of light flashed in his turbid old eyes. Good. He praised several times before taking the token and combining it with the token in his hand. The spliced tokens were inserted into the center of the gate, and the heavy, ancient door with the black bird pattern finally opened slowly. Ying Bing looked up, her eyes slightly condensed. She had never been here in her previous life. The bronze pillars supported the dome, and the style was similar to what she saw in the Blood Phoenix secret realm. The birds enshrined in it were all full of vicissitudes. They all stood on a section of bronze sacred tree. Because of this, in a trance, it felt that they were still alive, with a lively charm. Hula the candles ignited by themselves, illuminating the sacred tree. This is the destiny weapon of the Great Shang. To be precise, it is a part of it. Shengwan Wensong put his hands behind his back, staring at the bronze tree with divine light. He sighed. You are destined to take over my burden in the future, and some things are about to be known to you. The things on this sacred tree are all the shapes and meanings imprinted by the powerful people of the former Great Shang royal family with their souls. You must be very curious why this thing is here. Shengwan Wensong's eyes flickered. After a pause, he said, My ancestor Qingyuan is not only a meritorious minister of the great Yuzong Long, but also the last royal family of the Great Shang. After helping Emperor Wu to pacify the 9 heavens and 10 earths, she did not accept the reward, but returned to Xiang Mansion, the former capital of the Great Shang, to guard the spirit of her ancestors. So below the Qingyuan sect is the Great Shang Imperial Mausoleum. Listening to Shengwan Wensong's story, many of the 9 peaks of the Qingyuan sect are descendants of the remaining ministers of the Shang dynasty. Ying Bing frowned slightly and re-examined the bronze sacred tree. It was amazing. The vicissitudes, splendor, ruin, and perfection could actually be embodied in the same thing. She found that there was an obvious gap above the sacred tree. This should be a place guarded by hundreds of birds, and it should not be empty. Shangwan Wensong seemed to know her doubts, said, "That should have been the place where the ancestor should have left the shape and meaning imprint, but she later went to the imperial city and never came back. Therefore, this golden crow shape was left vacant. The shape and meaning imprints on it are all extreme shapes, obscure and mysterious. You have a long way to go, so please comprehend it carefully." Shangwan Wensong only comprehended one form throughout his life, which is the wild bird swallowing the dragon shape, condensing the shape of hundreds of birds and gathering the phoenix spirit. This is the path left by the ancestor. He thought that this was all a fantasy in his lifetime. It was not until the appearance of Ying Bing that he saw the dawn. Ying Bing followed Shangwan Wensong to worship the sacred tree. Just then, step by step, he walked close to the broken bronze sacred tree. "Xiao Binger, this sacred tree is so majestic that you can't just..." Shui Jing just spoke and was stopped by Shangwan Wensong with his eyes. "Master, these Xingyi marks were all left by the royal family of the great Shang dynasty, and their wills also remain in them." Shui Jing said anxiously, "Those wills once belonged to the most noble and powerful. Each will is not to be disobeyed and is extremely arrogant. Xiao Binger has just started to observe the spirit. If she walks up like this, she might be hurt by the will. Let's wait and see." Shangwan Wensong remained calm and squinted. Budding Bing was seen standing in front of the sacred tree, her black hair and dress swaying, like a snow lotus standing in the wind. Her cold eyes never wavered, as if the vast breath did not exist at all. She seemed to be taller than the sacred tree. Dong dong. It sounded like a heartbeat, and the broken sacred tree suddenly released waves of resonance. A blue phoenix at the top actually came alive. The blue phoenix flapped its wings and flew down, leaving a mysterious trail in the void, as if it transcended time and space. It stood in front of Ying Bing and saluted. "Blue Phoenix." Ying Bing fell into a state of enlightenment. According to this shape, he carved his own soul. Then, various bird shapes all took the initiative to fly down from the branches. Buzz! The lofty aura flowed around Ying Bing, as if she was accepting the worship of the true phoenix. In the dark, there seemed to be a heavenly sound flowing, and the lingering sound was lingering. Shui Jing's eyes widened, almost thinking that he saw an illusion. The other elders all had similar expressions. Num, Chevron underscore left, Rui Peak, Bamboo Forest Residence. This place was actually very lively 10 minutes ago, but now it is extremely deserted. For some reason, this place is suddenly deserted. Liamo sat in the room, looking at the various paintings in the room. Mountains and rivers, spring and snow, portraits, birds and beasts, and so on. They are all excellent works that can be used as God-viewing pictures. Of course, most of them are lower-level shapes, and there are a few middle-level shapes. So, Brother Ouyang, you're so good at drawing God-viewing pictures. How come you have a side job? Alas, junior brother, you don't know how poor people who do art are. Ouyang opened up and complained bitterly. A good God-viewing picture is not achieved overnight. It requires a flash of inspiration and a lot of rare materials. After drawing it, you may not meet the right person. For example, the painting of high mountains and flowing water contains the meaning of mountains and rivers. It cost 3,000 taels, but no one has met the right person to appreciate it, so it can only be left here to gather dust. After listening for a long time, Liamo fell into deep thought. How come in a different world, artists still don't make money? So, Brother Ouyang, you have to find a side job to support your painting? Liamo asked. That's not entirely true. Ouyang laughed. Liamo, brother, your saliva is about to drip. Ah! Ouyang wiped the corner of his mouth and said seriously, Junior brother, are you preparing for the realm of observing the gods? Liamo nodded. I really don't know what kind of meaning I should observe. You should come to me, Ouyang promised. Liamo was half believing and half doubting. He always felt that Brother Ouyang was not so reliable. To be on the safe side, Let's take a look with the eyes of destiny first. Name, Yang. Age, 27. Root, a master of painting. Realm, for orifices of observing the spirit. Destiny, blue-gray. Evaluation, born in poverty. His paintings were handed down after his death, and he became famous. His unique understanding of painting gradually gained the appreciation of everyone. Recent experience. In order to support his fellow brothers in the dancing academy, he often made money from his side job. Liam. So the biggest reason why the paintings are not worth money is that the person is still alive, right? But not every dead painter's works can be famous. Senior brother Yang does have something. I have a lot of pictures of observing the spirit. You can take a look at them at will. If you can make the pictures move successfully, it means that you can carry the shape and meaning in the pictures, and then it is suitable for you. Move? Liam didn't quite understand what this meant. Yang stood up and said mysteriously, "This is my unique way of painting. You will know it later." He took down a picture of a tiger descending from the mountain from the wall. This is the first picture of Guanshin I made, which contains the meaning of a tiger roaring in the mountains. Although this is only a lower form, those who see this form will enter the realm of Guanshin, and their every move will contain the power of a tiger, which is very powerful. Liam raised his eyebrows slightly and looked over. His mind seemed to be attracted to the painting at this moment. The vast mountains and forests suddenly appeared in front of him, surrounded by clouds and mist. As if in a trance, Liam had come to the deep mountains and old forests. Indistinctly, the leaves moved as if something was approaching. A gust of evil wind blew in his face. It was a colorful tiger with half-open tiger eyes, with the fierce power of choosing people to eat. It stepped on the bluestone with one claw and inspected the forest. This was the king of beasts inspecting his territory. It was majestic and fierce. It scanned everything coldly, as if looking for prey. It saw Liam. It opened its bloody mouth. It roared. Meow. It lay down, shaking like a sieve, and its hair stood up in fear. The tiger instantly turned into a weak kitten weighing hundreds of pounds, as if it had seen some monstrous beast. Weak, pitiful, and helpless. This is not right. Liam was confused. You should stand up straight. How can I observe if you don't stand up straight? Student Lee was puzzled, and his mind was just about to get closer. The tiger became more and more frightened. Puff! It disappeared. Liam, this is inexplicable. Is there something wrong with this Guanshintu? It was at this moment that the artistic conception was completely destroyed. Liam opened his eyes and saw the Guanshin picture. The ink was messy, as if it had been scribbled by someone, and it was obviously destroyed. When he looked up again, he met Yang's stunned eyes again. Senior brother Yang was obviously also doubting his life. What's going on? Liam looked puzzled. Junior brother Lee, you are indeed in the inner breath realm, right? Yang's face was full of distress, and he was lost in thought for a long time before asking. Liam nodded. It's just been a long time since I became a Xiandan. That's strange. Yang frowned and put away the picture of the tiger descending the mountain. My picture of the tiger descending the mountain, even if the master's mind enters, it will not be destroyed. He had shown this painting to other fellow disciples before. Some could not bear the power of the tiger and were driven out, while others simply could not sink their minds into the painting. Both of these show that the person is not qualified to carry the tiger's form. What if the painting is broken? Liam said a little embarrassedly. How about we try again? Yang, the cost of the painting just now was more than 1,000 taels of silver. His heart is bleeding now. Still coming? But he just promised that it would be absolutely no problem. If he regrets now, will Junior Brotherly take out his hammer? Well, it seems that I have to take out some of the things that are kept in the bottom of the box. Yang took a deep breath. He went to the house to search for a while, and soon returned with a scroll. The painting was spread out. On it, there was a lifelike beast, which was extremely magical. I was lucky enough to meet a beast, and it had a trace of Baize's blood. It took me a lot of effort to draw it on paper, and I also broke through because of it. Senior brother. Sorry, I was careless just now, and I was so focused. Ouyang was stunned and looked down. The Guan Shintu, which contained a trace of Baizé's blood, had the same fate as the tiger descending the mountain. It was shattered into dirty ink. The paper that originally contained a heavy artistic conception became light at this time. Ouyang sat on the ground with his buttocks, as if he had lost his soul. My drawing? Brother, how much is this drawing worth? Liamo was a little embarrassed. Wow, this is my painstaking work. At that time, I didn't sleep for 10 days and 10 nights to track the strange beast. 10,000 taels? Liamo took out a silver note. Wow, I was even kicked by the strange beast because of this, and several ribs were broken. 20,000? Another silver note was placed in front of him. Junior brother, this is a work of art. Do you know what art is? If you sell it to someone who doesn't understand. 50,000. Liamo had no expression on his face and took out 3 directly. Junior brother, you can see that you have artistic talent at first glance. Ouyang's face changed dramatically and he smiled. The cost of his painting is only 10,000 taels. If he meets a suitable buyer, he can sell it for 30,000 or 40,000 taels at most. 50,000 taels is already a big profit. Liamo was a little speechless, but he didn't lose money. Congratulations to the host, successfully investing 50,000 taels of silver in Ouyang. Investment feedback. Miaobi Shenghua Moxilo. Miaobi Shenghua Moxilo. A peculiar painting method that can copy the spirit of an object and imprint it on paper. The reward looks good. But Liamo is a little listless now. How can he not even observe the shape? What should he do? Is he really going to draw it himself? Junior brother, please don't think too much. When Ouyang heard Liamo say that he wanted to learn dancing and paint himself, he leaned back slightly and his face changed drastically. Any questions? Liamo didn't know why he was so angry. Persuading people to learn painting, 1,000 cuts, this thing is pure injustice. Ouyang's face was serious, and he talked about the disadvantages of learning dancing like a bamboo tube pouring beans. First of all, to learn the art of dancing, you must have talent. It is more difficult to have talent in this area than to have a superior physique in martial arts. Don't worry about talent. Liamo thought that he couldn't be worse than his sword talent. Just get the perception pile. Besides, he didn't plan to make himself a master of dancing. It's enough to be able to draw the lower shape. The rest can be handed over to the creation seal. Ouyang pulled the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but persuade again. Learning painting is very expensive. When I first learned to paint, my family thought I was into something illegal. It's so funny, illegal things are not as expensive as high-quality pens, ink, paper, and inkstone. In response, Shaoli smiled shyly. I got a few sets of 4 treasures of the study, which should be enough for practicing, right? He put out the pens, ink, paper, and inkstone that he got from his investment. You use these to practice? Ouyang opened his mouth. Liamo waved his hand. It's just sitting there. It's a waste if you don't use it. Oh, listen to what you say. Are you talking like a human being? Green veined jade paper, dustless pen, pine pattern purple smoke beast ink, Kirin Shengxiang inkstone. The great scholars of the time can't put together such a luxurious set. Take that beast inkstone, for example. His teacher waited for more than 10 years at the auction before he got a piece and spent half of his fortune to buy it. He clenched his fists. At this moment, he wanted to hit someone, but unfortunately he couldn't. When he said goodbye to Liamo, his face was complicated. By the way, junior brother, next time you come to see me, just come in directly. Don't shout that Elder Shang Wu is here. I'm so scared that I don't dare to paint today. Got it. Student Li politely presented 1,000 taels of silver notes to comfort brother Ouyang's injured heart. Sir, take care. If you don't understand anything about the way of painting, please come and ask me. Brother Ouyang sent him down the mountain with a smile on his face. Xiao Shui Pavilion. On the stone table, there was a broken statue and a blurred picture of watching the gods. After Liamo came back, he tried to watch the gods again. Then, the night ghost statue and the picture of the flesh and blood Buddha were scrapped. He gritted his teeth and took out the golden crow, transformed into the sun. The picture was fine, but he also did not gain any growth in his mind and soul, let alone condensing his form and mind and breaking the Xiandan. Which link went wrong? Is my accumulation in the Xiandan realm not enough? Or is it because of the immortal body? Limo's thoughts diverged. The former is unlikely. Then it can only be the latter. Even the elders could not understand the immortal body, so they could only cross the river by feeling the stone. Now I can only try it slowly by myself. The Guanshan map is not easy to make, and you can only have enough food and clothing if you do it yourself. Liemo took out the book Miaobi Shanghua Imo Shilu and studied it with full concentration. Don't say it. Painting is really not a simple thing. Composition, modeling, and artistic conception need to be perfectly combined. To draw the Guanshan, one even needs to concentrate his own spirit on the tip of the pen and draw with the ink. This undoubtedly makes the difficulty of painting geometrically increased. If you're not careful, a painting will be ruined. I guess my talent in painting is limited compared to swordsmanship. Liemo shook his head. After reluctantly reading the entire Mo Shilu, he tried to use martial arts insights. 30 years of martial arts insights injected successfully. Good news. Martial arts insights can actually be used on it. This is probably because the Mo Shilu itself is aimed at drawing Guanshan and is also included in martial arts. Bad news. 30 years of martial arts insights have been consumed. Your Miaobi Shanghua Mo Shilu has reached the initial maturity. Liemo. In his mind, the expression of senior brother Ouyang, who was heartbroken and advised him not to learn painting, flashed. Persuading people to learn painting is a waste of time. This is really true. Obviously, the beginner can only draw ordinary ink paintings. To draw a God-viewing picture, at least you have to be a master. 30 years of martial arts insights have been successfully injected. In the first year, you recall all the scenes you have seen in this life. Scenery, practice with all your might. In the 30th year, you feel that you have done everything that the technique can do, but you still can't draw the Guanshan map. You think this is probably the limit of what you can do in the way of painting. In art, it's not good. You haven't found what you want to paint at all, so how can you devote your spirit? 30 years of martial arts insights have been consumed. Countless insights flow into my mind. I just deduced the art of painting. Why is it mocking? Studently punched the stone table, shaking the 4 treasures of the study into the air. Another 30 years of smashing. This is not even a small achievement. Is there still the king's law? Is there still law? What's wrong with you? The puzzled voice of a certain ice-cold man sounded in my ears. Looking up, I saw the girl standing alone with a sword in her arms under the setting sun, as if she was coated with a layer of fluorescence. The evening breeze was a bit noisy. It made the leaves dance lightly, the girl's skirt flutter, and her long black hair flutter. Liemo was stunned. He had just learned to paint. He suddenly wanted to pick up a pen. Being too ozy. Can you do me a favor? Besides taking a hot spring bath. Dinner. There were delicious dishes on the table. Shangwu looked at the distance curiously and saw Li Mo sitting in front of the drawing board, seriously splashing ink, and his pen was like a dragon. What is he doing? He asked me to help him practice painting. Ying Bing retracted his peripheral vision, feeling a little strange in his heart. Liemo was really focused at this moment. The feeling of being carefully painted by someone with a pen has an indescribable meaning. Drawing? You went to Rui Peak and got involved in that thing. Shang Wu's eyes widened, and she rolled up her sleeves and rushed to Rui Peak. The beautiful master was very angry. Is this trying to lead her beloved disciple astray? Master, I want to learn it myself. Liemo said helplessly. That's a bigger problem. Shang Wu walked to his side. He accidentally saw the picture on the Chiang Mai jade paper, and his expression froze. Instantly, he stopped talking. Ying Bing was a little curious and walked to the side with a light step. The girl's figure jumped out of the paper. There was no picture, but it could be seen that it is her. The painting is pretty good. Shangwu blinked and patted Lime's shoulder. She didn't understand this aspect, but at a glance, it was indeed good. Yes. Ying Bing nodded gently, with some surprise in her eyes. You can tell it's her without drawing her face. This means that the control of artistic conception and charm has reached the level of penetrating into the wood and has the charm. It's just a trivial advantage. Liam curled his lips. He was not modest, but mainly had a sense of forcing. This level of skill, but he poured 60 years of hard work. However, seeing Ying Bing's eyes lingering on the painting for a long time, his expression was a little stunned. Xiaoli's heart suddenly didn't hurt so much again. Why don't you draw your face? Shang Wu pointed to the blank face of the girl in the painting. Liam said helplessly, "This is my first portrait, and I want to draw a smiling face." And the composition of this painting is a brilliant scene in midsummer. If the character doesn't smile, it will destroy the overall artistic conception. It's just a smile. Shang Wu remembered before she finished speaking. It seems that she has never seen Ying Bing smile. Liam couldn't remember it either. In his memory, Ying Bing rarely smiled, as often as the sun rose from the west, let alone seeing her smile. He couldn't even imagine what Bing Tuozi would look like when she smiled. "Xiao Bing, or why don't you try to smile?" Shang Wu urged. Ying Bing frowned slightly, lowered her eyes, and pondered for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed. However, who made her owe Liam a favor again? Since she agreed to be his model until the painting was completed, that can only be. Ying Bing pulled up her jade-like lips, narrowed her eyes slightly, and tried to force a smile on her cold face. "Hey, is it beautiful?" "Beautiful. But this." Liam and Shang Wu leaned back slightly, and both felt a chill rushing to their heads. This is a smile, but it is clearly a sneer. It is clear and ruthless, like the bright moon looking down at the common people and silently saying two words. "Ants." If you draw it like this painting is definitely 18 plus. Minors will be scared out of their wits when they see it. "What should I do?" Liam pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes looked in the middle and became cross-eyed. "For details, please refer to Xiaopu's street portrait," and made a face. "Poochie. Ha ha ha, you are stupid." Shang Wu held her stomach and laughed. Question mark. Ying Bing frowned even more, not understanding what this confusing behavior was. Liam reluctantly restored his expression to normal and said seriously, "It seems that it's time for me, the king of jokes, to appear. I will definitely make you laugh today." Qiu Shui Pavilion's funny challenge begins. The first to come on stage is our beautiful teacher, contestant Shang Wu. She was serious and ambitious, vowing to make Bing Tuozi laugh. She was serious at first. There was a little butterfly. She was flying, and suddenly she was too hungry to fly. Then. The joke was not finished yet. She was almost out of breath from laughing. Then she fell into the mud and was drowned by the mud. Ha ha ha. Shang Wu held her stomach and laughed so hard that she couldn't breathe. Question mark. Liam and Ying Bing looked at each other. "Is this funny? How is this funny?" "So, master, what's the funny part of your joke?" Liam asked. "Starved to death of mud butterflies." Shang Wu wiped her tears and said, "Liam, what a crappy pun." Because contestant Shang Wu used a pun and was deducted points, judges Xiao Li and Bing Tuozi unanimously decided to disqualify her from the competition. Okay, the main reason is that Master's joke is as funny as shit. If the joke is longer, she will laugh herself to death before she finishes it. Please welcome contestant number 2, Xiao Li. Liam decided to use his ultimate move. There's a person who farts very loudly. Guess why? Why? Shang Wu shook her head. Liam, because he wears bell-bottom pants. Ha ha. Ying Bing tilted his head and looked at Shang Wu, who was shaking with laughter. He didn't quite understand. Is this thing funny? You don't even laugh at this? Xiao Li is ready to win. He still doesn't believe it. Half an hour later, Xiao Li's face was full of doubts about life. The beautiful teacher's abdominal muscles are almost laughing and shouted that he couldn't stand it anymore. The question marks on Bing Tuozi's head were increasing. Limo's mouth was dry and he lost confidence. He deeply doubted that Bing Tuozi didn't have such a thing as a joke. I'm so stupid, really. Oh, give up. Xiao Binger may not like to laugh by nature, and the jokes you tell are really powerful, my dear apprentice. Shang-Wu took a breath and shook his head. Oh, how can I make her laugh? Li Mo searched his brains and poked the corners of his mouth with a brush. Maybe he took the joke too seriously. He didn't even notice that he held the brush upside down, and the end that was dipped in ink left a few ink marks on his handsome face. Puff! Master, don't laugh at me. Li Mo wiped the corners of his mouth unhappily, but the ink was rubbed out, and his face looked like Black Cat Sheriff. Shang-Wu turned his face. Seeing his current appearance, the smile that had just been suppressed burst out again, and the cheeks were held high but couldn't collapse. Geese, 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 geese. Obviously, the master's laughter was different from the previous one. Li Mo was stunned and looked back. There was still a trace of afterglow in the sunset, struggling not to sink. This afterglow happened to shine on the girl, making her pair of ice-like eyes mixed with light and dark. The hair brought up by the warm evening breeze blurred her face and slightly raised corners of her mouth. But the new artist reflected in his eyes was so clear. Li Mo suddenly felt a little bit unable to feel the passage of time, as if time had stopped. The world-famous painting was right in front of him at this moment. What are you painting? You're just standing there. Shang-Wu patted his shoulder. Li Mo quickly came back to his senses. Concentrating his attention, he picked up the brush and embellished the blank face of the girl on the scroll with a beautiful smile. I don't know why. After these few strokes, he felt his mind was empty and fatigue surged in his heart. Is it done? Is it done? Shang-Wu leaned her head closer. Is this me? Ying Bing also looked at it steadily. The girl in the painting made her feel strange and familiar, because even she herself couldn't remember what she looked like when she smiled. However, under Li Mo's pen, a few strokes were natural and charming. Cold and bright were perfectly mixed together by those few strokes. This smile seemed eternal and lifelike, as if another her was standing quietly in front of her. She looked at it in the moonlight, and an inexplicable emotion spread in her heart. Rustle. The evening breeze blew, and the leaves were rustled by the wind. Looking at the strange yet familiar girl in the painting, Ying Bing was slightly dazed at this moment. What was she doing at this time in her previous life? Every day, she endured the torture of extreme cold, wandering in the dark Qingyuan mountains, looking for the Xiaope that was calling her in the dark. People with ulterior motives and hungry beasts all died under her sword. That memory was filled with darkness, coldness, and vagueness. But the moonlight today is really beautiful. Looking at myself, smiling in the painting, the clear light of the moonlight flows. A seed that was planted in the ice at some point seemed to be quietly taking root and sprouting. Fisk, I'm so awesome. Li Mo couldn't help but straighten his chest, his mouth slightly curled up, and he was just about to put his hands on his waist. Who said that a painter must die to become famous? Once this painting is hung on Rui Peak, it will become a masterpiece handed down from generation to generation. He even thought of the name, Mona Smoothie. Shang-Wu looked at it carefully for a few times and suddenly blinked her almond eyes in surprise. This painting seems to have some meaning of Guan Shintu. Really? Li Mo looked carefully and found that it did have that kind of strange charm. It's just a little faint. Perhaps he poured his heart and soul into it unintentionally in the last few strokes. No wonder it feels so empty after the painting. It can't be called Guan Shintu. It's too forced. It can only be said that it uses a similar painting technique. Shang-Wu smacked her lips and said with a bit of regret. She saw that this picture was barely even in shape. Can portraits also be used to watch gods? Li Mo couldn't help asking. Shang-Wu hummed. Of course. What do you think the Diyu royal family watches? The sun. Li Mo remembered that the two suns were transformed from the former Diyu emperor. There are two ways to observe the charm of a person. One is to observe the saints who carry the Tao, and the other is the evil magic of the summoning demon sect. This picture is neither of them and cannot be used for observation. Shang-Wu has a deep understanding of the God-viewing picture. I don't know if it has anything to do with her smashing a bunch of statues at the beginning. What a pity. Li Mo took off the scroll and sighed. This is also a flash of inspiration for me. I don't know when I will have such a good time and place next time. It will happen. Huh? Liamo was stunned, but he saw that Ying Bing had turned around and climbed up to the attic, leaving only a back figure. The night gradually deepened. After taking a hot spring bath, Liamo also returned to the room. The daily practice session cannot be missed. Now that the Karma Fire Red Lotus Magic Method has condensed the Xiandan, it still needs to accumulate vitality, and he does not intend to condense only one Xiandan. Bing Tuozi's room doesn't seem so cool anymore. When passing by the next door, Li Imo seemed to have a feeling. At this time, Ying Bing should be observing Tying. Is this because she has embarked on the path of observing the gods? Li Imo shook his head and walked into the room. He put the painting he had just painted beside him and took out the golden crow transformation into the sun god observation picture from the system space. He stared at the golden crow transformation into the sun for a long time, but there was no reaction. My immortal body cannot use ordinary internal breath martial arts. Is it the same for the god observation picture? No. Liamo spread out the Mona smoothie again. This time, the feeling of being pulled by the spirit reappeared again. The painting depicting Bing Tuozi was barely called the lower form, but it could resonate with his own mind and soul. But the golden crow transformation into the sun, which is the extreme form, can't do it. Student Lee was thoughtful. It has nothing to do with the grade of the God viewing picture. What a pity. This picture cannot be viewed. Wait, I have the fortune seal. After all, this is drawn in the style of the God viewing picture. What will happen if the fortune seal is stamped on it? Little Lee's genius suddenly came to him. Swish, two seals made of black copper, with an ancient and extraordinary shape, appeared on the table. He still has two ancient copper fortune seals. Even if he fails, there is room for trial and error. Try. Liamo was still thinking, but his hand seemed to have its own ideas, and he picked up the seal and stamped it. Buzz. Mysterious handwriting merged into it. Suddenly, a hazy light appeared on the picture, wrapping the entire picture and flowing on it. It works. Liamo stared at it intently, his heart hanging. Will there be any problems? Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. The light gradually faded. One painting became two. The original one was still there, but there was a new one next to it. Liamo looked at it carefully. Only the person in the painting is still Bing Tuozi, still as beautiful as before, but slightly different from before. No longer a young girl. She seems to have grown up a little and lost her immaturity. Her clothes have also changed from a snow-colored long skirt to a dark cloud gauze. Time has made her figure more exquisite and her eyes more quiet, like a ghost wandering in the night. What remains unchanged is the corner of her lips that is quietly raised. If Ying Bing saw this picture, she would recognize it. This is how she looked when she was walking in the world. At that time, she was already ranked first in the 9 heavens and 10 earths Fengyan list, and was rated as Lung Yanluo. Is this Bing Tuozi's future appearance? Liamo was stunned for a moment. Why does it feel like playing a dress-up game? And this painting seems to have been deduced into a medium form. In order to verify his guess, Li Imo calmed down. Suddenly, everything in front of him suddenly rippled like water waves and became unreal. The cold moon, the dark alley, the girl holding the sword and looking back. In an instant, Li Imo seemed to be standing opposite her and became her opponent. This was similar to his fight with the remaining will in the Qishao sword in the Shinfeng cave. The difference was, the Bing Tuozi in the painting was countless times stronger. Zheng. The sky frost reflected the cold moon unsheathed. This sword light was beautiful and stunning to the extreme, as if everything around it was stagnant, including thinking. It took a long time. It seemed like only a moment had passed. Limo's soul broke away from the shape and meaning of the scroll, and his chest rose and fell slightly. Judging from Bing Tuozi's age, this is what she will be like soon, right? Student Lee was excited. He could deeply sense that one of the swords was without me, and the moonlight was dazzling and soul-stirring. It was not only because the ice ball in the painting was strong, and after he observed this picture, it was not damaged. The bronze seal of creation can at most deduce the God-viewing picture to its upper form. If you cover it again, will the picture take shape? Liam pondered for a moment. He had not observed the charm yet. Let's try this ice ball first. Student Lee began to try to observe the gods for the first midnight. Liam sat in front of the Tishita Palace, holding two pictures in his hands. After the seal of creation was stamped, the original Mona smoothie did not disappear. The two pictures were placed together, and Xiao Li was a little strange. They are both medium-sized. Why can I see this picture, but not others? Is it related to the grade of the picture? Sitting in a corner of the heaven, simulated by himself, Xiao Li fell into deep thought. The only difference he could think of, probably, the portrait of Bing Tuozi was drawn by his own pen. It can't be that only his own paintings can be seen, right? While he was thinking, "Teacher, I'm here." Jiang Chulong came over, and she could feel her joy through the blindfold. She seemed to want to get closer and share her joy with the teacher, but her steps were a little hesitant. She was a little timid and didn't dare to stand with the teacher. "You're on time today, too." Liam put away the scroll and stood up. The warm tone made Jiang Chulong's tense body relax a little. The small class of Lord Tianzuan started. Who? Suddenly, Princess Jiang, who was listening to the class, paused slightly. Liam was a little familiar with this breath fluctuation. He looked over with his divine eyes, and it was true. Name, Jiang Chulong. Age 15. Root bone, innate sword embryo, while grass sword bone is being born. Realm, Qi and blood realm, 12 meridians breaking through. Destiny, gold. Evaluation, the youngest daughter of Emperor Yu, born with a sword embryo, was taken away by her brother, the crown prince, at the age of 14. However, the sword bone was born because of her, and she was not made because of the sword bone. If she can wipe away the dusty heart and supplement herself, she can also become the supreme sword. Recent encounter, wild grass sword scripture is just beginning to take shape, about to break and then stand up. Princess Jiang is about to break through. In this world, there is no heaven and earth vitality. Liam did not hesitate, and his mind moved slightly. The rare treasures, spiritual materials, and two black crystals piled in the corner were directly shaken apart and turned into the purest heaven and earth vitality. The vitality gathered towards Jiang Chulong. Not long after, congratulations to the host, successfully invested in Jiang Chulong and helped her break through. Investment feedback, Mithril Creation Seal. Mithril Creation Seal. It can be used to deduce the God-viewing diagram. It can be used against the upper form, and at most it could be deduced to the extreme form. Teacher, I have broken through. Jiang Chulong's weak voice came. Liam was stunned for a moment and looked intently, as if he had discovered something. Princess Jiang's aura was much deeper than he had imagined. Jiang Chulong lowered her head. It seems not the Qi condensation realm. Liam, this is his world. He released his perception slightly. Then he found that Princess Jiang had already turned her inner breath into liquid. This speed is not slower than Bing Tuozi. Theoretically, apart from his immortal body, which he still knows little about, Bing Tuozi's talent is the strongest he has ever seen. But after thinking about it for a while, he can understand it. Princess Jiang's talent is also not bad, and she can be called the King of Roles, because when she reaches the inner breath realm, Brotherly will give her a gift. So she practiced hard for 12 hours every day, even in her dreams. Add to that the feeding of teacher Tian, it is not surprising that she broke and then stood up. Very good. Teacher Tianzuan nodded and praised casually. Jiang Chulong stood there obediently, pursing her lips. Seeing her like this, Teacher Li Immo remembered what he promised her. First, tell her the story of heaven. Second, bring Brotherly into play. How about I tell you the story of heaven today, teacher? Tianzuan coughed lightly and changed to a deep bubbling sound. Jiang Chulong was a little disappointed, but she still sat there obediently, looking forward to it. She listened to the story here and would tell Dezhu and the others when she went back. Speaking of why this Bawa furnace fell down, then we have to tell the story of a monkey that jumped out of a stone. Let's go to PPT. Speaking of the level of painting, Xiao Li's composition level has also improved. In addition, the world seed can generate scenes according to his wishes. The viewing experience is like being there in person. At that time, there was a Dongshan Shinzhou in the world, and there was a Huaba Mountain by the sea of Aolai country. The wind and clouds changed, and a stone was hit by the wind and rain, and the scene of the essence of the sun and the moon appeared before my eyes. The next morning, Princess Jiang likes the appearance of Journey to the West very much. Liamo got up from the bed. Leisurely, he stood up. In his hand, there was another small seal of dark silver color. Ancient bronze seal of creation, secret silver seal of creation, gilded heavenly book seal. Now, can I directly deduce a middle form into a great way of divine form? Liamo pondered. He took out the 4 treasures of the study and took a deep breath. Concentrating his mind and calming his breath, he tried to find the feeling of drawing the God-viewing picture yesterday. Finally, on the Chiang Mai jade paper, a stone jumped out of the paper. This is just a painting. It's not the God-viewing picture. Liamo shook his head. He just wanted to draw the stone that Monkey King jumped out of, but failed. There is no other choice now. Liamo took out the ice block that was deduced into the middle form. First, the ancient bronze seal of creation. A brand new scroll was separated by the misty light. The ancient bronze seal of creation was used successfully. This picture is when Ying Bing broke through the realm of Dharma body. Obviously, after being promoted to the upper form, the charm of this picture has reached a higher level. The majesty in it is also more extraordinary. Liamo's soul did not feel any discomfort. You can continue. The mithril seal of creation that was just brushed out from Princess Xiao Jiang was stamped on the newly appeared painting. The use of the mithril seal of creation was successful. This picture is when Ying Bing reached the realm of Tongtian, ranked in the period of Joqian. At this time, the scene in the painting has become a magnificent jade palace. The palace floats in the air, overlooking all living beings, indifferent to everything in the world. Its owner is as cold as it is. The ice ball in the painting, now wearing a jade-colored dress, is so majestic that it makes people feel that the sky is stepped on by her and brought to a new height. If Ying Bing is here, probably she would have the illusion that she had not been reborn. But she in the painting was doing something she had never done before. She looked at the world quietly, watching the ebb and flow of the tide, as if waiting for something. If you continue, you will become a great god. Liamo looked at the painting. His mind was shaken, but his mind and his body did not feel unbearable. He could continue. The gilded seal of creation slowly pressed on a corner of the scroll. Buzz! Everything on the scroll began to become illusory and unreal. The prompt sounded. The gilded seal of creation was used successfully. This picture shows Ying Bing, the scene of ascending to immortality. This is the realm that Ying Bing had been pursuing all her life, and even she herself had never reached. A trace of ink, flowing and smudged with the supreme charm. The picture of the Phoenix Queen's ascension to the immortal world is extremely complicated. The first thing that appeared was a bright moon covering the sky and the sun. What a coincidence! When this scene was sketched, the sky outside the window darkened. A solar eclipse. The moon, which had already fallen from the sky, was reluctant to fall, and it shone brightly. Changed the sky and the moon. Liamo! Exclamation point. He also saw the scene outside the window, and his eyes were dazed. Is this all caused by the unfinished painting in front of him? Every extra stroke of ink on the painting. The wonders between heaven and earth become a little deeper. And in the scroll, a clear figure appeared in front of the bright moon. With her appearance, the mystery permeated and the world resonated. She seemed to be the master of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the only one in the world, and all things pale in comparison to her. She was the only one. Liamo looked closely and found that the ice block in the painting looked the same as yesterday. Time seemed to have lost its meaning to her. Who first saw the moon by the river? When did the moon by the river first shine on people? She was looking at herself. through the painting. Those eyes were extremely complicated, as if they had thousands of words, which eventually turned into a sigh. Her red lips parted slightly. No sound could be heard, because at this moment, the sky outside the window suddenly rioted again. Boom! 3 rays of divine light pierced through the night, and the fierce sunlight stirred the sky, as if destroying the world. It was the 3 suns. In the dark, it seemed that the heavens were also in a rage at this moment. The ancestral hall of the main peak of Qingyuan. Ying Bing, who was sitting in front of the bronze sacred tree fragments and visualizing the shapes of hundreds of birds, suddenly pursed her lips. She suddenly felt a strong throbbing in her heart. After stepping onto the path of viewing the gods, she already had a strong sixth sense, as if something very important is happening. Buzz! At this moment, the bronze sacred tree fragments exuded a mysterious brilliance, covering the entire ancestral hall. The countless hundreds of birds on it, which were imprinted with the will of the powerful Shang people, fell back on the sacred tree with great vigilance. What's going on outside? Shangguan Wensong asked with a frown. Qian Bufan, who had just returned from outside, had a solemn face. For some reason, there was a solar eclipse outside, and the 3 big suns were all covered by the realm of Tying in the sky. Solar eclipse. Shangguan Wensong took a deep puff of his dry tobacco. He didn't know what this meant, so he had to look not far away with an inquiring look. The sleepy old man guarding the entrance of the ancestral hall muttered to himself, "There hasn't been a solar eclipse for thousands of years. It's strange. It must be an extraordinary thing to make the bronze sacred tree like this. Xiao Binger probably can't practice today. Her double Xiandan is not yet complete. It's too early. Isn't this because we hope she can enter the Guanxin as soon as possible and go to Hongyun's Sword City to make us proud?" The elders were talking about it. A Rui Peak disciple suddenly ran out. He was anxious and said repeatedly, "The traitor Yin Huaxian actually escaped and took advantage of the abnormal movement of heaven and earth to escape." The elders stood up suddenly, all with shocked faces. Letting a traitor in the inner realm escape will cause endless harm, which is not a big deal. After all, the changes in the world have nothing to do with them. If the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. But if Yin Huaxian escapes, he is seriously injured and can't run far. Shangguan Wensong knocked on the pipe hard. Let the disciples above the level of Guanxin in the sect search together and dig 3 feet into the ground to catch him. Yintian sect, on the towering observatory. It's a mess, it's completely a mess. The old woman who had been sitting here like a stone statue muttered to herself. She took out the mysterious jade plate again, slid the jade piece on it, and deduced it. The trajectory of the jade piece's movement became more and more mysterious, and the speed became faster and faster. In the end, there was even a feeling that made people feel uncomfortable and want to vomit blood after just one look. Even the old woman couldn't bear it. She seemed to have seen something, and her mind was suddenly shocked. A mouthful of pale, golden blood slid from the corner of his mouth and silently dripped onto the jade plate. "Master!" The girl with Dao Ju had not dared to disturb the old woman before, but now that she saw the old woman's face was as pale as gold paper, she dared to come up and help her. She quickly took out a small bottle with a crystal-like liquid floating in it. It was actually a full bottle of Emperor Lujiang. "Master, what did you see just now?" The old woman shaking his head, he just said, "It's related to the hidden dragon list. You go to Yinzhou." In Qiushui Pavilion, Limo's mind was in chaos for a while, and his thoughts went blank. After a long time, he came to his senses and remembered what had just happened. He deduced being Tuozi's painting into the scene of the Phoenix Queen's ascension to the immortal world, and became the great Tao divine form, and then the world changed. This is definitely related to that picture. Liamo was about to look for it, but he found that the great Tao divine form picture on the table had disappeared. "What's going on? Where's my picture?" At this time, he found that his small world seemed to be a little wrong. The sun was gone. Hanging high in the sky was a bright moon. Now, There's both the moon and the sun. This means that in the small world, there will be sunset and moonrise, and time will pass. This also means that from now on, he has two Xuandans, the Tying and the sun. He has an extra Xiandan for no apparent reason. If I'm not mistaken, this bright moon is the moon in the picture? Liamo was stunned for a moment. That Dao shinning was imprinted in his small world. It seemed that he had sensed his thoughts. The picture scroll slowly unfolded. However, it seemed different for what he had seen before. Ying Bing disappeared, but Liamo could feel in his heart. She was there. The profound and timeless artistic conception came again. He could use the Guanshintu in his small world to observe this Dao shinning. Liamo felt as if he had become a speck of dust in the long river of time, a lone boat drifting in the long river. In a trance, he saw many figures on the shore of the long river of time looking at him. There are people and animals. Some are ordinary, some are like the abyss and hell, and some are extremely clear and endless. They are all living beings. At this moment, he suddenly understood in his heart what the benefits of the immortal body are. As long as it is not an existence that belongs to the outside world, he can bear it. At the same time as the enlightenment arises, the orifice in the soul is also in the endless cleansing, shedding dust, and beginning to develop in the direction of crystal clear jade. He has opened his mind. The sunlight outside the window shone on the young man in the recliner. He slowly opened his eyes, and the trajectory of every dust particle in the sunlight was clearly visible, as if he could see through its appearance and see its essence. The sun rose again. Liamo walked down the attic, facing the sunlight, squinting slightly. He found that he was full of energy, as if he knew every inch of his body. In the Dantian, the two mysterious pills seemed to rotate like the sun and the moon, swallowing and spitting out internal breath. Perhaps this can no longer be called internal breath. Liamo walked to the dining table. "Master, how long have I slept?" Shang Wu, who was sitting with his legs crossed and looking at the 9 heavens and 10 earths ranking, opened his almond eyes wide. "My dear apprentice, you finally woke up. You have been sleeping for a month." Liamo! Exclamation point. He felt that he was brought into the long river of time and could not perceive the passage of time. "Has it been so long outside?" Ying Bing glanced at Shang Wu and whispered, "It's only been an afternoon." Shang Wu narrowed his almond eyes and smiled. "Silly disciple, you believe me when I say it. I'm going to cook." Liamo felt that he had just overestimated the seriousness of his master. After he became enlightened, in addition to the increase in physical strength, he felt that the world in front of him had also changed. He hadn't had time to try more feelings yet. However, it was almost dinner time. Let's brush up the investment first. When he arrived in the kitchen, he picked the best ingredients and cut them for later use. When he was about to heat the oil in the pan, Liamo's eyes twitched slightly. In his sight, a fly flapped its wings, as if it was about to land on the dish. Snap! A toothpick pierced through the fly's wings and nailed it to the wall. "Strange," Liamo muttered while cooking. Just now, all the possible movement trajectories of the fly appeared in his mind. Is this the benefit of becoming enlightened? Liamo had a sudden enlightenment. When he was cooking, every drop of seasoning, every rolling oil drop, and every piece of meat were very clear. "What did you cook today? It smells so good." "Oh, it's still fried pork with peppers. You didn't add anything weird to it?" "Yeah, it's delicious." Li's cooking skills have improved, and he received unanimous praise from Ying Bing and Shang Wu. He took 2 bites and picked up the Qi Shao sword, practicing swordsmanship without paying attention to others. Every swordsmanship he had practiced in the past appeared in his mind. In one go, every move, every style was very clear in his mind. Gradually, from the middle-level swordsmanship to the superior swordsmanship, and finally to the unique swordsmanship of Sun Will Sword Classic. Suddenly, Tianchuang attacked from the side. It was Ying Bing. Her eyes were as light as before, but Shaoli could see the meaning from them. Practice. Under Ying Bing's guidance, he suddenly felt itchy between his eyebrows, and the countless martial arts insights he had poured into the past, and the scenes of Princess Jiang and Bing Tuozi practicing swordsmanship emerged in his mind. Sun wields sword cannon a step further. There is a hint of impending success. Liemo breathed a sigh of relief, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Take a look. Put aside the martial arts insights he had spent. I, Xiao Li, have mastered the swordsmanship at the age of 16, about to be. Who agrees and who disagrees with claiming to be a swordsmanship genius? Have you opened your mind? Ying Bing put away her sword, her eyes moving slightly. She had only some guesses just now, but when she was feeding Liemo with a move, she was sure. Well, it was the strange changes in the world this afternoon. Liemo coughed lightly. The sun and the moon changed, and my mind was shocked, and then I fainted. When I woke up again, I found that I had become enlightened. He couldn't say that he fainted from looking at Bing Tuozi's picture. It is well known that Xiao Li is an honest gentleman, unless the truth is even more outrageous. Ying Bing's eyes moved slightly. It is not without precedent that there is no precedent for becoming enlightened by watching the wonders of the world without looking at the divine picture. It's just solar eclipse, changing the sky and the moon. If this happened in the previous life, she would not have no impression. Not bad, my dear apprentice. You have the style of a teacher. Shangwu gave a thumbs up and praised. She drank too much back then, and she became enlightened after waking up. Master, you are too kind. Before Liemo finished speaking, Shangwu said, It's a coincidence that you have come to your senses at this time, and you just happen to run into trouble. For some reason, Yin Huaxin escaped. The sect has been sealed off now. He must still be hiding in the sect. Shangwu snorted unhappily. She almost beat Yin Huaxin to death at that time. It was all because of Qian Bufan, who let him stay without interrogation. Did Yin Huaxin escape? Liemo frowned. One could imagine with one's toes that the former elder of Jinshou Peak wanted to cut him into pieces. Yes, the sect master said that all disciples above the Guanxin realm must work together to search for his traces. Now that you have opened your mind, you are also in the Guanxin realm. Shangwu spread his hands. Liemo, what a coincidence. So, Student Li went to the Foreign Affairs Hall to report. Ying Bing lowered her eyes, and Yu Guangzhong saw the young man stepping out of the door. She didn't expect that Liemo would open his mind earlier than her. And it happened to be the day before the system ranking. Ying Bing was not worried about the ranking. She could also open her mind tonight, and then the two would still be in the same realm. What made her suspicious was the change in the world today. Why? Why did the sun and stars suddenly disappear and the moon fly in the sky? Even if she was reborn, it would be impossible for her to cause such a big deviation to this world, right? The future of the 9 heavens and 10 earths may be even more turbulent. There will be more things beyond my expectations in the future. Ying Bing breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. Only if you're strong enough can you cope with those changes. What are you going to do, Xiao Bing? Practice. Then do you want to try Wuhua Spring? The effect is great. Shangwu coaxed. She thought it was too boring to take a hot spring bath alone. The precious apprentice had to go on a mission again. Ying Bing paused. After a moment of silence, she turned around. How good is it? First of all, it absorbs vital energy, which will make it much faster. And then, it also has a soothing effect on the mind and soul. Shangwu talked about the benefits like a bamboo tube pouring beans. On the other side, Liemo was on his way to the Foreign Affairs Hall when he heard a reminder sound that almost made him stumble. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in Ying Bing, letting him soak in the fog flower fountain of youth to increase his power. Investment feedback, Buyun shoes. 7-star Buyun shoes. Middle-grade Schwanbing-level precious boots, once worn by a famous thief saint. Wearing them, you can step on snow without leaving any traces, and your body is as light as a feather. With the true essence of the God-viewing realm, you can fly into the air. Liemo. Shocked. Let's not talk about whether there will be a reward or not. Did Bing Tuozi go to the hot spring? Liemo was shocked and sighed. Even the ice lumps could not escape. You see how powerful the law of true fragrance is. There will be another daily investment feedback in the future. He felt that when introducing himself in the future, he could no longer say that he had a small amount of assets, as his conscience would hurt. As the saying goes, wealthy and generous. In the future, he will be Li, wealthy and generous, and Mo. His mind moved slightly, and a pair of shoes with white auspicious cloud patterns and 7 strange stones appeared on his feet. 7-star cloud shoes. Liamo felt like he was stepping on clouds. He took a step, and the whole person rushed forward. The feeling of pushing back was very strong. He tried to control the little true essence that was just born in Dantian with his mind and soul. Whoosh! This is the feeling of flying. The inner scene can soar into the air, but with the help of this pair of boots, he actually experienced flying in the air in advance. Of course, there are still differences. Unlike flying in the sky with Neijing, he seemed to be running in the sky on clouds. Foreign Affairs Hall. At this time, the huge Foreign Affairs Hall was full of people. Looking around, they were all true disciples or even senior inner door deacons. Any one of them, in the world of Xiang Prefecture, would be qualified to establish a sect. Some of the strongest people in the county were only gods. Everyone looked solemn. Qin Bufan stood in front, with his hand behind his back, and said, although Yin Huaxian was seriously injured and used a secret method to escape, his strength was gone by 80%. But his Neijing foundation is still there, and I don't know what strange means he has not yet used. Don't take it lightly. If you find his trace, fire a warning arrow as soon as possible. Yes, everyone nodded. The atmosphere was extremely serious. Boom! There was a loud noise in the sky. A figure fell from the sky, smashed the floor, and shook up a large cloud of dust. And in the dust, there was a figure. Everyone was on high alert, especially the disciples of the External Affairs Hall, because usually the only one who appeared in this way was Shang Wu. After all, the inner realms of the sect could be counted on one's fingers. The dust and smoke dissipated. Countless eyes looked over and saw one of them holding his head high and his hands behind his back, and they couldn't help but be stunned. Junior Brotherly? Ouyang recognized the person in a daze. Did you fly here? Yes. Liamo sucked his teeth and raised his chin. How did you fly in the air? Cool. In fact, he just flew to the door and couldn't maintain the air state. So he fell directly down. He is handsome. Ouyang's face was full of weirdness. Li Mo was puzzled, and he turned back along his line of sight and was immediately startled. Elder Qian had an expressionless dead face, and his green bean eyes were full of unkindness. In the end, classmate Li paid 300 taels to repair the floor tiles of the Foreign Affairs Hall. After putting away the banknotes, Qin Bufan said unhappily, Liamo, why are you wading in the muddy water? The sect master is talking about disciples in the Guanxin realm. Of course, he knew that Liamo was very powerful, but the main task this time was not to fight, but to search in a carpet style. Before reaching the Guanxin realm, the perception of the soul was insufficient, and it was useless to fight. Does it count as Guanxin realm if you open your mind? Of course it counts. What does this mean? Qin Bufan's expression moved slightly, and he felt it a little, and his face suddenly became extremely weird. Liamo actually opened his mind. No, Ying Bing was in the main peak ancestral hall, using the broken bronze sacred tree as a divine map, but he still hadn't opened his mind yet. You opened your mind? Lucky, I encountered a wonder of heaven and earth. I fell asleep and woke up, and I opened my mind. Liamo spread his hands. Qin Bufan, who taught you to break through the realm like this? Oh, his master is Shang Wu. This doesn't make sense. 16-year-old divine realm. Everyone fell silent. There is probably no young genius in the entire Xiang mansion who has such a fast progress. There is no one in the East Wilderness. This is almost enough to compete with the strongest geniuses in a state, and he is qualified to compete for the potential dragon list. Of course, except for those deacons, the divine realm disciples, including Ouyang, were not surprised. After entering the secret realm with Junior Brotherly, they would not be surprised that he opened his mind so early. Bai Jinghong had to call Junior Brotherly brother. Well, if that's the case, Qian Bufan coughed lightly and said, Liemo, you should follow along. Be careful. After that, he looked at everyone again. Which team is still short of people? Swish! Ouyang raised his hand without hesitation, his eyes firm as if he was joining the party. Liemo nodded. It's great to be with someone you know. Hello, senior brother and sister. Liemo stepped forward and saluted. After a simple greeting, he said no more, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the people present. Let the God's eye of destiny scan them first. Maybe there will be a surprise? Name, Su Jiqing. Age, 27. Root, Tianshui sword body. Realm, Guanshun 4 apertures. Destiny, blue-gray. Evaluation, Luoxia Peak's true eldest sister. In seclusion for 5 years, practicing the sword-cutting technique, hoping to make a splash at the Yunzhou Martial Arts Summit and see the sword marks of Hongyun Sword City. Recent experience. When searching for Yin Huaxian, my right hand was injured and I missed the opportunity to attend the Martial Arts Summit. Name, Miao Jining. Age, 26. Realm, Guanshun 2 apertures. These two people are the senior brothers and sisters who will act together later. In other words, will they fight with Yin Huaxian later? Liemo looked at the distance. Miao Jining is a senior brother with a square face, and the senior sister, named Su Jiqing, dressed in tight clothes, was talking to Ouyang. Don't we have enough people? Su Jiqing, the true disciple of Luoxia Peak next to him, frowned. Even the most talented person has just entered the state of meditation and is restrained. If he really encounters a strong enemy, he will have to distract himself to protect him. Senior Sister Su, you just came out of retreat. You don't know much. Ouyang lowered his voice. Junior brotherly speaks well, is strong, and is close to people. Su Jiqing, it's mainly close to people. Qian Bufan took 2 steps forward and said loudly, Okay, go to your respective jurisdictions. Not long after, in the forest near the Rare Beast Peak, several figures shuttled through. After the elders and the senior brother were gone, the disciples seemed at a loss. But after Qian Bufan found someone to manage it, normal operation was maintained without any major chaos. All kinds of exotic beasts raised or imprisoned were extremely quiet. This Yin Huachong, traitor, can he still return to the Rare Beast Peak? Miao Jining bit a grass root in his mouth. Let's search with all our strength and get this over with as soon as possible. Su Jiqing just wanted to go back to practice swordsmanship as soon as possible. Junior brotherly, how is your dancing Dao recently? Do you need my one-on-one service? By the way, my Love Moon treasure mirror can be customized if you need it. Ouyang is selling. Brother, I'm not interested in your album, and I'm on a mission. Liemo couldn't help but hold his forehead and said seriously, It's dark under the lamp. Maybe Yin Huaxian will really return to the Rare Beast Peak. Let's hurry up and complete our duties first. After this, Su Jiqing looked at this junior brother Li with a higher opinion and felt that he was quite reliable. It was late at night. The few of them still kept a certain distance and searched separately in the woods. Half an hour later, roar. Suddenly, there were roars of beasts on the Rare Beast Peak. Even the earth seemed to tremble. Run! The strange beasts are rioting. A true disciple of the Rare Beast Peak came running towards them. Several senior brothers and sisters in the God-viewing realm couldn't help but look around. They saw trees falling down not far away. The strange beasts with different appearances and strong auras all had bloodshot eyes and lost their minds. Judging from the aura, most of them were of the 8th grade, and more than 10 were of the 7th grade. One of them reached the peak of the 7th grade, a goshawk with white horns and feathers like fine steel, equivalent to the 9 orifices of the God-viewing realm. Strange, they had just come to the Rare Beast Peak and had also patrolled the peak. At that time, these strange beasts were obviously very honest. How could they suddenly riot? Could it be? Swoosh! A whistle arrow was fired by Su Jiqing, exploding into gorgeous fireworks in the air. Then she shouted, several junior brothers, separate, to stop them. As the words fell, several people retreated together. Su Jiqing wanted to tell Li Mo to stay where he was, but when she looked over, she only saw a shadow. Swish! What went by? Oh, it was Junior Brother Lee. Wait, it was Junior Brother Lee. In a hurry, Li Mo Wuxia used the destiny eye and could only intercept as many beasts as possible. The first beast he encountered was the first grade, 7th grade beast. A giant bear covered with rocks, like a small mountain, slapped Li Mo with a slap. Su Jiqing was about to go up, but was stopped by Ouyang. Let's intercept in other directions. But, if you can't hold on later, shout Junior Brother Lee to save me. Bang! A loud noise came from not far away. Limo's fist was filled with two auras of extreme cold and extreme heat, like a long dragon, smashing out. The huge body of the rock bear flew backwards, and the rock armor on its chest shattered instantly, knocking down several 8th grade beasts in succession. The flying bear was extremely destructive. Su Jiqing, Miao, Jinin, Ouyang, you should have said it earlier, let's stop all the 8th grade beasts. Student Lee looked at his fist. He just didn't use any martial arts, just used the power of Tu Xiandan. Among the 7th grade beasts, the rock bear's power has almost reached the top, except for the existence of special bloodlines. In front of his power, it is like a child. Two Xuandans are like this. In the future, 365 will be a human-shaped nuclear bomb, right? The rock bear's paw seems to taste good. Kill these beasts, and you won't have to buy vegetables for a long time. Student Lee started to get free ingredients for free. Of course, he didn't forget his responsibilities. The destiny I remained open, searching for possible traces of Yin Huaxian. Suddenly, the white-horned goshawk, whose aura was at the peak of the 7th rank, flapped its wings, stirred up a strong wind, and its momentum rose to the peak. Its eyes stared at Li Mo intently, as if it was going to rush over with all its strength. Li Mo subconsciously made a response gesture. After all, it was a 7th rank peak beast, so he had to give it some respect. Then, the white-horned goshawk moved as fast as lightning. However, it was in another direction. Li Mo, so you want to run? He observed that Ouyang and his men had no pressure in dealing with those 8th rank beasts, and he had almost cleared out the 7th rank beasts. He then chased after them like an arrow from a bow. At the same time, Divine Weapon Peak. Seeing the fireworks explosion at the Rare Beast Peak, not far away, several true disciples immediately stood up. Rare Beast Peak. Hasn't that place been checked? Is Yin Huaxian still there? Deacon Futu, you will guard this place, and we will go over there to find out what's going on. After leaving these words, several true disciples flew towards the Rare Beast Peak. Slow down. Futu slowly stood up and looked up at a distance. In the forging attic, a figure carried the Bingfeng field and went away. His eyes floated, and he restrained his whole body's breath. Not long after, he arrived at his residence and opened the secret door. Has the person been led away? A hoarse voice came. The person in the secret door was Yin Huaxian. At this time, his breath dropped a lot, far worse than before. Well, Hanhe's gone too. Futu casually threw over a bottle of pills and a human skin mask. Yin Huaxian took the pill and smelled it, and knew that it was a blood spirit pill, and he took one immediately. If this is accomplished, the painting of the dragon playing with the tide will be delivered to you. After his breath recovered a little, he gritted his teeth and said, if we don't get rid of Shang Wu and Li Mo and control the Kunyu Peak, it will be difficult for the sect to achieve major events. Okay. After the words fell, his aura and figure changed slightly. This is not the place to talk. Futu said, okay, as long as you can send me to the vicinity of Zishelin, I will find a way to leave. Yin Huaxian nodded. Not long after, Futu and a Murong Xiao appeared on the Divine Weapon Peak. One was a senior deacon of the Divine Weapon Peak, and the other was the true disciple favored by Elder Hana, so naturally there was no obstacle. Well, they crossed the stream and stone forest. Yin Huaxian took out a strange whistle and blew a sound that human ears could not hear. Who? The white-horned goshawk fell, but its eyes looked behind it. Yin Huaxian felt relieved. The white-horned goshawk he raised had a very rare Dapeng bloodline, and its flying speed was as fast as lightning. Even Neijing could hardly catch up with it when it flew long distances. However, just as he was about to climb on the eagle's back and escape, bang! There was a loud noise in the sky. A figure fell to the ground like a meteorite. Inhua Xian? Question mark. Futu? Question mark. The two looked at the white-horned goshawk with puzzled eyes. What did you bring? This doesn't look like an interview expert because there is no fluctuation of flying in the air with the field. The two looked at each other, and no one dared to act rashly. The smoke and dust dissipated. They finally saw the figure who was patting the dust. Another plane crash cough. Liemo took out the pill and swallowed it while patting the dust. This broken eagle flies really fast, even though he has 2 Xiandan, which replenishes his true energy very quickly. He almost didn't catch up. Fortunately, Student Li found something wrong. Brother Murong? Seeing Murong Xiao standing with Fu Tu not far away, Liemo was stunned. Brother Li, why are you here? Murong Xiao gave Fu Tu a look and walked forward. I came after the eagle. Liemo raised his eyebrows and smiled. By the way, should I return the Love Moon treasure mirror you borrowed 2 days ago? It just so happens that I have it with me. Murong Xiao fumbled in his arms for a while and walked forward. And Fu Tu quietly went around to the side, ready to take the opportunity to attack. Last time, Liemo used a secret method, which must have cost a great price. This time, he can't use that method again, right? 3-1, and sneak attack, the advantage is mine. However, look, is it this one? Murong Xiao didn't finish his words, and the dagger in his arm stabbed out. Block! The dagger was directly chopped into pieces by the Qi Xiao sword. You! Brother Murong had a light in his eyes when he looked at me, but you didn't. The hammer in Limeau's right hand fell into his palm, and he smiled politely. Now my true energy is full. Boom! The hammer hit 40 times, breaking through the air, accompanied by the roar of classmate Xiao Li. If it weren't for you, I would be taking a hot spring bath now. Bang. One hammer went down like defeating a leather. In Huaxian flew backwards, his body twisted strangely in the air, removing all the force. When he landed, the force was transmitted to the ground, blasting countless pieces of stone. Looking at the white-horned goshawk not far away, Liemo did not release the whistle arrow. The divine eye of destiny swept over. Name, In Huaxian. Age, 70. Root bone, beast blood training. Realm, inner, 8th heaven. Destiny, blue with gray. Evaluation, guardian of the beast hall of the summoning demon sect. The dragon horn was broken. The inner world was sealed, and he was in a state of serious injury. Recent encounter, lure the tiger away from the mountain, intending to escape from Qingyuan's sect on horseback. Name, Futu. Age, 45. Roots, beast blood training. Realm, observation of the 8 apertures. Destiny, blue. Evaluation, the guide of the beast hall of the summoning demon sect. In Huashuan subordinate. Lurking in the Qingyuan sect for 30 years, very cunning. Extremely poor innate roots. Hoping to gain a higher position in the summoning demon sect and change his fate. Recent encounter, helped In Huaxian escape and left a backup in his body. In Huashuan's face flushed with a sickly flush. Buddha, if we delay, something will happen. If we don't work together to deal with him, you and I will have to stay here. After the voice fell, he forced his power to grow pieces of dragon scales all over his body, like a dragon demon, rushing straight at him. The fascinating wave swept across, and the stone pillars of the stream's stone forest shattered one by one. However, the dragon horn on his forehead had been broken, and his power was more than a little weaker than when he was in Qinga County. New hatred and old grudges. As soon as he attacked, he used all his strength. The white-horned goshawk also swooped down from midair. Elder Inhua, I haven't seen you for a few days. Are you so lame? While Liemo was using the first move of the Fighting King, the red sword in his right hand shone brightly, and the sword shadows were heavy, like a sun wheel. After possessing 2 Xiandan in his body, this unique skill bloomed with a more dazzling brilliance than ever before. Die! Suddenly, Fu Tu also arrived, with cold sharpness in his eyes. Once his body expanded, it was like cast iron. The sound of tiger roaring and leopard roaring exploded, and the shadows of tigers and leopards appeared behind him, as if they were real, and a great sense of oppression came like a tide. This is after observing the Guanxin too, using one's own soul to condense and bless oneself, so that the power is doubled when attacking. It could be said that any Guanxin realm, under this siege, it can't last long. But the acupoint between Li Mo's eyebrows was shining brightly at this moment. He had just observed the acupoint of the mind. The strength of the mind and soul was not enough to depict the majestic form of the great Tao. But if it was just to release a trace of moonlight to protect himself, it would be enough. Buzz! The moonlight added to his body like a light gauze. Suddenly, everything around him slowed down, and Li Mo seemed to see the white-horned goshawk as fast as lightning, with feathers dancing slowly in the wind. No, it's not that they have slowed down. I have become faster. Li Mo's heart was enlightened. And this speed does not refer to speed. It refers to time. Rare Beast Peak. Elder Han, he arrived here the fastest. He looked at Ouyang and the others, then looked at the corpses of the strange beasts on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "Have you found any trace of Yin Huaxian?" Replying to the elder, "The strange beasts in Zhenshou Peak just rioted for no reason, so we released the signal arrows." Su Jiqing put away his sword and clasped his fists. Strange beasts rioted? Han He raised his eyebrows in surprise. The strange beasts on this ground were only of the 8th grade. Ouyang wiped his sweat and said, "In fact, there were quite a few 7th grade strange beasts just now." "What about now?" "They were all killed by Junior Brother Li." Su Jiqing pursed her lips and said with a complicated expression, "If it weren't for Junior Brother Li, they would have been injured more or less." "Killed." Elder Han, he was stunned. The old man thought that he was not blind. Where was the corpse? Ouyang lowered his voice. "Junior Brother Li seems to have a Sumeru object, and he took it away directly after killing." Han, several true disciples who followed. The little hands are not very clean. Han, he helplessly held his forehead. "Okay, you tell me what happened just now in detail." "Elder, I have drawn it all. Why don't you just take a look?" Ouyang said, holding up a picture album. Han glanced at him strangely, took the picture album, and flipped through it. Also saw the scene of Li Mo killing a group of beasts and chasing the white-horned goshawk into the sky. Right. The white-horned goshawk was obviously different from the other furious beasts and did not lose its mind. In this case, why did it mix in with them? Elder Hanha was thoughtful. Follow the white-horned goshawk to have a look. As the words fell, he flew up again. At the same time, Qiu Shui Pavilion, in the fog-flower spring of immortality. On the top of the rockery, the quiet moonlight sprinkled. The mist was rising, and the sound of water hitting the pool wall came from time to time. Ying Bing was wearing a fitted bathrobe, and the warm spring water made the bathrobe stick to her delicate body, making her figure more exquisite. I have to say, this spring water is really comfortable. After soaking in it, it seemed that there were small fish biting gently around me, like fish therapy, and the speed of the 2 Xiandan hovering seemed a little faster. The spirit seemed to be soothed by a gentle palm. At this moment, the mind was clear. The ranking of the system, the changes in the world, the crisis of Qingyuan's sect. All the distracting thoughts were far away. Comfortable, right? Shang Wu smiled and said, "I opened a skylight in this rockery, so you can see the moon here." "Yeah." Ying Bing raised her head and looked at the bright moon in the sky. Now she can control the power of the moon in her body, because she has touched the source of power. Opening. Buzz! Suddenly, a strange wave came. The water in the pool shook. Shang Wu, who was drinking, opened his almond eyes slightly and drank the wine with a smile. "Xiao Binger, you are pretty fast." "That's right." Now with the 2 souls of the 9-colored phoenix and observing the incomplete bronze sacred tree, Ying Bing has also reached the opportunity to open the acupoints. Her eyebrows are shining. A floating jade light is slowly taking shape. Shang Wu yawned. While protecting Ying Bing, he looked outside the rockery. "Will my dear disciple come back tonight?" Riverstone Forest. The battle has reached a fever pitch. Liemo held a sword in his right hand and a hammer in his left hand, shooting left and right, the wind from the hammer and the sword whistling, causing the void to vibrate continuously and shattering countless stone pillars. Moreover, when Yuehua was on him, he moved very fast and could often find a gap in the joint attack of the three people and attack the enemy's flaws. For a moment, it was Liemo who made the two men and the beast flustered. This kid is more weird than before, although he has lost his secret method. Buddha, you and I. In Huashuan's eyes were red. He was about to burn his boats and fight to the death. But suddenly, he felt in shock that the power in his body was disappearing rapidly, and even the dragon scales were retreating. No, it was not disappearing, but it was flowing rapidly to his abdomen. Puff! A hand went through his stomach from the back. Inhua, it's too late. If you kill Liemo, you won't be able to escape. Futu sneered, suppressing his bloodthirstiness. He fiercely took out the beast wrapped in the pill from his abdomen. How can I sleep if you stay alive in Qingyuan's sect? Liemo? Wonderful. People in the demon sect are like this. They're sincere to their own people. Chevron_left. In Huashuan's powerless body fell to the ground. Futu's aura rose steadily at this time. The phantoms of the tiger and leopard behind him melted and merged into his body, and scales began to appear on his body. His forehead bulged, as if something was about to come out. He had a vague aura of Yin Huaxian in his heyday. As long as you kill again. Woo! It was the hammer again, smashing down, neither fast nor slow. Rule 5 of the Fighting King. When people are pretending to be powerful, they have no brains. At this time, hitting them by surprise often has a great effect. Hee, you were suitable to come to the divine weapon peak. Unfortunately, if you enter the Kunyu peak, you will die. Futu showed a cruel smile. Guanshinbaqiao. Now that the blood refining of the beasts is complete, they're about to turn into Jiao Mo. Liemo just entered Guanshan. Even if he was stronger than the average Guanshan realm, how could he be his opponent? The expansion of strength made Futu's heart expand along with it. The hammer was approaching. He punched it with a rebellious fist, and the tiger and leopard thunder hand was terrifying and violent. Bang! The unreleased power of the Panja meteorite hammer just broke out at the moment when the two sides came into contact. It was also in an instant. The arm exploded with a bang, and blood and flesh were scattered all over the sky. Something is wrong. The hammer just now was clearly not so heavy. This was the first thought that came to Futu's mind when he flew backwards. Of course not. This is the father of the one just now. It's just that the two hammers look exactly the same. And Liemo is now in the Guanshan realm. Although he has not used the 7 determinations of the universe, his hammer method has reached the realm of transformation. Even with ordinary swings of the hammer, there will not be any loss of strength. Only when you are hit by a hammer, you will know whether the hammer is 40 or 80 Zhou Shuren. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the stone pillars breaking is endless. Huh, not killed. Liemo frowned. No wonder the elders had the opportunity to save Yin Huashuan's life from the master. Those who practice the blood of hundreds of beasts are like cockroaches, with extremely tenacious vitality, and can't be killed by a hammer of magic weapons. This is not something that Guanshan realm can withstand. Panja meteorite hammer. Seeing Liemo standing there, with the short-handled hammer in his hand, Futu thought of something, and his pupils were extremely horrified. This magic weapon is actually in Liemo's hands. No wonder the Tian Shenfeng cave trembled inexplicably. It's clear that the Panja meteorite hammer recognized its master. What shocked him even more was that Liemo could actually use it. Go! This thought popped up in Futu's mind, and the clothes on his back tore apart. A pair of flesh wings suddenly grew out, fluttering and carrying him into the sky. Before leaving, he blew the bone whistle he had taken from Yin Huaxian. The white-horned goshawk recognized the whistle, but not the person. After receiving the order to attack, it attacked again like lightning. Its speed had reached the limit of the 7th grade beast, but in Liemo's eyes, it was still extremely slow. With a slight movement of his body, The eagle's claws brushed past his body and flew over. Qi Shao backhanded it and slashed with a scorching sword. Tear. The true essence generated by the yin and yang double Xianan was so sharp that it seemed to pierce the sky. With just one sword, the wings of the white-horned goshawk were pierced, and blood spilled in the sky, falling to the ground. Waste! Futu gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. He regretted it very much at this time. If he had known earlier, he should not have helped Yin Huaxian escape from the beginning and killed him directly. When the summoning demon cult holds him accountable, he will be skinned alive even if he doesn't die, which is better than now. Suddenly, he heard a sound of air explosion behind him, which made his hair stand on end. It was Liu Mo, who stepped on the void with one foot, using the wind shadow step in the air, and came across with a hammer. Fu Tu still wanted to resist, but at this moment he felt like a fish thrown on the shore, and the air around him solidified like a block of iron. Boom! With a hammer, Fu Tu's tendons and bones were broken, and he was blasted into the earth. The ground trembled, and it was like the surface of the water, and waves were spread out by the smash. Put away 81st. Liu Mo stopped the blessing of the world's power, used the Sun Wheel Sword Classic, and sent out more than 10 scorching sword beams in succession, blasting into the deep pit. Rule 6 of the Fighting King. Take advantage of his weakness to kill him, and be merciless when finishing him off. Chi, chi, chi. More than 10 sword beams raged. Liu Mo still felt it was not enough, and was ready to jump down the cave with the star pestle. When you hammered him down, he was already dead. Elder Han, his voice came. The old man's face twitched. The elders still wanted to squeeze out this traitor some useful information. I asked you to search, not to destroy the body. Liu Mo put away his sword and smiled embarrassedly. A lion must use all its strength to fight a rabbit. How can we hold back in a fight? Remember to notify me earlier next time. Han, they were originally planning to uproot Yin Huaxuan's accomplices and interrogate them separately. Now, the only survivor is a white-horned goshawk, which is useless. It's their fault. When sending the disciples out, they did not say to hold back. The key is who could have thought that a disciple in the Guanshan realm could be killed by Yin Huaxian before they came, and the other party's accomplices were killed together. Liu Mo, this kid, is still a beginner in the Guanshan realm. If he went to Hengyun Sword City to participate in the Yunzhou Martial Arts Summit. Elder Han, it's getting late. Liu Mo glanced at the sky. I want to get off work. Qiu Shui Pavilion. The moonlight condensed into substance, and the clear and melodious sound seemed to echo in the small space of Qiu Shui Pavilion. The movement of Ying Bing's enlightenment also had the tendency to cause strange phenomena in the world. She opened her eyes and looked at Shangwu. Shangwu nodded. Hula. She stood up from the hot spring, and a lotus shadow emerged, suppressing the surrounding space and sealing the strange phenomenon in the yard. Ooh. The fluctuations of Ying Bing's eyebrow acupoint were no longer suppressed. After a moment, the little phoenix bird she had drawn finally took shape and sank into her eyebrow acupoint. It was still her, but after the enlightenment, Ying Bing's whole person had a jade-like charm, and her noble and pure aura was even stronger than before. She was a little weak again. She had already consumed most of her mind, and the internal energy condensed by the two Zandans was gone. I'm sleepy. You can recover here for a while. Shangwu yawned. Thank you. Ying Bing nodded and thanked her. She really needed to recover herself quickly. It was almost midnight. This meant that the system was going to start ranking. There was even a countdown in front of her to remind her. 12 minutes and 30 seconds. 12 minutes and 29 seconds. Step. At this moment, a sound of footsteps echoed outside the Wuhua spring and walked in. Ying Bing raised her eyebrows slightly. She was just guessing the order of the ranking this time, and she didn't notice that someone had entered Qiushui Pavilion. Who? Her keen mind instantly captured the person coming. Oh, it was Liu Mo. That's right. Shangwu is still here. Who else can be let in except him? I'm so tired, take a bath and relax, His voice also came over. Ying Bing's eyes paused. Why, it's just at this time. What to do? However, it was only a moment, and her expression returned to normal. Isn't it just taking a bath together? Why bother about such a small detail? Anyway, wearing a bathrobe. Huh. Bing to Ozzy, are you still here? Liam was a little dazed. A hole was opened above the rockery at some point, probably by the master. That's why, as we all know, the moon in the 9 heavens and 10 earths is particularly large. The moonlight was able to flow into the fog flower spring of immortality like a waterfall, making the pool of clear springs full of light, like a dream. Well, what really makes people feel like a dream is not the moon or the water. Ying Bing tied her black hair and soaked in the hot spring with a slender neck. The hot spring was still a little hot, and she had just opened her mind through the practice of Qigong, so her icy skin was stained with a layer of rouge. The bathrobe was close to her body, and in the water waves with glimmering lights, it was vaguely visible but like flowers in the fog. Liam said nothing. Student Lee was not good at speaking. You came back, very early. Ying Bing lowered her eyes and wiped her arms with a bath towel. People will try to find something to do at certain times, such as when the teacher is checking homework and you don't have it with you. Ahem. Liam nodded. Although the steam was rising, he felt his throat dry for some reason. Just chasing a bird you caught in Huaxian. Just hit it with a few hammers and killed him. After the words fell, only the sound of water splashing echoed in the rockery. What the hell am I talking about? Student Lee was reviewing the situation frantically in his heart. Then your hammer is quite powerful. Ying Bing said. Thank you for the compliment. Liam said. Ying Bing. Liam. It seemed that he felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Liam casually said, I was so tired just now. I was thinking about coming back, taking a good bath, and resting for a while. I see. Ying Bing pondered for no reason. She thought about it. The fog flower spring of youth originally belonged to Limashio. It was his thing. Then it was reasonable for him to want to take a bath after going out and experiencing a thrilling fight with others. Do you want to take a bath together? After saying this, Ying Bing felt a little strange. She had never invited anyone to take a bath together. Liam was a little confused. He didn't expect that Bing Tuozi would blurt out such a sentence after pondering for a long time with a serious face. Is this okay? Well, if you dislike this water because I have soaked in it, you can. I don't mind. Limo's face was full of determination. Dislike? Don't let the inexplicable people see this water. Although this hot spring is endless, it can't withstand so many people wanting to drink it. Seeing that he said so, Ying Bing turned her head to the side. I'm in. After Liam changed his bathrobe, he jumped into the bathtub. The water ripples came. Ying Bing saw from the corner of his eye that the belt of his bathrobe was not tied tightly, and his upper body was a little exposed. Strange. When they were practicing dual cultivation before, they often lay together at night, and they didn't think it was a big deal. It's just a bath together. She was never stage fright when she walked the immortal road in Guishu. Yeah, just take it easy. Liam breathed a sigh of relief, and then a little curious. Although the pool was big, the two of them were not far apart. But there was no icy breath on Bing Tuozi's body. Today was the day of the moon's prosperity. Last time, she turned the entire Chioshui pavilion into the cold winter. Have you made progress again? Yeah, I've gotten it. After the two of them talked, the Wuwabu Laoquan became quiet again. Ying Bing gathered her mind. She seized every second to observe Tying and clear her mind. After all, the countdown was ticking away. Seeing her like this, Liam did not bother her, and looked at the 2 rewards that the system had just reported. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in Su Jiqing to prevent her from getting hurt. Investment feedback: 2 strings of soul-cleansing Bodhi fruit. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in Miao Jinin to prevent her from getting hurt. Investment feedback: a can of mind-concentrating lotus tea. These 2 rare treasures are both good for the mind. Wait, why 2? Brother Ouyang might not have gotten hurt. It seems that this brother, who is very poor because of painting, is still very strong. Liam took out 2 floating plates. He put 2 soul-conscious treasures on each, then pushed one of them out and let the water waves bring it to Bing Tuozi. Bing Tuozi was practicing, so focused. She was so focused that she didn't even notice the floating disc approaching. Of course she was focused, because the countdown was almost over. 3 seconds, 00:00:02. 1 second. The countdown has returned to 0. The familiar system prompt sounded again, listing all the geniuses in the East Wasteland. Battle power comparison in progress. Ying Bing's eyebrows were slightly lowered, staring at it seriously. If it were in the past, she would naturally not feel even a little nervous. But after all, there was a change last time. I hope that this time, everything can be back on track. She got the first prize. Maybe she can share it with him. Everyone is happy. Ding dong. The second ranking of the geniuses in the East Wasteland is announced. The 50th genius in the East Wasteland, Yu Zhao. The 44th genius in the East Wasteland, Lin Jiang. The 30th genius in the East Wasteland, Morong Xiao. The 10th Eastern Wilderness Prodigy, Han Jun. The ranking has changed slightly compared to the last time. The Qingyuan sect disciples who knew Li Mo all improved their rankings. But in general, the people on the list are similar to those before. Only the order has changed. Han Jun also almost fell out of the top 10 from the 4th place. It seems that this person was really hurt last time. I still remember that in the last life, Han Jun first emerged at the Yunzhou Martial Arts Summit and won the top 3. At that time, Hengyun Sword City suddenly changed, and the treasure carrying the Hengyun sword mark was lost. I think it was also related to this person. These are all speculations. She only heard about it at the time and did not experience it personally. Each of the 9 peaks of Qingyuan's sect can only send one elite disciple to participate. While thinking, the announcement of the list was almost over. 5th place of the East Wasteland Prodigy, Huang Donglai. 4th place of the East Wasteland Prodigy, Zhong Jingyan. 3rd place of the East Wasteland Prodigy, Shangli. Baji, you said this thing. How come it is so, tastes so good? Li Mo's cheeks twitched. He was thinking whether to feed the soul-purifying Bodhi fruit to Princess Jiang. Jiang Chulong will have to enter the God realm in the future anyway, so it's not a bad thing to lay a foundation. Splash. Not far away, there was a violent sound of water. Li Mo was stunned for a moment, looked up, and couldn't help but tremble in his pupils. No. Why did Bing Tuozi stand up for no reason? Don't you know how terrible your figure is? What's wrong? He had never seen Bing Tuozi look so out of control. Student Li immediately felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Ying Bing stared at the ranking that outsiders could not see. 2nd place of the East Wasteland Prodigy, Ying Bing. 1st place of the East Wasteland Prodigy, Li Mo. Her somewhat pale eyes slowly turned to the boy not far away. Herself. He pressed her down again. The water in the pool rippled and mist rose. In a not-so-big fog-flower fountain of immortality, the air was silent for a moment. Student Li squatted in the pool, and the fruit in his mouth fell into the water without him noticing. Ying Bing, on the other hand, stared at the virtual panel in astonishment with a fixed gaze. 2nd place of the East Wasteland Prodigy, Ying Bing. 1st place of the East Wasteland Prodigy, Li Mo. She suspected that this was a dream, and she had not yet woken up from the dream. This time, the two were at the same realm. At the same time, she was much stronger than in her previous life. More blood phoenix essence. More martial arts that could be used to the extreme. Even observed the bronze god tree, which was condensing the great Tao divine form. Even there was the true phoenix feather rewarded by the system. However, she still lost. Why? Ying Bing was at a loss. She couldn't understand. Let alone the Eastern Wasteland. Now she thinks that no one can match her in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, as a genius who has just entered the God-viewing realm. Other means are not mentioned. She has seen them all in the Blood Phoenix secret realm. But how many people in the world can observe the great Tao and enter the God-viewing realm? And their physiques are just right. She has never seen him observe the God. Didn't Li Mo accidentally open his mind because of the wonders of heaven and earth? That means that only his mind and soul have grown, and he does not have the God-viewing realm. Without the God-viewing realm, he is still stronger than her? Is there something wrong with the system? This thought came to Ying Bing's mind. This system adheres to the principle of absolute fairness and justice, and the battle power comparison is calculated entirely according to the current highest level of the host. In 10 life and death battles, the host only won 3 times. One of them was because the clothes were torn, which had a hard control effect on Li Mo, and he won by a narrow margin. Ying Bing. She glanced at Li Mo from the corner of her eye and saw him in a daze, his ears red. What's wrong with you? It's an old problem, just high blood pressure. Li Mo coughed lightly. Li's blood pressure looks high, but it's actually not low. He wanted to look away in his mind. After all, it's not good to stare at Bing Tuozi all the time. But don't you think it's strange? The eyes seem to have their own ideas. Ying Bing pursed her lips and slowly sat back in the pool. She was in a very complicated mood. The judgment of the system seems to be quite reliable. Could it be that this 16-year-old boy with an old problem of high blood pressure really suppressed her in the same realm again? But isn't this more ridiculous than the system having problems? Congratulations to the host. You are ranked 2nd in this Tianjiao ranking. Rewards are being distributed. It is detected that the host has activated the loser's punishment. All rewards have been stored in the system space and will be distributed after the punishment mechanism is completed. The content of this punishment is take a bath with Li Mo. Requirement: with the erotic suit distributed by the system. If it were someone else, I'm afraid that the moment he walked into the fog flower fountain of youth, he would be killed by a sword. After all, they slept in the same bed last time, and taking a bath together is not so unacceptable. But wearing that kind of clothes, if it were possible, she would have wanted to destroy that shameful clothes a long time ago. Ding! What a coincidence! At this time, the prompt sound came again. The host's current environment is detected to meet the scene requirements, and the punishment is about to begin. After 10 seconds, the host will be automatically replaced with the corresponding clothing. Countdown 10, 9, 8. Countdown ticking. At this moment, Ying Bing's eyes lost their spirit, and all kinds of chaotic thoughts surged in his mind. Li Mo, who didn't know where to put his eyes, stared slightly. He saw Ying Bing curling his fingers and leaning against the pool, as if he had lost his spirit. Bing Tuozi, your style has changed. Are you sick? Your face is so red. Li Mo stood up and walked over. Then he stretched out his hand and put it on Ying Bing's forehead. Feeling the temperature on his forehead, Ying Bing looked up in a daze. 5, 4, 3. In her sight, the countdown was still continuing, just flashing above the boy's head. Ying Bing, Li Mo, visible to the naked eye. Bing Tuozi's neck was like a ripe pomegranate, red and transparent. Li Mo opened his mouth, but he didn't have time to say anything. Ying Bing suddenly stood up and raised his hand to cover his eyes. The movement was very fast as the palm technique of the realm of transformation. So, little Li's eyes fell into darkness. The white hands, with warmth and a slight tremor, tightly covered his eyes. What's wrong? Can't look at me. Is Bing Tuozi really sick? Is she also not able to speak clearly? Li Mo heard a slight tremor in her voice. But then he found something wrong. Just now, he seemed to have relied on his superior eyesight to vaguely capture a touch of brocade-like white and breathtaking black, which appeared on Bing Tuozi's fatal figure at the same time. If it's inconvenient, I'll go out first. Li Mo asked softly. You can't leave either. The voice was as soft as jade, but one could hear that he was trying to be calm. Li Mo. This was confusing. He knew that Ying Bing was a very proud and strong person in his bones, and didn't want to be seen as vulnerable, so he said he would go first, to avoid the embarrassment like last time. But, not allowed to look, not allowed to leave, what kind of confusing operation? Then we just stand like this? You close your eyes and sit down. Okay. Li Mo felt helpless. The sound of water sounded. It can be heard that Ying Bing wants to go around behind him. Splash. Suddenly, she seemed to stumble and almost fell. Are you okay? It's okay, just a little slippery, you don't look back. So, Student Li sat in the pool, facing the wall and thinking about it. He knew that Bingzi had not gone far, because from time to time, he could feel this slightly disordered breathing gently hitting his back. Itchy. Okay, Liamo originally wanted to practice. Now he can't practice at all. Behind, the bathrobe on her body had disappeared without a trace. The pool water was shimmering, revealing a mysterious and beautiful scenery. This outfit was even more shameful than being naked. Ying Bing's slender fingers had curled up so tightly that she couldn't open them even if she wanted to, and they were completely out of control. The system actually stipulated the distance between the two people. The scene just now appeared in Ying Bing's mind. She had risen from obscurity and stood at the top of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. But she had never experienced such a scene. Now, her mind was fluctuating all the time. Even she was curious. Wasn't she calm, even when Mount Tai collapsed in front of her? Countdown to bathing, 2/4 of an hour. As everyone knows, it is healthiest to soak in hot springs for 2/4 of an hour. Another 2/4 of an hour. The two were very close, so close that they could hear each other's heartbeats. It was not well known. The water of the Wuhua Immortal Spring was endless, and the spring below was always bubbling, and the excess water would flow out through the drain. Student Lee happened to be sitting at the drain. The pool water that had wrapped Ying Bing kept washing over him, making the black hair of a certain ice ball tickle his back. And after entering the realm of observing the gods, his sixth sense was sharp. He could feel that Ying Bing's eyes were always staring at the back of his head. Liamo was a gentleman, but at this time, it seemed as if there was a voice whispering in his ear. Take a look back, just one look. It was hard to bear. Ying Bing's heartstrings were tense at this time, and there were also curious thoughts surging in her heart. No one had ever suppressed her in the same realm, and twice. How'd he do it? What other strengths does he have that he doesn't know about? She let her breathing slow down. After exhaling lightly, Ying Bing asked, "How'd you fight Yin Huaxian?" "In fact, I didn't kill him." Liamo also felt that he had to find something to say to divert attention. After Futu took a blood pill from Yin Huaxian's body, his strength improved by leaps and bounds, and he could even withstand my hammer without dying. It's really weird. If Yin Huaxian and Futu were here, they would definitely slap their coffins hard. Who could be more weird than you, kid? Ying Bing lowered his eyes for a moment and said softly, "The martial arts of the summoning demon sect emphasizes the use of the same shape to complement the shape. In fact, their martial arts cannot be said to be evil. If used properly, it is right, and if used evilly, it is evil." Bing Tuozi opened the conversation. She seemed to know a lot about the summoning demon sect. Liamo learned that the fundamental martial arts of the summoning demon sect was called the Summoning Demon Sutra. This is a magical skill. All the martial arts of the summoning demon sect are derived from this foundation. Any magical skill is an interpretation of the origin of martial arts, regardless of good or evil. So the Summoning Demon Sutra can actually be called the Summoning God Sutra. But obviously, the summoning demon sect did not use this martial art in the right way. Student Lee thought this was normal. For example, the method of observing oneself. The right way is to practice hard for 10 years, experience countless hardships, and call yourself a god. The evil way is to absorb the beliefs of others, nourish the soul, and strengthen oneself with the thoughts of all living beings. It is obviously a shortcut, so it is widely circulated. I don't know what the summoning demon sect has planned for the Qingyuan sect. Liamo sighed softly. Yin Huaxian and Futu have been lurking in the sect for many years. It can't be that their hobbies are to be undercover, right? Yes, but it doesn't matter. Ying Bing meant that there was no need to think too much. Strengthening oneself is the right thing to do. But when it fell into Liamo's ears, for words were automatically added at the end, "I will take action." Domineering, strong, worthy of you. Yes, Qingyuan sect has you. There is nothing to worry about. Liamo's tone was undoubting. Red destiny, the Phoenix Queen appointed by God. With her, there will be no accidents. The two cat ears moved. Ying Bing's eyes were downcast, and she saw her current clothes from the clear flowing water. The pearl-like toes were silently clenched. She had carried the expectations of countless people and was worshipped as a god by countless people. The words of praise and trust should have been like a breeze passing by her. But it happened that these words came from his mouth that he just surpassed himself in the system ranking. She didn't even know how he did it. That disbelief has now turned into curiosity. Ding dong. Friendly reminder. As we all know, it is a very comfortable thing to rub the other person's body while taking a hot spring bath. The water flow carried the black hair beside Ying Bing's ears. Her eyes were slightly stunned. Scrub bath? Let her, the queen of Phoenix Sky, rub a man's body. Bath? For such a thing, she would never. During the bath together, everything the host does will affect the punishment evaluation. Ying Bing. The air was silent for a few seconds. Liemo. Give me the towel. What do you want a towel for? Thank you for helping me in the Blood Phoenix secret realm. Bing Tuozi said half of what he meant. Oh, we're not strangers, it's just a small matter. Liemo handed it over casually, but before he finished speaking, his body froze slightly. Because Bing Tuozi wanted a towel, not for herself. With her bare hands, she gently used the towel rubbing on her back. Because she wanted to rub her back. She took 2 more steps forward. At this moment, the warm breath behind her ear, the water waves exchanging each other's body temperature between their skin, the sound of the water rubbing, all of which were extremely clear at this moment. The red glow on Ying Bing's neck was spreading, and she said again, "By the way, are you ready for the Yinzhou Martial Arts Summit?" Well, do I want to participate? Well, 1 person will be selected from each peak. When Ying Bing said this, Li Mo understood. He is the only one in Kunyu Peak. But this is not the point. The point is that he is a normal male basketball player. Through the reflection of the water, he seemed to find that Ying Bing seemed to have stopped wearing a bathrobe at some point. Bathrobes have sleeves. And Bing Tuozi, who was rubbing his back, was obviously not wearing a dress with sleeves. Could it be that? Who can stand this? Ying Bing was possessed by some strange force, and her peripheral vision inadvertently glanced down. Something she didn't have was now very obvious. A big scene. Even the Phoenix Queen, who was above all living beings, had never seen such a big scene. A bare hand chopped on Xiao Li's neck. Xiao Li's body parts often have their own ideas. At this time, Ying Bing's hand was also. Her eyebrows were twisted into a ball, and she hugged her chest. You just had a mosquito on your neck. Liemo, with stars in his eyes. Are you killing the mosquito or me? Summer is summer. Don't I know whether there are mosquitoes or not? Of course he knew why Bing Tuozi chopped his head. But, just like Shinbo, who came on time every day, what could he do? Ying Bing's chest rose and fell slightly, but her heartbeat could not be slowed down. She wished she could disappear right then and there. Countdown 5, 4, 3, 2. Finally, in the seconds that seemed like years, the countdown finally ended. Ying Bing quickly changed back into her clothes and flew ashore. A ray of rosy clouds flowed out, covering her whole body. I'll leave first. She didn't look at Li Mo's expression. She just wanted to leave this place quickly. Ding dong, does the host want to add time? Adding time can get extra evaluation improvement. Xiaoshui Pavilion Attic. In the room, Ying Bing put her long legs together and sat on a cold jade bed. But the jade bed seemed to be ineffective and could not calm her mind at all. In her mind, the scene just now seemed to be imprinted there, lingering. She was not a naive person who had not experienced much of the world. Naturally, she knew what she had seen accidentally. Don't think about it anymore. Don't think about it anymore. I didn't see anything. Ying Bing took the money jar and counted the silver and copper coins in it. This was what she took when she left the hot pot restaurant. She had a vaguely watery look in her eyes and counted the money very seriously. 12 taels, 3 chien and 7 wen. 13 taels, 5 chien and 5 wen. 11 taels. Why did the money get less and less? So Bing Tuozi started from the beginning. The jingle lasted for a long time before it gradually became rhythmic. After slowly calming down, Ying Bing checked the system. Congratulations to the host. The corresponding punishment has been completed and rewards are being issued. Reward 1, Suanio Nichangiai. Suanio Nichangiai. The Suanio sheds its feathers every 1,000 years, and the feathers obtained can only be used to make a Nichangiai, which is impervious to water and fire and is difficult to be injured by hundreds of weapons. It also has a hint of the Suanio's aura, majestic and noble. This piece of clothing with a cloak looks dark black at first glance, but it shines with precious light when you look closely. The colorful black belongs to. Gently stroking the cold, feathered clothes, Ying Bing came back to his senses. Reward 2. Divine Sky Heavenly Heart Sword Cannon. First, second, third style. Divine Sky Heavenly Heart Sword Cannon. Incomplete. Incomplete Divine Sword Technique. The sword heart is my heart. My heart is the heart of heaven. The divine sky has 100 intentions, but my intention is the only one. Divine Sword Technique. Ying Bing only used swordsmanship as an auxiliary means after that. She had the divine sword technique, but it had to be used with the 9-colored black phoenix's heavenly soul. Now, she could only use the one style of sword of selflessness. This sword cannon came very well. Even if it's just the first 3 styles, it's enough for now. Ying Bing's mind moved slightly. Suddenly, a sword seal emerged from the void and was imprinted on her forehead. Enlightenment rose from her heart. The obscure sword technique was not an obstacle to understanding for the accumulation of the Phoenix Queen. If the first 3 moves are successful, you can get a clear sword heart. Ying Bing muttered to herself. In this way, the trip to Hengyun Sword City will be much easier. Originally, she was determined to succeed in this trip. Oh right, there is also Jiang Chulong. This little princess of the Yu dynasty did not suffer those hardships in this life, and her injuries recovered very well. She should also be Inner Breath Realm. The Inner Breath Realm is not good enough for the martial arts summit, but it happens that the location of this summit is the largest sword sect in Yinzhou. I can also compete for it. I wonder if she has any idea of going Yinzhou. And him, Ying Bing suddenly realized. Unknowingly, Li Mo's swordsmanship has reached a level that is enough to shine in Hengyun Sword City. Unfortunately, he only has amazing comprehension, but he does not have the aptitude and root bone related to swordsmanship. It's really a pity. However, his greatest strength does not seem to be swordsmanship. As soon as the boy's name came to mind, Ying Bing's mood, which had just calmed down, began to fluctuate again. She shook her head and then looked at the last reward. Reward 3. A Sumeru object, which can be customized according to the host's wishes. Sumeru objects are really rare in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. She really doesn't have it now, and it's very inconvenient every time she goes out. Customized appearance. That's quite convenient. What did the Sumeru object I used in my last life look like? Ying Bing was just about to dispel distracting thoughts and recall the past. Suddenly, the corresponding Sumeru object has been generated according to the host's inner thoughts. Ying Bing? Question mark. She hasn't said to start yet. System, can you understand what distracting thoughts are? Pop. A big-headed doll fell on the bed. The doll is only half the size of a palm. It is a young man in white clothes and robes. He holds a long sword in his left hand and a hammer in his right hand. It is lifelike and delicate. It's just that the head is a little big, which looks very cute. That's right. It's a cute version of Liemo. Ying Bing pinched the big-headed doll with a complicated expression. Host, you must be wondering how to use this Shumi object, right? Please rest assured that the system product must be a fine product. There is absolutely no problem with the quality, and it is absolutely convenient to use. Just unscrew the head of the big-headed doll to open the Shumi space. That's it. Ying Bing was silent for a moment, but still unscrewed the head of the big-headed doll. After a slight investigation, the space inside seems to be very wide. Ding dong. Since the host attacked the ranking winner while taking a bath, the evaluation has been reduced. The punishment for the loser this time is Ding Xia. Random rewards are being drawn. Ding Xia. On the other side, Liemo was soaking in a hot spring, rubbing the back of his head, and sighed heavily. Why does being too ozy become a little strange at the end of the month? Shao Li thought rationally, and suddenly a light bulb went off in his head. Could it be because of menstruation? just like he can't control himself now. There are some physiological reactions that even warriors can't avoid. For example, Chunbo and Kue Shui. So, being Tuozi didn't let him look at her just now? There is no octave space leakage prevention in this world. Then, it is understandable that her mood fluctuates greatly. So her face looks so strange. Student Lee feels that he has discovered the truth. I wonder if the craftsmen of Shunbing Peak can use special materials to make similar things. After finding the reason, Li Mo felt relieved. As he relaxed, he looked up at the moon that was about to leave the sky and suddenly remembered something. It was almost time for Princess Jiang to go to class, and he hadn't prepared for class today. Originally, he wanted to discuss a problem with Bing Tuozi, but he forgot everything after being interrupted. What should I do? Li Mo couldn't allow the omnipotent teacher, Tianzuan, to collapse. That's right. It seems that he promised Chulong that he would go to see her. Thinking of this, Li Mo took out the jade sword peach blossom branch from the system space, and his consciousness sank. Sunshine, beach, big villa. Li Mo did not use glass yarn this time. Not long after, the vibration came. Jiang Chulong appeared with a dirty little body, holding a branch and carrying a small backpack. When she saw Li Mo, her body tensed up. Li, Brother Li, why are you here? She wanted to get closer, but she felt dirty, and she was too surprised. So she stood there stupidly. Her little head was a little out of service. When I fell asleep, I dreamed of a master. He said you wanted to see me, so I'm waiting for you here. Li Mo smiled and stepped forward to help her take off the backpack and rubbed her head. Listening to the soft voice and feeling the warmth on her head, Jiang Chulong couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth. That is Chulong's teacher. Just a passerby, to be honest, he does look unfathomable, powerful, and extraordinary. It's really good that Brother Li can come. Jiang Chulong was visibly happy. I promised you at the time. Li Mo put his hand into his sleeve. When you reach the inner breath realm, I will give you a gift. Gift. Jiang Chulong stood there in a daze. When she was in the palace, she was a plague god and a ghost. The palace maids and eunuchs avoided her, pretending not to see her when they saw her, and her brothers and sisters ignored her. She had never received a gift before. Do you like it? A beautiful and delicate peach blossom branch was placed in front of her. Li Mo actually felt that this jade sword peach blossom branch was not worthy of the identity of Princess Jiang. After all, it is just a famous instrument. But it is easier. If you don't use it, it is just a beautiful peach branch which will not cause trouble. Li Mo is a little strange. Jiang Chulong is staring at the peach branch in a daze. The cloth falls. Pot. A few tears flowed and hit the back of his hand. What's wrong? Li Mo was puzzled. When he saw Jiang Chulong's raised face, he saw the white pupils blurred by tears. Crying? Did she suddenly remember something unhappy? But the corners of her slightly pale lips slightly raised, and that arc seemed to be more dazzling than the sun. She stood there timidly, like a little white flower that had just bloomed and welcomed the first raindrops. Student Lee wanted to draw, but it was a bit inappropriate. I was happy. Jiang Chulong wiped her tears in a hurry. As long as you like it. Li Mo breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Try it if you like it. Yeah. Jiang Chulong nodded vigorously. The peach blossom branch was in hand, and it made a slight resonance, as if it was surprised that it had a new owner. There was no sword light, no sword energy. She simply practiced what she had learned during this period from the beginning, from the most basic middle-level swordsmanship, and practiced all the way back. From time to time, she would timidly look back and take a look at Brother Li. I haven't seen you for a while. Chulong is so powerful. If you go to the martial arts summit, you will definitely scare the swordsmen of Hongyun Sword City. Li Mo clapped his hands, as if he had seen Jiang Chulong practicing swordsmanship for the first time. Who is Yuanshi Tianzuan? I really don't know him. Brother Li, are you going to go far away? Jiang Chulong was stunned, and even when she was stunned, she still practiced a superior swordsmanship to perfection. Yes. It's a pity that you are only in the inner breath realm. Most of the warriors who go there should be observing the spirit. If you can pass the sword test, you can join me. Liemo remembered that Hungyun Sword City did not prevent ordinary warriors from participating. It's just that most people would go there in vain. Even Xingyuan's sect only sends out the most powerful disciples from each peak, so it's meaningless for others to go there. With brotherly, Jiang Chulong's pupils trembled slightly, and she pursed her lips. The little hand holding the peach blossom branch also tightened a little. Since we're on the beach, how can we not have these? After Liemo finished speaking, he fiddled with 2 bottles of Coke and a few popsicles. He just opened the Coke and was about to take a sip, but he found that the chi shao hanging on his waist was trembling slightly at this time. It seemed that he couldn't contain his excitement and wanted to fly to a certain place. Liemo was stunned and looked up. Not far away. It was obviously a beach, but now he vaguely saw a peach blossom forest growing wildly in the invisible. It became beautiful in a moment. Her body seemed to overlap with a certain figure in the dark. It was the swordsman who had plucked the peach blossom branch and turned it into a famous weapon. The remaining meaning in a famous weapon was revealed because of Jiang Chulong. The blue-shirt swordsman stood there, with a hint of sadness between his brows. After seeing Jiang Chulong and Liemo, he actually nodded slightly and turned as if he was relieved. The clear light shone brightly. At the same time, a reminder sounded in Liemo's ears. Congratulations to the host, investing in the Jade Sword Peach Blossom branch of Jiang Chulong, helping him to suddenly realize the spring breeze sword meaning and promoting the wild grass sword scripture to a superior martial art. You have an investment feedback to be collected. Liemo's eyes were dull, and he didn't even look at the reward. It's not. My little princess, Jiang. Can a famous weapon be enlightened to the sword meaning? Is there still the king's law? Is there still the law? He originally thought that after he became a god-observing realm, he could understand any martial arts moves in detail, and his talent for sword training should have improved a bit. But he couldn't understand how Jiang Chulong did it. Even Bing Tuozi couldn't do it, right? After a while, the sword intent dissipated. Jiang Chulong held the peach blossom branch, lowered his head, and asked nervously, "Brotherly, can I go with you like this?" Liemo. Yes, it's okay. If you don't consider how many swordsmen in Hungyun Sword City will have their hearts broken. Yes, it's okay. Liemo said. Jiang Chulong laughed, feeling a little embarrassed by the praise. Chulong will definitely not. Embarrass brotherly. I completely believe you on this point. A certain classmate Li, who spent hundreds of years comprehending martial arts and still hasn't comprehended the sword intent, nodded. Embarrass? If I wasn't thick-skinned, I would be so ashamed now. The word believe came at me. Jiang Chulong felt dizzy all of a sudden, which was completely different from the feeling of sword enlightenment. She was holding the corner of her clothes and didn't know what to say. Yes, a popsicle was handed to her. I made it myself, try it. Liemo sat on the recliner. Jiang Chulong took a bite and shuddered with her eyes closed because of the cold. It was sweet but so cold. She didn't dare to bite it and could only lick it gently like a kitten. So, the two sat on the beach, feeling the slightly salty sea breeze, feeling the heat isolated by the parasol, and having delicious popsicles and cola. Jiang Chulong was very happy. She felt that this was the happiest day of her life. If this was a dream, she hoped she would never wake up. Brotherly is amazing. You can make such things. Unlike me, who could do nothing. Liemo was silent for a moment and suddenly said seriously, Chulong, promise me one thing. I promise, but I haven't told you what it is yet. What is it? Looking at the innocent and naive Princess Jiang, who was blinking her eyes, Liemo coughed lightly. If your swordsmanship is better than mine in the future, you'll have to let me touch your head. Well, I don't know if this will happen now. After staying in the World Seed for a night, after making an appointment with Princess Jiang to pick him up down the mountain, Liemo returned to Chioshui Pavilion. By the way, there's still feedback that I haven't received yet. I don't know what it is, Liamo was free to check the system records. Investment feedback. 9 Swords of Dugu. 9 Swords of Dugu. Created by the sword demon Dugu Chiobai. The general outline is taken from the Book of Changes, which contains all things in the universe. This martial arts has no grades. As the martial arts attainments improve, the skills will eventually be close to the Tao. Liamo suddenly woke up. Even those who haven't read the novel know this stuff. It can be said that it is well known. Moreover, he has actually been walking on the road of skills close to the Tao, but he is just crossing the river by feeling the stones. This martial arts directly points to the root of this road, and it is undoubtedly a guiding light for his swordsmanship. Receive it. Student Lee rubbed his hands excitedly. Similarly, there is no book for swordsmanship. When he received it, the contents of the martial arts came to his mind. As soon as the general outline appeared in his mind, Li Mo froze in his place. He seemed to be in a tomb of weapons. Among them were knives, spears, swords, halberds, and so on. These were all ordinary weapons, but some of the weapons were so broken that even he felt palpitations. There was a man in linen clothes, sitting there withered. His face could not be seen clearly, and his body was covered with sword marks. The fluctuation of the vitality of heaven and earth on this man was very faint. He looked at the sky and seemed to have noticed something. Buzz! A wooden sword was in hand, causing countless swords in the sword tomb to compete, like fish swimming in the void. He waved the sword towards the sky, and his withered body burst out with supreme sword intent, as if he had drawn a stunning sword from an ordinary scabbard. One sword seemed like 9 swords, like 10,000 swords, and even more than a sword. The void was shattered. Liamo only felt that his mind was shaken by the movement. That bit of cold light seemed to penetrate endless time and space and pierce his body through the air. There is no way to hide, no way to avoid. Any change is included in it. In the dark, the general outline flows in Liamo's heart. Gui Mei tends to Wuong, Wuong tends to Tongren, Tongren tends to Dayo, Jia turns to Bing, Bing turns to Gong. Ooh, Liamo's head hurts a little. The way the system shows him the true meaning is very gentle, but it still puts a great mental burden on him. If he had not entered the state of observing the gods, he would probably have lost consciousness directly, just like when he accepted the Karma Fire Red Lotus Magic Method. Dugu 9 Swords is the ultimate change of the principle. Its mystery can no longer be said to be a sword method, but a kind of principle, but the way it is interpreted is to use a sword. No wonder there is no grade. The martial arts evaluation system of the 9 heavens and 10 earths cannot be evaluated. I don't know if the martial arts enlightenment is enough. Liamo was really unsure this time. With 780 years of martial arts enlightenment, he actually felt a little poor. But for Xiao Li, who dreams of becoming a swordsman, 9 Swords of Dugu is simply a dream come true. However, the biggest difficulty of this martial arts is a word: enlightenment. Now that it is in front of him, he can't just watch. Is Bing Tuozi awake? Every time Li Mo practices his sword with Bing Tuozi, he can save a lot of martial arts enlightenment. In the next room, sitting on the cold marrow jade bed, Ying Bing sat cross-legged, constantly carving her own soul with tying. In the acupoint she just opened, there is a little man like a crystal sculpture, shining brightly. With the circulation of Taine's aura and her constant observation, the divine pattern on the little man's body also has a tendency to take shape. In addition to the Taine divine pattern, there are several traces of birds, which also appear and disappear with the breathing of the vital energy. This process has lasted for a whole night. After a while, Ying Bing opened her eyes and was about to get up, but she saw the illusory handwriting floating in front of her. You have a reward waiting to be collected. Ying Bing was ready to turn a blind eye. After all, after the last experience, she didn't want to ignore it again. You have a reward to receive. No matter what it is this time, she just ignores it. This time, the reward is: you will be rewarded for hitting Li Mo's hand with your buttocks. Ying Bing, ? Seeing this so-called reward, the corners of her beautiful eyes trembled. You call this a reward? The cold and majestic Queen Huang Tian was a little overwhelmed. If the system had a physical body, now, it would probably be chopped into slag by her sword. If I don't do it, this reward will not exist. Ying Bing's eyebrows stretched. She has no interest in the system's evaluation rewards, because all evaluation rewards are not serious. It's enough to have ranking rewards. At this time, Toot Toot the door knocked. Bing Tuozi, are you awake? Get up and practice sword. Limo's voice, that's right. After getting the Shun Xiao Tianxin sword cannon, she has never practiced. Well, let's practice swordplay. Ying Bing forgot about the inexplicable system reward. His eyes regained calm, and he took Tian Shuang and went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, their eyes met. The handsome face facing the morning light was smiling. After he looked into the spirit, his temperament seemed to be has there been some changes? I have to say, Li Ma Sheng is very good, combining the advantages of Uncle Li and Aunt Li very well. Especially when he smiles, it is easy to make people feel warm. If he hits me, wait. Ying Bing was stunned in a trance. What suddenly came out of her mind? Liamo still didn't know and asked, Today, what? Do you feel better? A certain relative must not have left. Some girls have more serious reactions and will be in pain. Ying Bing nodded subconsciously. Was comfortable or not? Anyway, she is not very comfortable now, because that strange feeling seems to be more than just psychological. Itchy. It seems that there's a little ant crawling down along the tailbone. This must be the so-called reward. Since you're feeling better, let's go have breakfast first. After eating, let's practice swordplay. Liamo never thought that Bing Tuozi would say one thing and mean another, so he turned around and went downstairs. When it was time for breakfast, he realized something was wrong. Master is sleeping in again. In the courtyard, Liamo scratched his chin and sat down with the steamed buns. Just after taking a bite, he found that Ying Bing was still standing. Eat while sitting down. Liamo was not used to it. Bing Tuozi's aura made him feel uncomfortable when he stood there. In fact, Ying Bing felt even more uncomfortable. She remembered what she had just done, and the feeling became more intense when she sat down. No, I'll just eat while standing. Are you really okay? Seeing Ying Bing's body tense and his neck red, Liamo frowned and asked, I can. Ying Bing took a deep breath and clenched the hilt of the sword with her bare hands. Her eyes, like ice mirrors, were firm again. If she had no external things in her mind, what would this be? She had also experienced more painful things. When she achieved the Dharma body, it seemed that she had angered the heavens, and a heavenly calamity emerged, as if to destroy the world and turn her into nothingness. She also endured such pain, just because of that unyielding heart. Come on. Ying Bing pulled out Tian Shuang, and the sword was sharp. Her black hair was flying, but it couldn't cover her eyes. Liamo scratched his head. What's the matter with Bing Tuozi's sudden desire to win? Every time they competed in swordsmanship, I listened to her teachings more. Is she trying to test whether he has made progress? I will do my best. Student Li stood up while biting a bun. He was carrying the 9 swords of Dugu, although he hadn't gotten started yet. But he had to show his skills to Bing Tuozi. Qiushui Pavilion Courtyard. The morning breeze blew, the leaves rustled, and the ancient tree in the courtyard, which had been planted for who knows how many years, seemed to be looking at the young man and girl at its feet with interest. Are we discussing the Tao or sparring? Liamo asked with a smile, holding up the sword. Either is fine. Ying Bing's knuckles turned slightly white as she held the sword. She just wanted to start quickly. Liamo raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that Bing Tuozi has made new progress in the way of the sword, so he came to him to verify it? It seems that he has to get serious about it. Then let's call it sparring. In that case, let's start. Wait a minute. Ying Bing let out a breath, and the momentum that had just gathered stagnated again. Liamo chuckled and said, Since it is a sparring, we might as well add some color, such as giving some rewards. I still remember it. Bing Tuozi once taught him to practice swordsmanship, and if he made a mistake, he would spank his buttocks. Xiao Li still remembers the damage to his buttocks. I lost something. I must get it back with my own hands. Xiao Li's desire to win has also come. Reward. Ying Bing bit her silver teeth. Now, she really doesn't want to hear these two words. Okay. The voice and the Tianshuang sword came together. When this sword came out, everything was silent, and the domineering sword intent enveloped Qiushui Pavilion and became the only one in this small world. Limo's mind was slightly shocked. It was a sword technique that he had never seen before. With his current vision, he could naturally see that this sword technique was of extremely high grade. Where did Bing Tuozi learn it? Limo didn't dwell on this question too much. He recalled the general outline of Dugu Jujian and the sword-breaking style in it, and moved with the sword. But how to be strong? This sword technique is still too difficult for him. Ying Bing frowned slightly. How come Limo's swordsmanship has dropped so much all of a sudden? It's disorganized, without any artistic conception, and the level is completely different from yesterday. Ding, ding, ding. The long swords collided. Almost instantly, the Qishao sword showed its decline. Neither of them used anything other than swordsmanship. Of course, Liamo couldn't take out the hammer to reverse the situation, so he had to support himself with difficulty. But Shally was not suppressed in vain. He can now use martial arts perception while attacking. Martial arts perception, start. 20 years of martial arts perception injected successfully. In the first year, you work hard to memorize the general outline of Dugu Jujian and integrate it. In the 7th year, you discovered that the true meaning you had seen was the swordsmanship that was born from the swordsmanship that the swordsmanship had created after defeating all living beings and pursuing the lost part of the martial arts with a mortal body that had never absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. In the 12th year, you were still at a loss about this swordsmanship, and you found that you still had too little understanding of the swordsmanship. In the 20th year, you recalled the scene of sparring with Ying Bing, and you couldn't help but feel something in your heart, as if a hint of inspiration had appeared. Student Lee was very moved. 20 years. There was no splash. This was the result of his sharp mind and soul after he observed the spirit and sparring with Bing Tuozi. Otherwise, this understanding would have been completely wasted, just like learning to paint. Come again. Liamo summarized his understanding just now. This time, his swordsmanship was even more chaotic. It seemed that he couldn't use any of the superior sword techniques or unique skills he had learned before. Actually, it was useless to use them. Under Bing Tuozi's panic-stricken and domineering Tianshuang sword, even the Sunwell Sword Classic would be crushed. Ding! 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 Limo's hand holding the Qishao sword was numb. This is scary. His jibbing Ludi is not to be underestimated. To be able to repel him like this, you can imagine how terrifying Bing Tuozi's sword is. Pa! Suddenly, Xiao Li's sword circle was broken. The Tianshuang sword stretched out and slapped his butt. Liamo, family, a little bit overwhelmed. Let's stop here today. Ying Bing put away the sword lightly and said. She was almost there and was considered to be familiar with the first move of Shunxiao Tianxin sword. After a little more polishing, she would be considered to have mastered it completely. And she really couldn't go on any longer. That strange feeling did not disappear because she practiced swords seriously. It was like a maggot on the tarsal bone. It almost made the domineering swordsmanship waver. It's not over yet. Student Lee spent another 20 years to comprehend the martial arts. He was spanked again, and Arlie didn't want to lose face. From now on, when he picks up the sword, thinking of this unbearable past, how can he still be a cool and handsome swordsman? The place must be recovered. Swish! Liamo raised the sword again, still without any rules and very messy. This sword. Ying Bing frowned slightly. At first glance, he looked like an outsider waving his sword randomly. But something very strange happened. Obviously, there was no rules, but very abruptly, she found a flaw that she herself did not find. Ding! This sword actually stopped the domineering Tianshuang sword. Ying Bing was so experienced in using the sword that she started to change her moves without thinking. However, this change of moves. The weakness of the Tianshuang sword happened to hit the tip of Qi Zhao's sword again. It was as if she took the initiative to offer the flaw. This, could it be? A thought suddenly arose in Ying Bing's mind. This seems to be the taste of skills close to the Tao. Obviously, each sword is very simple, neither coherent nor has any moves, and it can't even be called using swordsmanship. But it just happens to find the weakest point. Opposite, Liamo feels that is almost done now. Congratulations to the host. The 30 years of martial arts perception has been successfully injected. In the first year, you will analyze that little bit of spiritual light and integrate it into yourself. The countless swordsmanship you have learned in the past will all emerge in your mind. In the 8th year, countless opponents who have fought with you, the process of fighting, are all clear in your mind, and you can even play against them in your mind. In the 30th year, you finally found a way to grasp that one. The 30 years of martial arts perception have been consumed, and your Dugun 9 swords has been introduced. Liamo's eyes are focused. At this moment, Ying Bing, who is dressed in fluttering clothes and has a slender figure, has been found by him. Being Tuozi, there is a fatal flaw. He had no external thoughts at this time. All his mind was on the sword and that one. Clang! The terrifying sword intent of the Tianshuang sword suddenly stopped. Ying Bing's neck was slightly red. He actually wanted to learn from me. That place is now, indeed, her biggest flaw. She suddenly burst out the second move of Shunshao Tianxin sword. After the sword intent of Tianshuang stopped, she suddenly burst out all the sword intent. Let go! Ying Bing's eyes seemed to be quiet and angry. The sword light burst out completely. Snap! The Qishao sword did fall out of his hand, together with the Tianshuang sword. Normally, this competition would be over. The two swordsmen had no swords in their hands, so what was the point of competing? But this time was different. Dugu Jujian is not completely confined to the sword. Moreover, this sword method only attacks and does not defend. It is all offensive moves. Attack is the best defense. Without the sword, we still have hands. Just follow that one. Snap! This sound. Very crisp. The two figures overlap. Ying Bing suddenly froze, eyelashes trembling. The air seemed to freeze. Liamo opened his eyes and smiled, as if he didn't realize it. Hey, I won this time. It didn't rain, but the atmosphere was awkward now. Liamo smiled and found something wrong. The touch was not right. He pinched it doubtfully. It was a little high, a little soft, and extremely elastic. 9 out of 10 things were wrong. Student Lee's eyes moved stiffly downward. Exclamation point. This is actually a misunderstanding. Liamo's throat was dry. Ying Bing's neck was bloodshot, his face expressionless, and his eyes were dim as if separated by a layer of fog. You talk, I'm listening. Ahem. Liamo felt weak in his heart when he was looked at by those eyes. He was now considering whether he could stay in Chioshui Pavilion. He would definitely not be able to close his eyes at night in the future. If he closed them when he slept, they would be open forever when he opened them again, and they would be staring like copper bells forever and ever. It's just, skills are close to the Tao. There are 49 great ways, and one of them is hidden. The one just now is right there. Student Lee didn't know if Bing Tuozi would believe this explanation. He really just practiced too hard, and he never expected that Bing Tuozi's flaw would be a broken but. Ying Bing's jade face became even colder and harder. The atmosphere became even quieter, and she didn't say much. Instead, she took out a big-headed doll from her arms. Liamo was stunned. Why does this doll look familiar? Click! Bing Tuozi twisted the doll's head off, using a lot of force. Liamo! Exclamation point. Why did he feel his neck suddenly cold and a little phantom pain? Could it be that he used something like his hair to make a little man to prick him? But soon, he saw Bing Tuozi put the Tianshuang sword in again, and then took out the ruler. Fortunately, this is a Sumeru object. Come again. Liamo's back suddenly dripped with cold sweat. But Ying Bing said coldly, I lose just now. I will give you the prize. What do you want? Now come again. Come again. Before Liamo agreed, the ruler had already broken through the air. Strange. This time, the one on Ying Bing's sword was gone, and it came more domineeringly. Even if he used the Dugan 9 swords, he couldn't do it. At least the entry-level ones couldn't. So, for the next hour, Xiao Li's buttocks were tortured like a storm. Snap! What's going on so early in the morning? Shangwu poked her head out from upstairs. Seeing the scene in the courtyard, Huarong, who was tired, woke up all of a sudden. She scratched the back of her head and yawned. What new trick is this? After a while, the competition ended. Ying Bing put away the ruler and went back to the room. Liemo wanted to sit on the recliner, but Bing Tuozi's ruler was so strong that it penetrated the back of the paper. Although he was not injured, it was a little painful when he touched it. Damn. In terms of kendo, the gap between him and the girl of destiny is still a bit big, although he is already very strong among his peers. Then what happened before? How could she have such an obvious broken, but for no reason? Did she let him go? And he was just thinking about the introduction to 9 swords of Dugu that I just mentioned. Can I bear this? Then he got angry. You helped me rub my back yesterday, and now you must be angry. Liemo had a headache. Bing Tuozi was his #1 investor. The sponsor's sister is. What to do? Bing Tuozi doesn't like anything. Liemo scratched his head and was really in trouble. At this time, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Congratulations to the host, successfully invested in Ying Bing, and let him discover the shortcomings of his sword moves. Investment feedback. A drop of Yuan Shuang Bao Lu. Yuan Shuang Bao Lu, the oldest ice soul in the world. It took 10,000 years to gather a drop of liquid, which is Yuan Shuang Bao Lu, a holy product that fills the soul and nourishes the spirit. On the other side, after Ying Bing closed the door, slowly walked to the side of the cold marrow jade bed and sat down. However, as soon as he touched it, a certain place that had been hit seemed to have a tingling feeling of electricity flowing through it. Ying Bing held her breath for a long time and finally couldn't hold it anymore. Ooh. She wanted to completely delete the scene just now from her mind, but the system prompt popped up again. Congratulations to the host. The reward was successfully received. Moof. Ying Bing pursed her lips and waved her sleeves vigorously. Only then did the annoying handwriting disappear. After panting for a long time, the strange feeling in my heart gradually became less severe. Every time, as long as the ranking is below Liemo. Not only is there that loser the punishment of the northerner, and even this inexplicable reward, she absolutely cannot and should not lose again. In fact, Ying Bing still does not know how Liemo ranked above her last time. Why did he suddenly hit him? His swordsmanship suddenly became very strange. Is it because he has touched the threshold of skills close to the Tao? Thoughts surged in Ying Bing's eyes. She recalled for a moment and shook her head again. No, that's not right. He did touch the threshold, but it was just a threshold. Later, when he was not affected by external objects, he had no chance to use that strange swordsmanship to take advantage of the loophole. Hammer has not seen him practice recently. So what is the reason? The reason is not clear for a while. All I can do is make myself stronger. Ying Bing took a deep breath. After all, Shunxiao Tianxin sword is a magical skill, profound and extensive, representing the highest level of martial arts in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was impossible for her to master it after just a brief experience. She needed constant verification and practice. But just now, after sparring with Liemo, she found some of her own shortcomings. My first move was still not smooth enough. When Ying Bing recalled, as soon as she summed up the experience just now, she could not avoid Liemo's last sword, which could not be called a sword move. The images and feelings that she wanted to dispel could only be reproduced in her mind. In the next few days, Xiao Li's life became very simple. Observe the spirit, temper the soul, and practice sword. Since that day, Bing Tuozi's ruler has been in close contact with his buttocks every day. Of course, there are benefits too. His 9 swords of Dugu is moving towards maturity. That day, Liemo's consciousness sank into his dantian. Under the illumination of the Xiandan, the little man embodied by the soul had mysterious and complex divine patterns on his body. These were all engraved bit by bit after he observed the spirit. After just a few days, the acupoints that were opened were completely stabilized. This was also thanks to a drop of Yuan Shuang treasure do every day, and the immortal transformation diagram of the Phoenix Queen. Everyone's soul can carry different forms and spirits. Bing Tuozi has more than one form. I don't know what more divine forms I will have in the future. Liamo breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, the door of Chioshui Pavilion was knocked. It was a few people who came to the door, which was not surprising. Junior brotherly, we are leaving for Yinzhou. Ouyang greeted with a large bag of painting tools on his back. At the entrance of Chioshui Pavilion, several carriages pulled by exotic beast ponies were parked, and the chief disciples of several peaks were already there. In fact, the speed of Guanshan realm warriors was even faster than that of carriages. But they were exposed to the wind and sun along the way, and they were inevitably covered in dust, which was not graceful. At occasions like the martial arts summit, everyone was a respectable person. Brother Ouyang, you carry so many things with you? Liamo walked out of Chioshui Pavilion with ease. Among the brothers and sisters present, he was only familiar with Ouyang. If a disciple of a rare beast peak was still there, there would be one more acquaintance. Some rare objects are so expensive. How can I afford them? Ouyang sighed. Well, have you spent all the money you made recently? You know, I didn't make much money from my small business. Have you considered finding a bookstore to print in bulk? Brother Ouyang, your painting skills should be able to sell well. That's fine with me, but I'm afraid that you law will not agree. You don't have to paint that kind of book. Oh, what do you think, brotherly? The two of them got on the carriage while talking nonsense. Brother Ouyang's thirst for knowledge was off the charts. Student Lee was also happy to teach him advanced storytelling experience. After all, Brother Ouyang made money, which was also his investment. And beside the other carriages, everyone was also greeting each other. Brother Xin Yunfei, you won a seat last time you went to Hengyun Sword City. You are sure to win this time, right? How dare I? Sister Su Jiqing has been in seclusion for several years. She must have developed a sword spirit. Alas, I am afraid that several of the Hidden Dragon list will come to test the world with swords this time. If we can see the style of the Hidden Dragon, it will be worth the trip. Suddenly, everyone was silent, because not far away, a girl came with a sword. The true disciples were silent for no reason. I always feel more nervous when facing Ying Bing than when facing the sect master. After all, the sect master is at a higher level, but he is not their peer. They just talked about the Hidden Dragon list. And now, as soon as she appeared, people thought that the Hidden Dragon list was just like this. After Ying Bing came, the carriage moved slowly. On the way, Liamo went to a hot pot restaurant away from the convoy. Jiang Chulong was so happy that her mind went blank when she learned that she could go out with Brotherly. She immediately carried her small backpack without changing her clothes. Just as the two were about to leave the hot pot restaurant, Liamo noticed that the hem of his clothes was suddenly tightly pinched by Princess Jiang. What happened? Liamo touched the back of his head and realized. Mei Yun was frowning, looking at the two of them with a rather stern look in her eyes. She had written the words, "I don't exist," on her face. Out of the hot pot restaurant business recently, Liamo asked a little embarrassedly. Not bad. A profit of 20 taels a month. Mei Yun still frowned. Liamo looked at the busy store and was a little puzzled. When he opened the hot pot restaurant, he never took care of the accounts. Is the profit so low? According to the recipe you gave, the ingredients must be the best, and the various taxes to the government must be paid. Mei Yun shook her head and didn't dwell on these issues. She sighed and said, Actually, I don't want Chu Long to follow you to Yinzhou. Recently, Chu Long's progress in swordsmanship has been great, even more terrifying than she imagined. The mistress was a natural talent, and she was in a swordsmanship holy place like Tian Shan Sword Manor, but she was not as good as Chu Long. Once Chu Long went to Hengyun Sword City, it would be difficult for her not to stand out. Once you enter the world of martial arts, many people can't help themselves. Where there are people, there is the world of martial arts. Liamo subconsciously added a sentence. Mei Yun chewed on this sentence and narrowed her eyes. Jiang Chulong pursed her lips, and through the cloth, she could see the pleading in her gray eyes. Aunt Mei, after a moment of silence, Mei Yun seemed to have figured something out and sighed. Go ahead, but you have to promise me a few things. She gave a lot of instructions before finally letting him go. At night, the carriage was driving on the wide official road. The low-key and luxurious carriage blocked the noise outside. It seemed even quieter inside the carriage. Liam put down the teacup, and what came into view was Bing Tuozi's perfect jade face and Jiang Chulong, who was curled up not far from her side, afraid of getting dirty or damaged. Senior brother Yang, who was writing and drawing, was subconsciously ignored. Bing Tuozi, can we discuss something? Liam suddenly spoke. You say. Ying Bing glanced sideways, her eyebrows slightly raised. Jiang Chulong tilted her head in confusion, feeling a little strange. Since getting on the carriage, Brother Li and this cold sister have not said anything. Liam said helplessly. In the future, when we practice swordsmanship, can we cancel the forbidden area? Instantly, Ying Bing's fingers curled up like a conditioned reflex. The numb feeling in the tailbone seemed to surge up again. I already don't remember. How can I blame you? Liam, if you say that, but will have opinions. I don't remember, but I remember the grudge, right? By the way, junior brother Li. Yang suddenly spoke. Liam turned around and almost forgot that there was someone in the car. Yang held the drawing board and said distressedly, Junior brother Li, I'm only good at painting, and I'm really not good at telling stories. Li's suggestion to him was to make a picture album. The literacy rate of the Du dynasty was not high, which made the dissemination of the storybooks have a threshold. If it is replaced with a picture album, ordinary people can also understand it, which is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Story. Liam thought for a moment, looked at Bing Tuozi, and said, How about I write it for you? Bing Tuozi seems to like listening to storytelling. Just right. Senior brother Yang needs a subject. It's simply killing two birds with one stone. Yang was stunned. Liam smiled and said, Junior brother is not talented, but I have a work that is deeply loved by readers. What work? The Return of the Female Emperor. Jiang Chulong blinked, a little curious. The story that Brother Li wants to tell seems to be different from the teacher's. Ying Bing. She found that she actually remembered the plot. Career and love double harvest. Yang! Exclamation point. Just listening to the name, it's very interesting. However, the story I want to tell today is not that one. Student Li's performance personality took over, and he turned into a storyteller in a second. He had already thought of what to say. In the future, this might be a common routine, but in today's world, it is simply earth-shattering. What is it? Yang hurriedly handed over the tea. Liam coughed lightly. This story is called The Domineering Empress Falls in Love with Me. Ying Bing! Exclamation point. Bang! The teacup in her hand fell to the ground in a moment of distraction. The Domineering Empress Falls in Love with Me. Let's be honest. When Yang heard the title of this book, he was slightly shocked and wanted to know the content very much. Why is it called this name? Princess Jiang hugged her knees and asked curiously, I have never heard of an empress in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Could it be that the story told by Brother Li is the same as the one told by the teacher, and they're all stories from a very long time ago? Why do you want to give it this name? Ying Bing narrowed her eyes slightly. She took another cup, brewed tea, and took a sip. This involves professional knowledge. Liam was a little thirsty. People have no brains when they are pretending. He took Ying Bing's cup and took a sip. Ying Bing opened his lips. But then Liam said, Question, what is the most important thing for a best-selling work? A good story? Jiang Chulong whispered, and just after she finished speaking, she noticed that Brother Li was looking at her, and she lowered her head timidly. Not entirely right. Liam smiled and rubbed her head. It must be enough colorful content. Yang felt that he was quite authoritative in this regard. Junior brothers in the sect, who doesn't like a good picture album? If it weren't for the law of Du, he would have become bigger and stronger. The content can only determine whether the audience will like it after reading the book. Liam shook his head. If everyone is not attracted at all, no matter how good the content is, it will not be seen by people. So the most important thing for a best-selling work is to attract attention. Use an attractive title to attract the audience's attention as quickly as possible. Oh Yang! Exclamation point. It was like a thunder flashed in his heart. No wonder Junior Brotherly would choose such a strange name. Regardless of whether the name is strange or not, he was indeed interested as soon as he heard it. Listening to your words is better than painting for 10 years. Thank you so much. Junior Brotherly, please tell me the content. If I don't hear the content, I won't be able to sleep at night. Okay. Pa. Liam didn't touch the gavel. So he took the big-headed doll next to Bing Toozy and smashed it on the coffee table. Ying Bing? Question mark. She frowned slightly, but seeing that Liam was very interested, she didn't say anything after all. It is said that the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, the righteous and the evil are fighting, the wind and the clouds are surging, and it is in the midst of a rolling trend. However, in this treacherous world, there's a force that is independent of the world. That is, little Lee, who is not good at naming, paused. He glanced at Bing Toozy and continued. Shuiyue Palace. Shuiyue Palace has an empress, as pure as the cold moon, like a banished fairy, unparalleled in the world. However, what really allows Shuiyue Palace to stand on the top of the world and be independent is her power like a god or a demon. Her name is Lu Wuyan. Jiang Chulong clapped his hands and then subconsciously glanced at the girl next to him. I always feel that Sister Bing and this heroine are a bit similar, more than just similar. Ying Bing felt strange in her heart. Apart from the name, isn't this her previous life? Ouyang became more and more interested and asked, Junior Brotherly, how did you come up with such an interesting character? Liam took another sip of tea. Art comes from life. Life! Ouyang glanced at Junior Sister Ying Bing. Yeah, this makes sense. Speaking of this Lu Wuyan, she has been in the Snow Moon Palace for a long time, standing on the top of the world cold and lonely. And her only hobby is to go to the back mountain, where few people go to enjoy the snow. One day, she changed into ordinary clothes, as usual, and went to the back mountain alone. But she found that there was an uninvited guest here. His name is Jiang Chun, an ordinary disciple of the Snow Moon Palace. He has a gentle temperament and is kind-hearted. Someone asked him to deliver a letter to the woman here. Liam eloquently told the plot in a simple and fascinating way. At the beginning, someone wanted to put the male protagonist to death, so he coaxed him to deliver a letter. The content of the letter turned out to be a love letter. As everyone knows, Lu Wuyan is most afraid of love in her life, and Jiang Chun has never seen this empress at the top of the cloud, and he didn't know that he had delivered a love letter to the empress. Ouyang's scalp tingled. Just this beginning alone made his scalp tingle, and he was anxious to know the plot later. It was addictive, really addictive. His previous albums only had paintings, no plot. If his painting skills were combined with such a story, who would be willing to watch the current one? Original. Jiang Chulong's eyes sparkled behind the cloth, and she was obviously attracted by the story. Ying Bing was slightly lost in thought. Love? Love letter? If she received a love letter when she was the master of Gue Palace, the sender would be beheaded after reading only 2 lines of words. How would the following plot be? Did the male protagonist die in the first plot? Ying Bing raised her eyes, but saw the young man as gentle as jade, laughing and talking freely. Unconsciously, she slowly overlapped him with the male protagonist. Maybe, perhaps, she would also listen to a few words of defense, right? After delivering the letter for the first time, Lu Wuyan did not kill him. The person behind the scenes saw that the plan failed, so he wrote more and more explicit and passionate letters. And in the process of delivering the letters again and again, Lu Wuyan also found that someone was behind the scenes. So one day, in order to take advantage of the situation, she actually pushed Jiang Chun against the wall and agreed to confess. Wow! Jiang Chulong touched her hot cheeks. Oh Yang! Exclamation point. This storyline is simply irresistible. He has no time to think about painting now. He only thinks about how to keep listening to the story. If it suddenly stops here, he is afraid that he will have a withdrawal reaction. Accept confession. Ying Bing looked away, seemingly hearing nothing. However, her curled fingers grasped the hem of her skirt, which showed that our Queen Huang Tian was not as calm as she seemed. You're listening very carefully, Bing Tuo's, just when the story reached its climax. Squeak. The carriage suddenly stopped. Enemy attack. Senior sister Su Jiqing's voice came from outside. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the carriage stagnated. It seems that we can only talk about this today. Liemo smiled helplessly and frowned again. He really didn't want to stop at the critical point. Who dares to intercept the Qingyuan sex convoy? Even such a thing can happen. Ouyang's face was dark. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed out. Who the hell? 3 days ago, in the corner of Xianjiang Hot Pot Restaurant, a few Jianghu people were sitting. They ordered 5 servings of lamb meat, dipped in sesame sauce, and ate until they were sweating and couldn't stop eating. They didn't look like the killers who were feared. That's right. They were all the killers of Shiyu Tower. I don't know why the Yunzhou branch suddenly issued the order of the coming of the mountain and the rain. What's the reason? I've been keeping my sword for a long time, and it's time to do something big. Now that Yunzhou City is in turmoil, it's a good time to fish in troubled waters. A bald-browed, and rather ferocious-looking killer said. In Shiyu Tower, there is no superior-subordinate relationship between the killers. But this order of the coming of the mountain and the rain was issued directly by the main building. I heard that the saint of my building will also come to Yunzhou this time. A killer wrapped in black bandages said mysteriously, "Is Lady Sky Demon coming too?" Even she was alarmed. It seems that there's a big plan in the building. All the assassins were shocked. The Sky Demon Saint of Shiyu Building, the most popular genius assassin of the new generation of Shiyu Building, has assassinated 3 Tianjios on the Hidden Dragon list. It is said that her appearance is ever-changing and hard to guard against, and her swordsmanship is extremely strange. It seems that we have to cooperate this time. The bald-browed butcher looked downcast. After several assassins looked at each other, they nodded one after another, as if they were in awe of this bald assassin. "Bald boss, I toast you a glass. This hot pot is so popular. I wonder if there's a branch in Yunzhou City. After the matter is done, I will eat 2 more plates of mutton." The assassins were chatting. Suddenly, a killer who had been silent from beginning to end suddenly looked deep. "Look, who is that?" The assassins were stunned. This butcher is also very famous, and his name is the Dead Eyes and the Blade. When he looks at someone with such eyes, it means that he has the intention to kill, and that person will definitely die. Liemo. When every assassin arrives at a new place, the first thing he does is to exchange information in the dark building, and naturally he will see various bonuses. This Liemo's portrait appears on the bonus bounty, and the price is not low. The price is high and the realm is low. Perhaps it is because of the identity of the true disciple of Qingyuan's sect that no one has succeeded. Is he also going to the martial arts summit? We could just do it. Let's do it after leaving Xiang Mansion. This place is too close to Qingyuan's sect. Several assassins hit it off. After eating a few more plates of mutton, they followed the Qingyuan sect's convoy with the tracking technique. Until today, when they were sure that there were no elders from the sect following them, they jumped out. Then they stopped the carriage of Qingyuan's sect. "I own this mountain and I own this tree. We are assassins. What the hell are you yelling about? Hey, it's more impressive this way. Don't say anything." The assassins were dressed strangely and used all kinds of weapons. They looked murderous. "Hand over Liemo if you know what's good for you. For the rest of you, I can still let you live." The narrow-eyed swordsman said in a deep voice. Me, Liemo, who had just got off the carriage, was stunned. He thought it was a bandit who was robbing the road. He didn't expect to be named as soon as he got off the carriage. You better know your place." The killer who was born as a bandit sneered. "Do you see these people? They are all killers from Shiyu Tower. They can make children dare not cry at night. This one is called Bloody Vulture in Jianghu. Every time he kills someone, he pulls out a hair. Later, when his hair was plucked out, he plucked eyebrows. Seeing that he is so bald, I ask you if you are afraid. And the one on my left is the Dead Eyes Blade. Anyone who is squinted at by him will not survive tonight. Of course, the one behind me is even more heavyweight. According to legend, the souls of those killed by him will be sucked into his body and imprinted on his body. Once the bandages are removed, thousands of ghosts will walk at night. And me, Jade-faced flying dragon. The killer who called himself Jade-faced flying dragon said a lot. The people of Qingyuan's sect looked suspicious. What realm are they in? Observing the spirit, the highest one should be 3 orifices. Then what are they so proud of? Stop the baby crying at night? Don't they know who Junior Brother Lee's master is? Everyone even thought that these funny guys came out to attract attention. But after a little investigation, there was no ambush nearby. The brothers and sisters were a little confused for a while, but they didn't take action immediately. Haha, I know that you will inevitably feel dissatisfied if I let you go without doing anything. The man who called himself Jade-faced Flying Dragon held his head high. Let's do this. I will pick someone to fight me, and then you will know how powerful I am. He searched the crowd with his eyes. It is well known. Some people are born to be the protagonist and are more likely to become the focus of the crowd. For example, Bing Tuozi. He pointed his finger. Yes, that girl, come out. See my skills. Ying Bing, question mark. Li Mo, Jiang Chulong. Brotherly, why are you covering my eyes? Li Mo sighed and said, don't look at it, kid. The scene was very cruel. Ouyang, who was originally very angry, swallowed his saliva and felt that those funny killers were not guilty of such a crime. All the disciples of Qingyuan's sect looked up at the sky and consciously helped to keep watch. Very quickly, the wounded killers were all subdued. Tie them up first. The oldest brother, Shun Yunfei, said, I am professional in this area. Ouyang volunteered to go forward and tie them up. After a while, a group of killers were tied up in a tortoise-shell tie, weak, pitiful, and helpless. In shame. Li Mo, brother, you are very skilled. Ouyang clicked his chin and smiled. Hee, art comes from life. Practice can test the truth. Li Mo, how to deal with it? Don't these killers claim to have killed countless people? I don't think they're good people. Just kill them and get rid of the harm to the people. Well, it's better to kill this evil way. I don't know why they are looking for me. Several senior brothers and sisters discussed how to deal with it. The killers looked at the tortoise-shell bindings on their bodies and remembered the abuse they had just received from that female devil. Who the hell is the evil devil? Li Mo narrowed his eyes. Heavenly destiny swept his eyes. Name, Zhang Erden. Age, 41. Root bone, toad skin. Realm, observation of the 2 orifices of the spirit. Evaluation. In the Wuxian trial 10 years ago, relying on the sensitive nose, he disguised himself as a corpse and survived to the end. Because of his ugly skin and bumps. Recent encounter. Under the order of the general building, I went to Yunzhou City. What kind of root bone is toad skin? But this is not the point. Li Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. Order of the coming of the rain? In other words, Shiyu Building has some plans for Yunzhou. It's not that I like to meddle in other people's business. I and others will also stay in Yunzhou for a while. If there's a big mess, I can't stay out of it. Thinking of this, Li Mo said, why not temporarily control these people and lock them up for interrogation? The border between Dongwang territory and Ningtsang territory. After crossing the border, going forward, you will reach the famous Jinghai Forest, which is also the last county town from Zhongshantou to Yinzhou. Many passing merchants and wandering knights will settle here, and the scale is quite impressive. The wind is blowing. The rustling of endless leaves really sounds like waves. Senior brother Shin Yunfei's hometown is here, a large house with 3 entrances and 3 exits. The people of Qingyuan sect came and were naturally warmly received by the Shun family. At this time, Shun Yunfei was introducing his junior brothers and sisters to his parents. This is junior brother Ouyang, the chief of Rui Peak. He is not only powerful, but also has exquisite painting skills. Hello, uncle. Ouyang saluted and took out a picture album from his arms. Uncle, I heard that you run a bookstore business. I have a picture album here. Business matters. Let's talk later. Shun Yunfei coughed lightly, lowered his voice, and introduced. By the way, this is Li. Where are they? They went to interrogate those assassins. Ouyang said, the order of the coming of the mountain rain. Shin Yunfei frowned and sighed. Whenever this order is issued, it means that Shiyu Tower has a big plan. I'm afraid it will be difficult for junior brother Li to ask anything. Most of the assassins in Shiyu Tower would rather die than reveal the secrets of the building, because once they become traitors, it would be uglier than death. Ouyang nodded and said, "So, junior brother Li and Pooh. Pooh what? Oh, Pooh Lambai. What is Pooh Lambai? It's the second plan." Ouyang lowered his voice and motioned several fellow brothers to come closer. As he spoke, he couldn't help but let out a strange laugh. The more they listened, the weirder their faces became. Not far away, Shun's father and mother looked at each other. The head of the family, Qing Yuan's sect, is a famous and upright sect, right? Shun's mother said worriedly. Shun's father scratched his head. I remember it is. Thinking of the book, the domineering empress falls in love with me, that Ouyang stuffed into him. And the few strange men who were tied up just now were escorted into the woodshed, and cloth strips were stuffed in their mouths, making them look like kidnapping. Old Shun felt a little guilty. At this time, Shin Yunfei came forward. Dad, please cooperate with me later. In the woodroom, Liamo sat on a stool drinking tea, while Ying Bing stood at the door with a sword in his arms. You are called Bloody Vulture? You lose a hair for every person you kill, and your hair and eyebrows have all been plucked out. Does that mean you have killed countless people? Li Xiaoxia said righteously. Actually, when I was taking a medicinal bath, I replaced the body-hardening potion with a depilatory cream, so my hair and eyebrows fell off. Bloody Vulture said embarrassedly. What about you? Dead Eyes and Blade. You're a famous gangster. Who can you see and who can die? What's easy for my eyes to do? It's just congenital dry eyes. When the wind blows, I can't help squinting my eyes. Jade-faced Flying Dragon. I heard that you dare to intercept the birthday gift of the King of Jinan. You are quite arrogant. Liamo didn't get the big-headed doll, so he could only slap the coffee table with his hand. Jade-faced Flying Dragon lowered his head. How dare I touch the birthday gift of the King of Jinan? When I come out to run around, I must have a good deed. Liamo's mouth twitched slightly. Can these guys become human butchers? Sure enough, every organization is inevitably mixed with good and bad people. Even Shiyu Tower is no exception. My Qing Yuan sect suppresses a prefecture and cannot live with evil. What deployment and what are Shiyu Tower doing in Yinzhou? Tell me honestly. Since your sins are not serious, I may still let you off. The voice fell. Several people looked at each other. All of them were extremely hesitant. The killer, wrapped in gauze, snorted coldly. You little brat, dare to interrogate us? You can kill me or chop me up, whatever you want. Otherwise, when the masters of my building come, I will make sure that you die without a burial place. As a killer without emotions. Being tied up in this position is simply a great shame. The faces of the other people also flushed, and they were indignant. Ying Bing's eyes swept over, seemingly unkind. They were honest, but looking at each other, they still didn't dare to speak. It doesn't matter if you live in the building, but if you leak secrets, it's better to be killed by Liamo. At least it's a quick death. Since you were stubborn, Liamo patted his clothes, stood up, walked to the door, and gestured to Ying Bing. Then he walked out of the door. Ying Bing had no expression on his face. He drew out the Tianchuang sword and walked slowly towards him. Looking at the young female, several killers secretly regretted in their hearts, and Yummi and Fai Long was so scared that tears came out, shaking his head frantically. But, at this moment, Ping Ling Bang Clang. The sound of fighting suddenly came from outside, mixed with words. Who are you? This is Li Mo's voice. Hee, the person who wants your life. This is a low bubbling sound. Realizing something was wrong, Ying Bing also flew out. Boom, bang bang, crackling. The whole courtyard seemed to be caught in a fierce battle. Not long after, a hammer broke through the air and smashed the door. There was a man in a black robe, holding a strange, short-handled hammer in his hand, surrounded by a sharp aura of killing, fierce and breathtaking. Don't be afraid. I'm not a good person, he said in a deep voice. Your Excellency is Northwest Hammer King. The man took out a Hall Swallow to show his identity. Outside, it's solved. Come with me. Bang. The Qishao sword was thrown to the ground, motionless, as if it had lost its spirit. The Bloodhand Vulture was shocked. When did such a powerful newcomer appear in the building? Even the cold and despairingly powerful girl was not his opponent. But the swallow in front of the hall can't be fake. The few people no longer doubted, and after being untied by the Northwest Hammer King, they followed him. Halfway, the Qingyuan sect disciples stepped forward to stop them. "Don't run, crazy man!" Ouyang came up to stop them. Then he was hit by a hammer. Puff! He spit out a mouthful of blood, fell to the ground, his limbs twitching. It was clear that he could not be saved. The Qingyuan sect disciples who stopped him were not the opponents of the hammer. Not long after, they fled into the dense forest of Jinghai. This dense forest stretches for thousands of miles. If there is no guide to lead the way, it is impossible to identify the direction. It is impossible to track them in all the twists and turns and escape from pursuit. Finally, they followed the Northwest Hammer King and fled to a safe place. "Brother Hammer King, thank you for your help." Bloodhand Vulture bowed down, very grateful. If such a ruthless person grows up, he may be no less than the heavenly demon saint. If I can hold a thigh. We are all colleagues in the building. No need to thank me, I just passed by here. Northwest Hammer King said lightly. He spoke again, quite naturally. "By the way, you went to Yinzhou, but what happened in the building?" Brother Hammer King, don't know. The jade-faced flying dragon looked puzzled. Such a ruthless person. No matter which branch building he is placed in, he is a core figure, so he should not be unaware of the order of the coming storm. I was the top of the Xiang Mansion Wuxin trial. The Xiang branch building was destroyed, and I still haven't found the organization. I see. They all heard about the Xiang Mansion and immediately showed sympathy. If it weren't for Shang Wu, Brother Hammer King, you would have risen to prominence long ago. Thinking back to their experiences just now, the bloody vultures were extremely angry. The Northwest Hammer King nodded and snorted indignantly. Shang Wu humiliated me several times and beat me many times. She even released the inner scene field and beat me with fire. Even asked me to cook for her. Several people. Isn't this too miserable? A killer has fallen to the point of cooking for others and being beaten every day. It is simply heartbreaking and tearful. What's more shocking is that Brother Hammer King actually escaped alive after falling into the hands of that female devil. At that moment, the few people who felt the same way had the urge to become sworn brothers with the Northwest Hammer King. Brother Hammer King, don't panic. When you return to the organization, you will surely soar to the sky, and then you can wash away the shame with your own hands. So, next, several people told everything they knew in one go. Including the location of the branch of Shiyu Tower in Yinzhou, they knew that the masters of Shiyu Tower who went to Yinzhou. Finally, Bloodhand Manslaughter said regretfully, "Brother Hammer King, you killed Li Mo of Qingyuan's sect, but it's a pity that you didn't leave any proof. Otherwise, it would be a lot of money to get a bonus." Oh, the Northwest Hammer King seemed a little tempted. Li Mo was given a bonus, so it's still worth a lot of money. That's true, but Dead Eyes and Dead Knife advised. The county is now under martial law. I'm afraid even the garrison troops have arrived. If we go back, it may be too late. Yes, it's too late. By the way, is Li Mo dead? What a pity. I still want to kill him myself. The few people were murderous, changing their previous weak, pitiful, and helpless style. But they heard the Northwest Hammer King in front of them smile. No need to bother. Why go back to look for him? Several people were stunned. He took off the Qinglong iron mask, took off the Wuxiang Lioli yarn, and said with a smile, "We meet again. Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" The voice fell. The senior brothers and sisters of Qingyuan's sect also walked out of the woods, including Ouyang, who was seriously injured and died. The dense forest suddenly fell into silence. This Northwest Hammer King was Li Mo. Several people's scalps tingled and their eyes widened. Why? There's also a fishing enforcement. Yinzhou, the 9 heavens and 10 earths are vast and boundless. According to geography, the 9 heavens are divided into 9 states. Zhongshenshao is directly ruled by the Daiyu royal family and is the most talented. But the other 9 heavens and 10 earths have all had their glorious times. For example, Yinzhou, Yinzhou has many swordsmen. Before the Tian Shan sword manor appeared, it was the real sword sanctuary of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Emperor Wu of Dayu also studied in Hengyun Sword City. After handing over the assassins of Shiyu Tower to the government, the people of Qingyuan sect also passed through the dense forest of Jinghai. Time passed. In a blink of an eye, it was half a month later. 100 miles outside Yinzhou City, a camp beside a stream. It's really not that easy to break through the realm of Guanshan. In a simple tent, Liemo was looking at the little man in Dantian. There are only 7 complicated, mysterious patterns on the little man's body now, and there is still a long way to go before he can completely observe the picture of Bing Tuozi's ascension to immortality. Of course, he can now try to open the second orifice, and the strength of his soul is enough to support it. But the stronger the soul, the wider the orifice will be. It's not like Shao Li doesn't have the conditions. Naturally, every step must be taken to the extreme. After breakfast, he went to Ying Bing's tent next door, as usual. "Wait for me." In the tent, Bing Tuozi's voice was calm, accompanied by inexplicable strange fluctuations. It doesn't seem like a breakthrough. Could it be because of that sword technique? These days, the two of them would confirm each other every day. Liemo was practicing Dugu Jujian, and Ying Bing was checking the gaps in her newly learned divine sword technique. Liemo could feel that Bing Tuozi was making rapid progress, and the quality of that sword technique was not low. Could it be related to swordsmanship? Forget it. We'll know when the Destiny eyes take a look. We'll know when we see if there's any investment. Liemo shrugged and went to make breakfast. Chef Li was in charge of cooking. The other brothers and sisters consciously made fire and washed pots in an orderly manner. Soon, a pot of wild vegetable and rare treasure soup was ready. "Junior brother Li, have you finished writing the letter about Shiyu Tower?" "Yes, I will give it to the disciples of Hengyun Sword City when we arrive in Yinzhou City." Liemo nodded and served a bowl of soup to Princess Jiang. Hengyun Sword City is in Yinzhou, just like Qingyuan sect is in Xiang Mansion. If there is anything, it is safer to let the host handle it. Soon, Jiang Chulong suddenly pricked up his ears and looked back. "What's wrong?" Liemo was puzzled when he heard the sound of swords chiming and clanging, startling the birds in the woods. Everyone stood up. Liemo followed Jiang Chulong's gaze. He saw the tightly closed tent moving without wind. "I'm fine." A voice as clear as jade came. In the tent, Ying Bing slowly opened her eyes, and there was a hint of emptiness in her eyes. The first 3 moves of Shunshao Tianxin sword were almost flawless. Comprehension of the essence of the magic swordsmanship made her heart calmer. However, just as she was about to go out, the host has completed the last punishment. The third round of comparison will start in 30 days, and the host must be impatient. Do you want to start the punishment for the loser? After starting, the rewards will be richer. Ying Bing paused. She lowered her eyebrows, still a little hesitant. The first time, she did not hesitate at all. She felt that there was no challenge. It was just the system giving her a reward for free. The second time, she felt that the last time was just an accident. What about this time? Ying Bing's eyes flashed through every scene of Tian Shuang and Qi Xiao fighting during this period. In sword fighting, he has never defeated her since that time. In realm, she observed the Dao Shun Xing. One is Taiyin, the other is by Qin Huang Xing. As for the magic weapon, it can be completely offset by the true phoenix feather. To this day, Ying Bing still doesn't know why Liemo was ranked above her last time. That's right, Hengyun sword mark. With the help of the sword mark, Shunshao Tianxin sword can reach a higher level. Losing is not terrible. What's terrible is that you lose the heart to ask for the way. This is a truth that Ying Bing has long understood. It is also the purpose of that magic sword technique. The punishment of the loser is successfully activated. The penalty conditions have been determined. Conditions: request the winner to touch you. Requirements: at least 80% of the body area. Click. A big-headed doll was suddenly grasped by a bare hand. She suddenly felt a little regretful. Touch and request. She couldn't imagine asking for such a thing. Can't lose. This time, definitely can't lose. Sword scar. She must start to comprehend. Bing Tuozi, come out for breakfast. We are ready to enter the city. Outside, Liamo looked at the tent that had been silent for a long time and couldn't help wondering. There has been no movement for a long time. Why hasn't Bing Tuozi come out yet? She has finished comprehending martial arts, right? Yes. Jiang Chulong nodded carefully. That's strange. When Liamo was puzzled, a prompt sound came to his ears. Congratulations to the host, successfully invested in Ying Bing and helped him comprehend swordsmanship. Investment feedback. Picking flower finger. Listening to the name, it seems like some kind of finger technique, but he didn't have time to practice hammer and sword. How could he have time to practice any finger technique? Liamo drank a mouthful of soup, wondering why the system would give such a reward. The flower-picking finger, a unique finger technique. The fingers are like a god and can accurately stimulate the acupuncture points of the whole body. It is indeed a massage skill to relieve fatigue. It is recommended not to use it on the opposite sex. It is easy to be reported to the police and arrested. Poof! Liamo sprayed out all the soup he had just drunk. What the hell? A unique skill with such a high-sounding name. You told me it's a massage? What's wrong with you, brotherly? Jiang Chulong hurriedly patted his back. Ahem, it's okay. I thought of an exquisite martial art. Liamo wiped his mouth. Forget about massage. What's the meaning of the last sentence of the introduction? Is your massage serious? The carriage was heading towards Yinzhou City. Liamo sat in the carriage, flipping through the book in his hand. To be honest, he felt that the investment feedback was outrageous and seemed useless. But he still had to watch it, mainly out of curiosity. Can massage techniques become a unique skill? The first move, wandering in the mountains and rivers. What mountains? What waters? Liamo leaned back tactically, greatly shocked. This is really a unique skill. If he learns it, he will definitely be a technician in Chunfeng Tower. Jiang Chulong's eyes are curious. What is Brotherly looking at? Unfortunately, she just wanted to get closer, but Brotherly didn't let her see it. On the side of the tea table, Ying Bing placed the Tianshuang sword across his knees, with a cup of tea in front of him, and his eyes slightly lowered. There will be many warriors who will become famous in the world in the future at the Yunzhou Martial Arts Summit. There were 4 or 5 geniuses from the Hidden Dragon ranking alone, and there were also many strong players who had been dormant for a long time. Many geniuses regarded Hengyun Sword City as their first battle to debut in the sword test. When masters fight, it is also a battle of will and spirit. Of course, she is not worried about whether she could be in the top 3. But the Divine Sky Heart sword emphasizes moving forward without hesitation. The more momentum is accumulated, the stronger it becomes. It will start from now on. The 8th move, hiss. The exclamation of classmate Li came. Ying Bing frowned slightly. He is studying new martial arts again? The 12th move, wow. So strong. He is really a genius. Liamo exclaimed. Nonsense. If he is not a genius, how can he develop a massage technique into a unique skill? Ying Bing couldn't help but open his eyes and looked at the booklet in his hand, which clearly read, Flower-picking finger. With her knowledge, it is not difficult to see some extremely exquisite Zen meaning from this name. Could it be a profound Buddhist martial art? Otherwise, how could he show such an amazed expression? Ying Bing's heart tightened. Very strange. She had never known what nervousness was before. But watching the boy sometimes amazed and sometimes shook his head with emotion, she was slightly confused. Who thought of this thing? It's too strong. It can't even compare to the magic. After watching the flower-picking finger, Li Mo sighed. Don't say it. He originally had no interest in this thing. Now that he saw it, he really couldn't help but learn a few tricks. What are you looking at? Ying Bing couldn't help but speak. When he was studying the unique skill Sun Wheel Sword Classic, he didn't see him so amazed. It can't even compare to the magic? According to the system, he was already better than me. If he could learn the flower-picking finger. Oh, you mean this? Liamo shook the booklet in his hand. A unique skill, specializing in massage techniques. Student Li was a little embarrassed. I don't know if this massage technique is decent or not. After all, for the massage effect, there is no taboo on the places that should and shouldn't be touched. No wonder they say that it is easy not to use it on the opposite sex, as it is easy to be copied. Unique skill. Ying Bing just breathed a sigh of relief, but then she realized something was wrong. Massage. She remembered the content of the next punishment. Request the winner to touch. Originally, she had no imagination about this aspect, but not long ago, when the two were sparring with each other, when she thought of the touch of the electric current, she felt mixed emotions. The initial anger dissipated, but now she was left with a strange feeling. Learning this kind of martial arts is a waste of time. Don't worry, I'm just watching for fun. Liamo smiled. Are you worried that he will be distracted by martial arts and not be good at it? Bing Tuozi is a good person. No. Little Lee noticed that there was a hint of worry between Bing Tuozi's beautiful eyebrows. What happened to her? Name, Ying Bing. Age, 16. Root bone, tying moon phoenix body. Realm, observe the spirit. Destiny, red with the emperor's bones, Xian Bing as life, Qiu Shui as God, with the appearance of a phoenix. Evaluation. Fate is full of disasters, but it can always turn misfortune into fortune. At this time, the feathers are not yet full, and when the wind and clouds change, it will surely hang high in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the phoenix will come to the world. Recent experience. I hope to enter the top 3 of a martial arts summit, observe the horizontal cloud sword marks, and become the real first among my peers. Liamo was alert in an instant. Bing Tuozi is nervous. There are people of the same generation who make her feel inferior. They're masters. In an instant, Shally became cautious about the trip to Yinzhou. Not long. Looking up, there is a magnificent and prosperous city, which is many times more magnificent than the rebuilt Zhang city, as if it has stood for the vicissitudes of the past. And now Yinzhou city is more lively than before. Wow! Jiang Chulong stretched out her little head and looked around like a curious baby. When she was in the imperial city, she had never left the palace. After arriving in Ziyang city, she rarely went out. When had she seen such a scene? She was curious and embarrassed, and carefully grasped Li Mo's sleeve. This city is big. There should be a lot of delicious food. Li Mo smiled. I'll take you to eat delicious food later. Okay. Jiang Chulong carefully raised the corner of her mouth. Brotherly treats me so well. Li Mo, this silly girl is lucky to meet me first. If she met a bad guy, she would probably be cheated and help count money. I don't know how she lives in the palace, and she is so easy to trust others. Because there are so many people from a martial arts world gathering recently, the number of soldiers guarding the city gate has increased a lot, and the orders are strictly enforced. Everyone entering the city must be checked. After the check, you can pass by paying a 1 liang silver entrance fee. 1 liang per person hiss. Senior brother Ouyang was shocked. How much silver does this cost? 1 day is enough for him to work hard for several years. The martial spirit of Yinzhou is much stronger than that of the East Wilderness. Su Jiqing was excited, but also a little nervous. She was also known for her chivalrous clothes and horses in Ziyang Mansion. But when put here, she was as inconspicuous as a drop of water in the ocean. There are quite a lot of people with swords here. Li Mo nodded and tightened the Qishao sword. Who dares to say that he is not a swordsman? The eye of destiny is open. Every time he arrived at a new place, he would look to see if there were anyone worth investing in. What? The new Hidden Dragon list is out. Zhong Jinyue. He is also on the Hidden Dragon list. I heard that he followed his father, Jinan Ho, to resist the disaster beasts at the border. Will he come to Yinzhou this time? He is the 89th? I remember that the original 89th was by Jing Hong, the young hero of Hung Yun Sword City. Young hero buys the 81st. Hidden Dragon list. This is the most authoritative list of geniuses in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, announced by Yintian sect and ranked according to battle records. The Martial Arts Summit is originally a place where young warriors emerge. Therefore, there are other lists, but the most people are watching in front of the Hidden Dragon list. I probably won't have this opportunity to be on the list in my life. Senior brother, Shun Yunfei sighed. At his age, it is difficult to call him a young talent. As he said that, He looked not far away. Not only him, but the other disciples of Qingyuan's sect also looked over. Junior sister Ying Bing, junior brotherly, after the martial arts summit, they will emerge. How amazing will they be? In the future, they will be the real protagonists on the stage of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. They were sighing. It's young Master Bai, and young Master Chao, young Master Wu. It's the 3 heroes of Hengyun who are here to see the list. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, recognizing the young man riding a white horse, with a stern face and the demeanor of a master. And there's more. Along with Bai Jinghong, there are 2 other geniuses on the Hidden Dragon list, and their rankings are even higher than his. People made way for them one after another. After all, they are not only geniuses but also the true descendants of Hengyun Sword City. However, just as everyone was sighing at their swordsmanship and their peerless demeanor, Bai Jinghong's eyes suddenly froze. Plop! Young Master Bai's pupil shrank as if he had seen a scourge. Then, as if by reflex, his knees softened and he knelt down. Everyone. Liemo. He was holding the star pestle in his hand and was about to put it into the system space. So embarrassing. What should I do if I go to someone's territory and they kneel down in front of everyone? Waiting online, very anxious. The noisy street suddenly became quiet. Bai Jinghong, a genius on the Hidden Dragon list and a true disciple of Hengyun Sword City, could kneel even if he met a king or a prince. He knelt down without any hesitation on the street. Could it be the Lord of Sword City who came? Everyone turned around and saw 2 women and 1 man standing there. The young man had an upright figure and a handsome face with a gentle and leisurely look. The girl next to him was wearing ill-fitting clothes and a cloth covering her eyes. Her small face was delicate and spiritual. The other girl had a cold temperament, like a snowy mountain ice lotus, and her every move was vaguely majestic. Who are they? It seems that they are much younger than Bai Xiaoxia. Is that girl's origin extraordinary? So Bai Jinghong bowed down to her. She seems to be more beautiful than the fairies on the Bai Hua character list. It is well known. Those who travel the world are interested in nothing more than magic weapons, martial arts, and beauties. Bing Tuozi's aura is too domineering, and he successfully helped Xiao Li divert the firepower. Bai Jinghong knelt there, confused and embarrassed. He wiped it reflexively. It's not right to get up now, and it's not right to continue kneeling. Xiao Bai, you said yesterday that you have a strong sword bone and want to test swords with the heroes of the world. Why do you kneel down as soon as you go out? Behind him, the blue-clothed swordsman named Wu raised the corner of his mouth with a teasing smile. Is this woman very strong? Another swordsman named Chao narrowed his eyes, full of fighting spirit. I'm not kneeling to her. Oh, I thought you saw that this woman's sword intent was so high that you couldn't help but bow your head. As a swordsman in the realm of observing gods, naturally, he is very sensitive to sword intent. Jokes aside, the swordsmen surnamed Wu and Chao were both true disciples of Hengyun Sword City, so they could naturally see that Ying Bing had an aura that made them palpitate. Her sword intent is indeed powerful, but forget it, you don't understand it at all. Bai Jinghong shook his head. He couldn't help but think of the figure who swung a hammer in the Blood Phoenix secret realm, like a god or demon, and smashed through the entire secret realm with one hammer. He was laughing and walking towards him. It was just a small favor to save Brother Bai once. I said Brother Bai is a sentimental person, but there is no need to do this as soon as we meet. Student Li saw Bai Jinghong's embarrassment and stepped forward to help him up. Well, that's right. I value feelings. Brother Li is right. Bai Jinghong stood up and said embarrassedly, by the way, I have a letter to give to Brother Bai. It concerns the safety of Yinzhou. Please pay attention to it, and it is best to hand it over to the elders of your sect. Liemo took out a piece of letter paper from his arms, which recorded the information of Shiyu Tower. Shiyu Tower has a big plan. If he moves his pen, he may be able to change the fate of many people. Not only for the reward. Even if there is no investment feedback, he will do such a thing. Don't worry, Brother Li. Bai Jinghong took it solemnly. Chao and Wu frowned. Qingyuan sect is still okay in Ziyang Prefecture, but for Hengyun Sword City, it is a small family. Wait for Li Mo and the people of Qingyuan's sect to bow and leave. Wu Zhenchuan frowned and said, Xiao Bai, your actions just now have damaged the reputation of my sect. Chao Zhenchuan also nodded. The sect has spent a lot of effort to build momentum for us. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. The more majestic the sect is, the stronger its control over the local area. In addition to the old generation of masters in the sect, the reputation of the new generation of geniuses is also very important, which means that the future of the sect is the face of the sect. In order to build momentum for the three of them did a lot of things to eradicate evil, and also invited a storyteller to spread the news for 12 hours without interruption. In this way, the reputation of the three heroes of Hengyun came into being. You know shit. Bai Jinghong smiled coldly. Didn't you see that my brother Li has taken out his hammer? He turned around and sent the letter. Yunzhou City is now full of heroes, and every day there are countless young heroes who want to become famous and leave their own deeds. Storytellers have become a hot industry for a while. But today, the most explosive news is by Jinghong's kneeling. Some said it was to thank the benefactor. Some said it was because of the onset of old cold legs. And the more reliable one was that the three were the true geniuses of the hidden sect. Many people inquired about the identities of the three boys and girls. And at this opportunity, a picture album of the domineering Empress Falls in Love with Me was born. The character's appearance cannot be said to be similar to Li Mo Ying Bing, but it can only be said to be exactly the same. I don't know which business genius wrote this. Hengyun Sword City, the residence of the elder of foreign affairs. A thin old man was drinking tea there with unhappy brows. And Bai Jinghong and the other two were also in the hall. Elder Zeng, I have something for you to look at. Put other things aside for now. Elder Zeng said sternly. Why did you do such a shameful thing in public today? I don't want to hear your explanation. Elder Zeng interrupted with a cold face. From his well-organized and meticulously luxurious clothes, it can be seen that he is a person who cares about face very much. Wu Chushu, Chao Mu, Bai Jinghong. At the sword test meeting, the three of you must challenge those Qingyuan sect disciples. Wu Chushu and Chao Mu both agreed confidently. Bai Jinghong's mouth was bitter, and he hurriedly said, Then I challenged the little girl wearing a cloth strip. The little girl wearing a cloth strip? At this time, a puzzled female voice sounded from the door. Elder Zeng quickly stood up and saluted with a respectful look. Walk, why are you here? A pair of bare feet, like jade, stepped into the door. The golden bells on the ankles rang lightly, and a jade plate hung on the waist. Her face was calm, but her eyes were as obscure as a deep pool, as if countless lines were intertwined. Yin Tianzong walked. Her eyes looked at Bai Jinghong. What are the characteristics of the Qingyuan disciples you just mentioned? As the day of the martial arts summit was getting closer, Yunzhou City became more and more lively. Shun Yunfei, Su Jiqing, and others all felt the pressure, and they were practicing martial arts every day. Li Mo was a jerk during the day and a little princess at night. When he was free, he would observe the spirit. Dongfang Weishi. Li Mo put away his sword and stood still. After consuming a lot of martial arts insights, his 9 swords of Dugu has reached the threshold of maturity. The result of the last deduction is Dugu Jujin defeated all the heroes. You know you can no longer work in isolation. When you point your sword at the heroes, use other people's swords as a whetstone to forge a stunning edge in your heart. Chevron_left. What does it mean to develop hobbies and interests? Student Lee retreated tactically. A slight fluctuation was heard in the world seed. The meteorite hammer was protesting. Recently, Liamo was busy practicing swords and didn't practice it. Hammer Bao felt wronged, and the sharp spirit of the soldiers and the killers was arguing. When there is a hammer test meeting in the future, I will definitely let you show your power. Liamo promised seriously. So Hammer Bao stopped making trouble and happily accepted the empty check. His conscience hurt a little. It's human nature not to cherish things that are too easy to get. Student Lee thought about it while changing his clothes. It was the clothes that Chu Long made for him. The workmanship was very immature, but very attentive, and the material was also very good. To be honest, who would object if I said I was a swordsman? Liamo looked at the mirror with satisfaction and pushed the door out. As soon as she went out, she saw Jiang Chulong squatting at the entrance of the yard with her knees hugged, surrounded by several dirty wildcats, eating the leftovers she left. Hearing the footsteps behind her, she turned around and was slightly stunned. Li, brother Li, you where? Does it look good? Liamo stood in front of her and asked with a smile. It is the best. Through the cloth, Jiang Chulong's blurred eyes could be seen, reflecting the youthful vigor. Haha, where did you learn adjectives? I heard them praise. Father. That's how he praised. Jiang Chulong secretly looked at him. After all, she couldn't help but stretch out her little hand to smooth the wrinkles on Liamo's collar. Thank you. Liamo rubbed her head. Jiang Chulong opened her mouth, but found that she had difficulty breathing. When she thought that Brotherly would become famous wearing this dress, she felt dizzy. If the customers in the store drank too much, would they also feel the same way? But she obviously didn't drink. It's time to buy you some clothes. Liamo saw that Princess Jiang was still wearing the clothes he wore when he opened a hot pot restaurant. No need. I'm happy wearing this. Jiang Chulong pinched the hem of her dress and shook her head quickly. When we have time, we can go shopping together. Yinzhou City is so prosperous. Maybe there will be something you like. Go shopping with Brotherly? Jiang Chulong murmured to himself, as if he thought of a picture. Liamo couldn't help but smile. Soon, the brothers and sisters also stood up. Ouyang stuffed a stack of silver notes into Liamo's hand, saying that it was the dividends of the album. Liamo glanced and found that the denominations were all 1,000 taels. How much money does the domineering Empress Falls in Love with Me make? This is just the cost of the first issue. Ouyang held his head high, his mouth harder than AK, and his voice was much louder. Junior Brotherly, you and junior sister Ying Bing are my breadwinners. Liamo just remembered that there's been a lot of investment feedback about the rejuvenating pill recently, and it turned out that it was all revealed by senior brother Ouyang. No wonder. The rented courtyard suddenly became quiet. Bing Tuozi walked out with a sword, and the black feathered clothes made her noble aura even more mysterious. How could it be so powerful? Everyone was a respectable person, but standing next to her like a bodyguard. If we score based on momentum and appearance, there is no need to compete at the JoJo Summit. The title of Jinying can be directly awarded to her. You guys, aren't you leaving? Ying Bing looked back at the door and asked in confusion. Studently said in a daze, Bing Tuozi, I have a question. Want to be hot to wear mink in summer? Ying Bing's eyes swept across someone's buttocks and got on the carriage directly. It was still Jiang Chulong who whispered, Brotherly, that's not mink. The streets were full of carriages and horses, and voices were like rain. The Qingyuan sex team was not noticeable among them. Not only was the ground lively, but the sky was also not calm. Some people rode giant eagles across the sky, and there were swordsmen who had practiced some kind of flying martial arts, walking on swords. How unrestrained they were. In terms of the way they appeared, it can be said that the 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing their magical powers. The one who just came here on a sword is Wu Chu Shu, one of the 3 heroes of Hongyan, right? It should be. That's not right. Doesn't he live in Jiansheng? Why did he come back from outside on a sword? He is a real swordsman. Don't worry about the affairs of the heroes. You can walk on a sword, so you can do this. The crowd around was talking, and there was no lack of strong yearning and envy. It's not me who has to type. Li Imo sighed, and in the eyes of the god of destiny, the figure of Wu Chu Shu walking away on the sword was reflected. He lowered his head and recorded it in the small notebook again. Name, Wu Chu Shu. Age, 25. Root bone, 10,000 flowers, sword bone. Realm, observation of the 6 apertures. Destiny, blue with purple. Evaluation, the 2nd place in Hengyun Sword City, Langyu Prefecture, ranked 74th on the Hidden Dragon list at a young age, and was called the Gentleman of 10,000 Flowers. Recent encounter, prepared to challenge Ying Bing, took back the place of Hung Yun's Sword City, but ended up with a damaged heart of swordsmanship and a lot of demons in his heart. After writing this, Li Mo paused. Suddenly, he didn't envy the other party very much. He even felt a little sympathy. Even if he had mastered the Dugan 9 swords to a small extent, or even to a great extent, he didn't have the confidence to beat Bing Tozi. The only time he won with a sword was because of her flaw, and he never saw her have a flaw after that. Shaking his head, he continued to record. All the heroes in the world who were worth investing in were killed by him. Recorded. Among them are Wu Chu Shu, who has long been famous, and some are unknown but powerful. Step. Suddenly, Li Mo's eyes moved slightly. He was a young man sitting on a strange beast pony, with ordinary looks and ordinary aura. But in the eyes of the god of destiny, he is not ordinary. Name, Huang Donglai. Age, 25. Root Bao Nun. Realm, observation of the 5 orifices of the spirit. Destiny, blue with purple. Evaluation, get a strange gem. Can be restored. He disassembled various martial arts, and his temperament was calm and low-key. He practiced hard in his hometown for 10 years before he had the confidence to go out. Recent encounter. In the first battle after going out, he met Jiang Chulong, so he felt that he was very weak, so he ran back to the small county to practice hard. Li Mo, what is the sword god of Shalipo? You are steady, but you should fight with others a few more times before going home. After recording for a while, Li Mo unconsciously said, there are quite a lot of geniuses in our East Wilderness. Yes, there are quite a few. Ying Bing supported Tian Shuang and said softly, this is strange. After all, it was the former capital of the Shang dynasty. That's true. Li Mo was thoughtful. The once prosperous dynasty is now weak, so it is understandable that there are more outstanding people and beautiful scenery. Not long after, we arrived at the mountain gate of Hung Yun Sword City. This place is surrounded by mountains and rivers, and there are 10 arenas. An old man with a sword on his back bowed to everyone, and then said, if you go to the arena, you will be the champion. Everyone can go on stage to compete with him, and the winner will take his place. 3 days later, the champion who is still standing on the stage at that time can be considered to have passed the sword test. The huge sword city lies between 2 mountain ranges. The towering sword tower pierces the sky like a giant sword. It is sunrise time. The sunlight shines on the sword tower, outlining its huge shadow in front of the mountain gate. Under the shadow, there are just 10 arenas. After the sword city elder finished speaking, the field fell silent. Which hero will go up and set an example for us? Where are all the heroes just now? Going up on the stage now means that you have to stay on the stage for 3 days. The difficulty can be imagined. Those who can stand up at this time must have strong confidence in their own strength. I will try it first. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. Li Mo, who was finishing his writing, looked in the direction of the voice. But he saw that the man was wearing animal-patterned armor, with a resolute face, holding a spear in his hand, and dozens of personal soldiers guarding him, majestic and solemn. The Hung Yun sword mark does not necessarily mean that one can only comprehend swordsmanship. There are many swordsmen here, because warriors in Yunzhou and even the world all admire swordsmanship. It's young Marquis Zhong. Young Marquis is mighty. He has the demeanor of a general. The colorful sedan chair was carried by everyone, and there were a lot of rainbow farts from the audience. Li Mo couldn't help but look over with the eyes of destiny. He raised his eyebrows slightly. Name, Zhong Jinyue. Age, 22. Root, iron horse and golden sword body. Realm, observe the 5 apertures of the god. Destiny, blue with purple. Evaluation, the son of the king of Jinan, joined the army since childhood, a steely straight man. Recent experience, on the way to Yinzhou, he was deceived by Yin Yinmian, the saint of Shiyu Tower. Even the other party didn't use the magic of confusing the heart, and he insisted on marrying her. He accidentally helped Shiyu Tower to snatch the Hung Yun sword mark, and was severely punished by his father afterwards. Li Mo, A straightforward, rich second-generation man who has not experienced much of the world meets a top-level sea queen, right? This is a bit difficult. The other party is not poisoned, nor is he seduced by his messy martial arts. And he is not really from Xiyu Tower. Hengyun Sword City is not Qingyuan's sect, and the senior officials believe whatever he says. Let's take it one step at a time. Liemo shook his head. There are only two things he needs to do now. First, with the help of the sword test, hone 9 swords of Dugu to a new level. Second, help Bing Toozi and Princess Xiao Jiang to rub the Hengyun sword mark. Xiyu Tower has some plans for the sword mark, but he does not seem to see who is Xiyu Tower's killer from the eyes of the God of Destiny. But as long as the martial arts summit continues, they will always take action. Bing Toozi. Liemo was about to speak, but found that Ying Bing had already come on stage. There were also bursts of exclamations in the venue. Isn't that the domineering Empress? Lu Wuyan. It's her. They look exactly the same. No, buddy. Have you also watched The Domineering Empress Falls in Love with Me? The characters in this album are based on reality. They really are based on reality. Woo woo. I really want to be Sister Wuyan's dog. Empress Wuyan is invincible. I hold the banner for the Empress, who dares to be her enemy. The venue was suddenly very lively, even louder than when Zhong Jinyue took the stage just now. The scene was about to turn into a fan meeting. Ying Bing frowned slightly. She didn't expect that album to be so popular. First of all, her name is not Lu Wuyan. But when she frowned like this, the cheers got louder. Liemo, so senior brother Ouyang, did you draw Lu Wuyan after Ying Bing? I can't help it. I've seen such a good example before. You know how much my junior sister looks like. I racked my brains, but couldn't think of a better one that fits the Empress's temperament. Ouyang spread his hands and said, by the way, Jiang Chun was drawn after you, junior brother Li. After all, art comes from life. You're a good teacher. Looking at the roaring and sea in front of him, Li never thought of it. One day, he will be hit on the head by his own boomerang. I didn't expect that I would become a popular star. Wow, is that Jiang Chun? He does look so gentle and handsome. Definitely a gentleman. So The Domineering Empress Falls in Love with Me is based on the two of them. Oh, I really want to have a baby with brother Jiang Chun. The people present are not only heroes of the martial arts world, but also the melon-eating masses and the powerful people from all over Yinzhou. The solemn atmosphere of the sword test is gone. On the high platform of Jiansheng, what did you do in the Foreign Affairs Hall? Elder Zeng was very angry, and he slammed the table, and the fruits were shaken into the air and fell down. Elder, we can't do anything. We invited about 100 storytellers to take turns to build momentum for the 3 true disciples. We have driven up the price of Sterculia lignifera. The steward of the Foreign Affairs Hall had a bitter face. Storytelling is just talking until your throat smokes. How can it compare to other people's picture albums? You don't know that now there are people queuing up in major bookstores every day, and some people are offering 100 tales just to read the latest chapter of The Tyrannical Empress Falls in Love with Me. In terms of creating momentum, our methods are too backward. The methods are backward. Elder Zeng snorted coldly and looked at Wu, Chao, and by standing there. They are just some tricks, and the real test will come in the end. You 3, you must show your momentum and style later. Yes. The 3 of them bowed, and by Jing Hong's side. When they went down from the high platform of Jiansheng, Elder Zeng squinted at the steward again. By the way, how do you know that there are people queuing in the bookstores? Well, I'm just strolling around just... As a steward of Sword City, don't you feel ashamed? Take it out. I haven't finished reading it yet. The steward finally handed the album over obediently. Elder Zeng got the album and opened it quickly after seeing the steward leave, as if he had found an antidote for a poison. The latest chapter? Elder Zeng is a good elder. Private life and work are very separate. On the stage, the 10 high platforms were finally full. The rules of the sword test are very simple. Each person can only go on stage twice. If the cultivation level exceeds a major realm, they must be suppressed to the same realm. After all, This is to make friends with martial arts, not to see who has a higher realm. Among the 10 people on the stage, 9 are in the state of observing the gods. Only Princess Jiang is in the state of inner breath. As a matter of course, many people who want to go on stage to become famous also look at her. Whose child is this? It seems to be a little beggar. I saw her feeding wildcats outside last night. Hey kid, get down quickly, or you'll scare me to tears. A Xianan realm swordsman jumped onto the stage. This meant he was going to challenge her. Jiang Chulong stood there timidly, holding the jade sword peach blossom branch, feeling somewhat helpless. She could only purse her lips and look at the ring beside her. But she saw Li Mo smiling slightly and gave her a thumbs up with his hand under his robe. Jiang Chulong suddenly gained confidence and asked in a low voice, "Has it started?" "Yes, it has started." "Shua, I don't know where the peach blossom branch came from, nor when it fell. But I am determined not to look back, and I can't chase my intention to leave. Like a spring breeze. It's over." On the stage, the peach blossom branch was against the warrior's throat. If it went in 1 inch further, the other party would bleed on the spot. Gudong, the man swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I'm sorry. I scared you. Jiang Chulong quickly put away the sword and bowed to apologize. The scene was quiet at first, and then it couldn't stop boiling. The Xianan warrior was not an unknown person, but an experienced ghostwriter in the world. The little girl only drew 1 sword and it was over. Sword intent. On the high stage, the elders of Hengyun's Sword City slammed the table and stood up with a strong brilliance in their eyes. Judging from her age, she was at most 14 or 15 years old. From ancient times to the present, they have never heard of anyone who can comprehend the sword intent at such a young age. Moreover, the swordsmanship of this little girl has no trace of craftsmanship. It is natural, as if it was carved out by the gods. Such a talent. If she were to touch the Hengyun sword mark, does she have a master? What if she has one? I know all the sword masters in Yinzhou. That's right. It's better for us to teach this child. If her master objects, we can go and reason with him together. The elders of Hengyun Sword City, the old men who were at least in the outer scenery realm, started to shout. But suddenly, an elder who had not spoken said, "I seem to have seen her in Tianshan Sword Manor." The elders shut up. "Junior brother Bai, do you want to switch with me?" Chao Mu asked solemnly. This is a sword fanatic. Almost all the young people in Yinzhou have been asked to learn from him. I don't want to fight her either, but Bai Jinghong looked at Li Mo and Ying Bing on the stage and gritted his teeth and said, "Leave her to me." So tough. Wu Chushu was stunned and seemed to look at Bai Jinghong differently. He thought Bai Jinghong had become timid and cowardly. Unexpectedly, she still had some backbone. Awesome, Chulong. Li Mo gave a thumbs up in the direction. Then he turned around and looked at his opponent. She was a young, beautiful girl who was looking at him excitedly with a little heart in her eyes. Jiang Chun, brother Jiang Chun. Actually, my name is Li Mo. Okay, brother Jiang Chun, can you sign for me? Ah. After signing, the young warrior jumped off the stage. Li Mo, no, at least 2 moves. I'm here to test the world with swords, not to hold a book signing event. Forget it. This situation shouldn't last too long. After all, standing on the stage means the qualification to enter the sword tower to observe the Hengyun sword mark. The situation on Ying Bing's side is a little different. It can only be said that this is a difference in character setting. After all, in The Domineering Empress Falls in Love with Me, Jiang Chun is a gentle gentleman and a little bit stupid. Lu Wuyin is the opposite. It is my honor to fight with the Snow Moon Empress. Even if I lose and die, I will die without regrets. The person on the stage is a warrior who has observed the 3 orifices of the spirit. He is generous and serious, as if his opponent is really a martial emperor. Ying Bing. She said nothing, and the Tian Shuang, which had not yet been unsheathed, raised slightly, indicating that the other party should take action. That person is really quite good. As soon as the sword was drawn, it had the courage of the waves, the sword light was dazzling, and there were many changes. Anyone who saw it couldn't help but say good swordsmanship. The crazy wave swordsmanship, a superior swordsmanship, was used to perfection by this person, and he had already mastered it. Not far away, Li Imo shook his head slightly. 12 flaws. In the surging waves, a little cold light came, overbearing and strict, like a punishment from heaven. This sword made it difficult for people to have any thoughts of resistance. The sword light spread. The man's face turned pale, and he fell to the ground with a plop. He was sweating profusely, and he just saw the opposite side clearly. The girl's sword was not unsheathed at all. It was just a starting move, and he felt like he was facing a fairy god, and he was defeated without attacking. The starting move can also be called a starting gesture. I don't know if this is considered a move, but there is no doubt that this cold girl is terribly strong. Jiang Chulong's talent is shocking, while Ying Bing is terrifyingly strong, so strong that it is completely unreasonable. What kind of sword energy and sword power? What kind of sword technique is she practicing? I don't think it looks like a unique skill. Snap! The elders slammed the table again. Click-crack. The lapis lazuli table wailed, cracked, and collapsed. It was obvious that they were shocked. It was also obvious that the strong man in the field had great strength. Ahem. Old Chow. Wu Chushu tapped his chin and said, "How about let's switch?" Okay. Sword maniac Chow Mu agreed without hesitation. Okay, then I will spar with that Jiang. Liamo. Wu Chushu was relieved. He didn't have to facing Bing and Jiang Chulong, and his face was saved. Wu Chushu, who had survived the disaster, had no idea that Bai Jinghong was retreating tactically, and his eyes suddenly became respectful and awed. What's wrong, Xiaobai? It's okay. By the way, do you have anything you can't let go of? You can tell me. Wu Chushu was puzzled and looked up at the stage. But the young man in white seemed to be a little tired of signing, so he took out a wooden board from the Shumi object, wrote and drew on it, and then put it out. A bounty of 100 taels will be given to those who come on stage to challenge with all their strength. A bounty of 10,000 taels will be given to those who beat me. A large sum of money for a fight? The crowd was immediately in an uproar. 10,000 taels of gold, not silver, is a considerable fortune even for the Guanshan realm. Warriors without backgrounds are short of money. What is Junior Brotherly doing? Shen Yunfei, who was standing on the ring, was puzzled. The warriors on the ring all wanted to preserve their strength as much as possible. After all, no one dared to say that they could withstand a round-robin battle. Even if the sword test was only during the day, they could not recover the deficit at night. Could it be that Junior Brother Li was the same as he planned, and had never thought of standing to the end? Even Zhong Jinyue, who was on the next ring, turned his head. A bounty of 100 taels? Really? Jiang, Brother Liamo, do you feel your hands are too tired from signing autographs? I wanted to challenge him for a long time, but I just didn't get the chance. Pretty boy, I'll do it. A rather burly man came on stage, holding a halberd, bare-chested, with muscular torsos. Disciples of Gongdo sect believe in fighting like men. Hate those hypocritical people the most. Gongdo sect. Liamo recognized the man's style. Instantly, he analyzed that the other party was a horizontal martial artist, and the best way to deal with him was to use the extreme slaughter body to the fullest. But that way, ahem, the main thing is that I can't hone myself. Thinking that I'm about to act as a swordsman and make a fool of myself in front of all the heroes of Yinzhou, I'm a little excited. Yes, Tietchi is my elder brother, the man said proudly. Liamo smiled, waved his robe, and made a gesture of invitation. Then let's stop here. Student Li was eager to draw his sword. Hey! The burly man just raised his halberd and scratched his head. You said you will get a reward of 10,000 taels if you win. Is that true? Of course. Liamo nodded and smiled modestly. You don't have to worry about this. It's not difficult for me to get 10,000 taels of gold. Okay, I'll take the reward. The burly man was excited. He had just entered the state of observing the spirit. The disciples of Gongdo sect practiced the slow-progressing horizontal training method. They had strong bodies and were famous for their fighting ability. Let me see what he can do first. Under the stage, Wu Chushu stared at the young man with a smile and a serious look as he drew his sword. He didn't pay much attention to the disciples of the prefecture-level sect like Qing Yuan's sect. However, there was a pearl in front. He couldn't help but observe Li Mo's way seriously. This ring was finally on the right track. The people in the audience also turned their attention to this. In the album, when Jiang Chun was in danger, it was Lu Wuyin who rushed to save him. This kid looks good. I wonder how much skill he has. It's not a big deal. Brother Li is holding a sword. What's wrong with a swordsman holding a sword? Brother, you really haven't been to the Blood Phoenix secret realm. After the two people on the stage saluted each other, Liemo slowly drew out the Qishao sword, and the little man in his dantian was shining, and the divine pattern was shining. He only activated his own soul and did not use other means. There was a faint round of clear light floating around him. The Qishao sword shook like a drunk holding a branch, stabbing out without any rules, and many people frowned. The young man looked so good, but his swordsmanship was too eye-catching. If it weren't for the use of a mysterious weapon, it would be difficult to call it a swordsmanship. Of course, this is just what some people think. This is Hongyun Sword City, the former holy land of swordsmanship. There are many people with discerning eyes. If I were facing this sword, Wu Chushu found something wrong and began to put himself in the shoes of others. It actually has some of the charm of the Shadow Pearl, I observed. Huang Donglai, who had an ordinary face, touched the pearl in his arms, his eyes full of doubt. Zhong Jinyue and the elders on the stage also stared at him. However, their feelings were not as intuitive as the burly man. He just felt confused now, because the only right thing about that seemingly ordinary sword with many mistakes was that it pointed at his flaws. Even before this, he didn't know that his starting move had such a flaw. What's even more weird is that changing his moves is useless. As soon as his moves changed, the sword went to his new flaws again. Who? Never mind. The burly man decided not to hesitate anymore. If there is a flaw, there is a flaw. Use force to defeat cleverness. He twisted the halberd, condensed his energy, and stabbed with strong, murderous aura. This is the superior martial arts of Gondo sect. He practiced it every day. It was as fast as thunder. There were not many changes, but it was condensed enough. He and Tai Chi learned this. After Brother Tai came back from the Blood Phoenix secret realm, he not only made up for his physical defects, but also improved his martial arts attainments. He said that it was because he observed an extremely powerful hammer method, so he had some understanding. This understanding was also passed on to him. Everyone couldn't help but marvel at the fierce halberd method. It has some of Ding Lei Ji's momentum, and it also integrates the weapon-killing method of Gondo sect. Not bad. The voice of the young man made him a little stunned. The sword method is even more incomprehensible. The Qishao sword was like an antelope hanging its horns, leaving no trace. At an extremely strange angle, it hit the weak point of the halberd. Instantly, the heavy and swift momentum stagnated. Just like the dark clouds that had accumulated for a long time, the thunder also struck, but in the end it did not rain. According to the agreement, this was basically the end, and Liemo did not pursue. You have 7 flaws. Come again. After the burly man adjusted his breath, he looked serious and waved his weapon to meet him. He also collected his strength and focused on martial arts. Your halberd method is powerful but not heavy. The real Ding Lei Ji, although it looks swift, is still a heavy and slow way. The young man was holding a sword, leisurely and casual. While drawing the sword, he pointed out the opponent's shortcomings. It was still a sword without rules, but he used it in a chic and elegant way. The people in the audience fell into a stagnation. This is not a duel, it is clearly a lesson. Just now they thought the young man's swordsmanship was simple because it did not have any earth-shattering movements. It was a way of returning to the basics, and they were not broad-minded enough to understand the mystery. After all, the level of the burly man was not enough to tote the summit. It was considered as a mid-level player. However, in front of Liemo, there was no power to compete head-on. Brother Li, really amazing. Jiang Chulong held the peach blossom branch, her heart beating fast. Even she felt that the purpose of this sword technique resonated with her, and they appreciated each other. It seemed that the teacher was teaching the Wild Grass Sword Sutra in a similar way. Tying, Ying Bing looked at the figure of the young man swinging the sword and was a little absent-minded. She had known this sword technique for a long time. What made her absent-minded was the familiar breath. Why was there the charm of Tying in his mind? The two of them were together day and night, and she knew him very well, except for the divine will of observation. Could it be that the system judged that her combat power was lower than Li Mo because of the divine will? But this was even more strange. Why could Li Mo observe Tying? On the high platform, the swordplay of Tianshan, sword manner. No, I have learned the swordplay, and it is not like this. Is he taking the path of skills close to the Tao? The elders of Jinshan with white hair and beards did not slam their heads this time, although they had changed to a new table. In addition to surprise, they were more complicated, exhausting the principles of the sword. Who among you is not a sword genius? Who is not a brilliant swordsman? However, the more genius you are, the more desperate you are on this road. The more you know your ignorance. Although immortals are illusory, the 9 heavens and 10 earths once existed. But no one has ever completed the path of skills close to the Tao. By the way, what's going on with the Qingyuan sect? Is there smoke coming out of the ancestral tomb? The competition on the ring, or the guidance, is coming to an end at this time. The burly man took back his halberd and saluted solemnly. Thank you for your guidance. I've benefited a lot. It's a good thing I didn't suffer any loss. Li Mo smiled modestly while holding the sword. While guiding the other party, he also integrated the other party's methods into the Dugan 9 swords and turned them into his own things. Well, this step also took the enlightenment of martial arts. When it accumulates to a certain level, it is time to go further. It's hard to say who benefits more. Take it. Li Mo took out a gold note as promised. No, I have received the grace of teaching. How can I? What I said must be done. This little money is nothing. The burly man looked at the boy's smile, looked at his style, and recalled the description of someone by his senior brother. He is handsome, treats money as dirt, and spares no effort to help others. Are you from the Blood Phoenix secret realm? Hush, I'm a swordsman now. Big brother, please accept my greetings. You picked it. Bai Jinghong spread his hands and smiled unhappily. He's still using a sword, and you're sweating profusely? Chao Mu was regulating his breath next to him, without even raising his eyelids, and his meaning was very clear. No change. You really think I'm scared? I didn't plan to change people. He went on stage on the first day, and he might not be able to meet me before his soul and true energy are exhausted. Wu Chushu snorted coldly. The sword test lasts for 3 days. Even if the opponent's true energy is exhausted, he may not be able to defeat him. Besides, although Li Mo's swordsmanship is amazing, at least he can fight with him, and Ying Bing or Jiang Chulong are more difficult to deal with. On the stage, feeling countless eyes cast at him, Shaoli let out a long breath. It's cool. He had some regrets before. In fact, the martial arts insights he spent on Dugajujian were somewhat beyond the business scope. However, he was in a good mood at the moment, and felt that if he couldn't even do what he wanted to do, what was the point of living in the world? He didn't have any mortal enemies that he had to defeat, nor did he have the responsibility of saving the world. Li Mo said loudly to everyone, "Which other heroes want to come on stage and have a try? The bounty I just mentioned will be valid for the next 3 days." The scene was a little excited. Most people came here just to learn from others and gain knowledge. The qualification to observe Hunyun's sword mark was not related to them. Going on stage to compete with Li Mo, not only can they get money, but they can also find their own shortcomings. Is there such a good thing? I'll do it. Brother Li Mo is indeed the same as Brother Jiang Chun, kind-hearted and a gentleman who enjoys helping others. Who said that? The male protagonist in the album doesn't have such strength. After this, I don't know how the Hidden Dragon list will change. A long line formed in front of Li Mo's ring. Even Zhong Jinyuan next door couldn't help but look at him frequently, obviously very interested in him. However, the champions are not allowed to compete with each other. Besides, if he goes down now, he can't even get in line. Many people challenge Li Mo. Teacher Li is quite authoritative in teaching. When he sees the flaws, he will explain them to the opponent one by one, and at the same time disassemble the opponent's martial arts and integrate them into his own swordsmanship. Now, with just swordsmanship, he is confident that he can defeat opponents whose realm is 2 or 3 orifices higher than his own, and not far away. Bai Jinghong completely feels that he will be stabbed if he sticks his head out, and he will be stabbed if he shrinks his head. So he sighed and stood on the stage. I am Bai Jinghong. He bowed slightly, and his breath dropped to the inner breath realm. The purpose of a sword test is to select martial arts geniuses. After all, the higher the martial arts talent, the better the martial arts that can be comprehended from the Hongyun sword mark. He must also abide by the rules and suppress his own realm. Please teach me. I dare not. I dare not. Jiang Chulong shook her head like a rattle. Being treated with courtesy, she was a little at a loss, and secretly looked at brother Li not far away. Then he imitated Li Mo and said, Please make the first move. Make the first move. Okay. Bai Jinghong did not dare to despise him and was very alert. The first move can seize the initiative. As soon as he raised his hand, he activated his own Hongguang sword body with his inner breath. The sword energy was like a tide, which was the Hongyun sword energy. And the sword energy contained multiple changes. This was the move that his senior sister had learned after sitting in front of the sword mark for 3 years. There were exclamations from the audience. After all, in front of the vast sword energy, Jiang Chulong's thin little body seemed so fragile and insignificant. The angry tide swept that a rare seriousness appeared on Jiang Chulong's little face. She did not dodge or avoid. Facing the tide of sword energy that would hurt her if touched, her delicate body was like a dead grass dancing in the wind, or like a small fish swimming in rivers, lakes, and seas. No matter how turbulent the sword energy was, it could not hurt her at all. She was like a weed, weak but firm. Snap! With a light sound, the peachwood branch hit the back of Bai Jinghong's hand. The famous sword fell to the ground with a clang. Bai Jinghong stood there in disbelief. He had never thought that his sword energy would be broken in this way. This was beyond his comprehension. He began to doubt his life. He once thought that except for the senior sister, no one had a better swordsmanship than him. Are you okay? Okay? Sorry. Actually, you are not particularly weak. The main thing is that my teacher taught me well. Jiang Chulong apologized awkwardly, not knowing how to comfort him. Bai Jinghong, I doubted my life even more. The onlookers were already dumbfounded. One of the 3 heroes of Hongyun, a genius on the Qianlong list, actually lost in this way. The elders also frowned at this time. If they suppressed their realm to the inner breath realm, it seemed that they couldn't do the girl's level. Just now, Chao Mu was also defeated. Facing the godlike swordsmanship, he didn't even last until the 3rd sword. Talent is hard to say. However, Ying Bing's performance was even better than that girl. If the elders hadn't seen the world, they would almost think that the world had changed. According to the records, did Emperor Taizu Wu have such amazing performance when he was studying in Jianshan? If he hadn't concealed his weakness at that time, I'm afraid he wouldn't have. When they can see the 5 or 6 orifices of the spirit, the hidden dragon list will change. It's our blessing that they can come to Jianshan to comprehend the sword marks. At this time, almost no one went up to challenge Ying Bing and Jiang Chulong. What are they going to do? The hidden dragon list Tian. However, Xiao Li's side is still lively. This little guy hiss. How to say weird. Elder Zeng put down the album of The Domineering Empress Falls in Love with Me and stroked his long beard and said, He is strong, but it seems that his sword skills are only good. The elders nodded, and they also had this weird feeling. To use a metaphor, they're like mathematics professors who saw a person who applied the formula to the extreme. Sword chi, sword force, sword intention, none of them. The main point is his superb skills. You should know that whether it is sword chi, sword force, or sword intention, even if you don't practice them deliberately, there will inevitably be a trace of them. What kind of freak is this kid? On the stage. Congratulations to the host for successfully investing in Huang Donglai, preventing him from returning to a small county and missing the big world. Investment feedback. 7-patterned Ingshu pill. That's right. Shaoli just stopped Huang Donglai and made him change his mind and come to his stage to challenge. The two of them also had a hearty exchange. Thank you. Liemo handed over a gold note. Shame on you. Huang Donglai looked at the gold note and felt a little embarrassed, but he still carefully checked it and made sure that there was no tracking method or poison left on it, and then carefully put it in his arms. Liemo. He saw many bottles and jars in Huang Donglai's shirt, and a considerable part of them were obviously not healing medicine. There was even a bottle of quicklime. When they fought just now, he clearly saw Huang Donglai reaching out subconsciously, but he just held back. He was in the state of viewing the spirit and still reached out for quicklime. Isn't this just a conditioned reflex? After Huang Donglai left, Liemo breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he had sparred with at least 80 people, and at the same time, he also used martial arts insights to bless. Just one step away. Dugu Jujian is not just a sword technique. It can also be used to improve the realm. If Zhoutian Xingdo Xianan Jing is used, wouldn't he have another Xiandan? I don't know if it is still considered a Xiandan. At this time, a figure came on stage. I am Wu Chu Shu. Please teach me. It was Wu Chu Shu in a green shirt. He had to go up, because he found that as time went by, Li Mo's true energy seemed endless, and there was no trend of weakening at all. Of course, true energy cannot be endless. That only means that the opponent's recovery speed is unimaginable. While the true energy did not weaken, the swordsmanship became more and more elusive and stronger. If he didn't go up, he really would have no chance. Wu Chu Shu is on the stage. Is he the swordsman who walked with a sword this morning? I heard that he wiped out the White Wolf village with just one sword and saved dozens of fallen women. I heard that his Wanhua Yulong sword technique was learned by him from the Hengyun sword mark. It is elegant and unpredictable. I wonder if Liemo can still find out the flaws. Wu Chu Shu has long been famous. 60% to 70% of the warriors present have heard of his reputation. It can also be said that he was once the top player in Yinzhou. When he came on the stage, his figure soared into the air. Before the man arrived, the sword arrived first. When his long sword was inserted into the ground and clanged, he stood on the hilt. From this way of appearance, it is not difficult to understand why he became famous. You are very good at leaving an impression on people. I have heard of you for a long time. Li Imo bowed his hands, but his face did not show any strange color. Small scene. Little Li has rich experience in reading novels. He has been tortured countless times and is proficient in various ways of showing his prowess in front of people. I hope Brother Li will show mercy later. Wu Chu Shu is also a scene person. What he is thinking about now is not how to win, but how not to lose too much face. Even if he loses, he must lose beautifully and gracefully. Thinking of this, he stepped forward, took the soft sword from his waist, smiled at the corner of his mouth, and his posture was very handsome. Please, please. Liemo also held the Qi Shao sword, full of grace. Also very handsome. The field was very quiet. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at the two people standing on the ring, but the two always kept their postures and did not move. The people watching the game were confused. Why didn't they move? Is this a spiritual battle of will and soul? I feel it's a battle of momentum. Their postures are very powerful. It feels so profound. The spectators who didn't know the truth couldn't help but talk about it. Jiang Chuang tilted her head and blinked her gray eyes. What is Brotherly doing? They are obviously just posing, without any sword intentions or sword momentum. Could it be a battle that I can't understand? Brotherly is really amazing. Even Princess Jiang can't understand it. Then obviously no one present can understand it. In the eyes like ice mirrors, the handsome figure of the young man is reflected, and Ying Bing's dark eyebrows frowned for a moment and then stretched. He He's like this. Normally, he is tactful, steady, and gentle, but sometimes he can be childish for no reason. Please, you go first. No, you go first. I heard that your Wanhua Yulong sword technique has endless variations. I have long wanted to see it. Both of them are very elegant. Yes. Wu Chushu took a breath of cold air in his heart. He felt that he had met the biggest opponent in his life. Not in terms of sword technique. If he didn't take action, Elder Zeng, his master, would start scolding him. After a moment of silence, he could only nod. As you wish, I dare not ask. Then the soft sword in his palm seemed to come alive suddenly. Thousands of flowers were flying, beautiful and magnificent. Liemo thought of the Luo Hua sword technique that Ying Bing had used. In terms of swordsmanship attainment, Bing Tuozi is naturally much better, but Wu Chushu's swordsmanship itself is more advanced and has more variations. Every petal seems to be able to follow his mind at any time and turn into swordlight. This is the swordsmanship he comprehended from the Hongyun sword mark, which belongs to him completely. As far as this swordsmanship alone is concerned, he dares to say that no one in the entire Jiansheng is more superb than him. Transformation. Good swordsmanship. Liemo praised sincerely. It is true that heroes in the world should not be underestimated. If he had set out from Qingyuan's sect, he would not have been able to find a flaw in this swordsmanship. After all, this swordsmanship is perfectly coordinated with the opponent's own mind and physique. If you want to solve it, I'm afraid you have to take out a hammer. But on the way here, including just now, he's been getting stronger. No matter how amazing the swordsmanship is, there is still a way to escape. After all, there is no perfect swordsmanship. A flash of sword light flashed like a thunderbolt. It pierced dozens of petals in succession with incredible precision and hit the soft sword with an unimaginable trajectory. The petals are all connected by qi, so they can move with Wu Chushu's mind. Every petal that this sword pierced was when Wu Chushu's mind fell on it. Wu Chushu's mind was shocked, but he did not turn back to defend. The soul was clear, and the wildflowers in the sky were all it turned into a sharp edge, wrapped around him, and fell from the sky. This move is not only powerful, it is also very handsome. This is his obsession with swordsmanship. Damn it! Come on! Liemo closed his eyes, and all the moves he had just learned were vivid in his mind. Martial arts perception injected. Other people's swordsmanship, other people's sword energy, other people's sword intentions. At this moment, they're all melted into one furnace in the Dugan 9 swords. In his dantian, it seems that something is condensing and ready to come out. Who is not a swordsman? Damn it. Watch out for the next sword. Because when Shaoli opened his eyes again, the whole person was like a shocking divine sword. The weapons of all the people present trembled at this time. Then they all flew out of their hands, flew onto the high platform, hung in the air, and covered the sky and the sun. Liemo, wearing Biyun shoes, stood high in the sky, with his hands behind his back, and made hundreds of soldiers surrender. It will be very handsome, Student Lee said lightly. Thousands of weapons collided with a rain of flowers. The result is self-evident. Wu Chushu's scalp was numb, and he knelt on the ground with a pale face. He lost, and lost completely. How did you do it? Wu Chushu got goosebumps and said confusedly, If you want to learn, I will teach you. Liemo smiled lightly. Hundreds of swords in the air, tens of thousands of soldiers surrender. Hiss! What a unique style. Please be sure to draw this in the next issue of The Domineering Empress Falls in Love with Me. He is really handsome. What kind of mysterious sword attainments can be achieved? Of course, the spectators don't know. In fact, everyone, including Zhong Jinyue and Huang Donglai, only saw the surface. What is the truth? It's that horizontal training kung fu. Ying Bing's lips, like broken jade, raised a helpless and funny arc. Well, in fact, Shaoli just made the famous swords present feel something, but it was not to the point of attracting all the swords to return to the sect. It was he who secretly used the extreme killing body to control the sharp aura of the killing edge and then attracted the weapons present. This kid is wrong. Did you feel the breath of the condensed Xiandan just now? On the high platform, Elder Zeng frowned, not sure. Liemo is clearly already in the realm of observing the gods. That's the sword pill. A quiet voice suddenly sounded in the scene. Accompanied by the crisp and pleasant sound of bells on the high platform, the elders had different expressions when they heard the word sword pill. Although none of the elders present had a sword pill, they were not unfamiliar with it. It is sharp enough to cut iron like mud, and soft enough to wrap around fingers to make a ring. There was a sage in Jiansheng who was extremely talented but had very bad luck. Due to various accidents, he wasted decades in the inner breath realm and lost his power and retrained 7 times. For decades, he never stopped comprehending swordsmanship. The last time he observed the Hongyun sword mark, he turned his own Xiandan into a sword pill, and then observed the Hongyun sword mark as divine will, breaking the divine observation with extreme form and entering the inner scene directly. The sage's name was Wan Wucheng, the previous lord of Hongyun Sword City and the sword enlightenment teacher of Emperor Wu. Senior One has accumulated a lot of experience, but this kid doesn't look like that. There are all kinds of things in the world. Senior One was very talented, but he still has internal energy at the age of 40. Isn't that unprecedented? Everyone's talent is different. He must have his own uniqueness to be able to condense a sword ball at such a young age. Elder Zeng sighed. I can see a lot of sweat and effort to be able to use so many sword techniques for himself. Several elders nodded. They have seen many amazing sword geniuses, but they are more interested in Shaoli. That's his personality, a little bit exaggerated. I don't know who it is, hiding his state at such an old age, disguising himself to go to another sword sect to participate in the selection of new disciples. Can the swordsman's business be called pretentious? I'm curious. If he sees the sword mark of Hongyun, what will he realize? 80% of the martial arts in Hongyun Sword City come from that sword mark. That sword mark is extremely magical, and anyone can comprehend martial arts from it. Everyone comprehends what is suitable for him, not necessarily swordsmanship. The higher the talent, the better the martial arts can be comprehended. The elders were also quite curious. By the way, there is one more thing. Elder Zeng coughed lightly and drew everyone's attention back. That boy surnamed Li asked Jing Hong to send me a letter. It's about the Rainy Tower's order of the coming storm. The other elders and deacons suddenly looked solemn. The order of impending storm means that the order is issued directly from the main building. Shiyu Tower has loose internal management, and this is one of the few ways to mobilize manpower. Those rats are only interested in profit, but they act very secretly. Is the information reliable? An elder asked. How could Liemo know so much about Shiyu Tower? Elder Zeng paused and nodded. It even marked 2 bases of Shiyu Tower, including the whereabouts of the saint of Shiyu Tower. The elders looked heavy. This is almost certain. Even the saint has come. The plot must be big. It can't be a group out for team building, right? Just kidding. The biggest feature of Shiyu Tower is that it is only interested in profit, and it won't release the eagle until it sees the rabbit. However, the information currently available is still too little. Everyone had to look aside. The woman's eyes were light gold, her face was calm, and her every move gave her a feeling of being integrated into nature. If you don't pay attention, you may even forget its existence. Yintian sect owes Hongyun Sword City a favor. The woman finally withdrew her attention from Liemo, and a flawless jade plate quietly floated in front of her. The first hexagram I made after going down the mountain will end this cause and effect. Swish! The jade block on the jade plate slid quickly. Looking at the hexagram on the jade plate, she frowned at first, and then her brows relaxed. Elder Zeng felt like he was looking at an old Chinese doctor with an embarrassed expression, and couldn't help asking, "How about walking?" After a while, he spoke softly, turning danger into fortune. It was getting dark. Today's sword test conference came to an end. There were also many exciting duels later, such as senior brother Shen Yunfei breaking through the realm in battle, and senior sister Su Jiqing taking her sword energy to a higher level. Senior brother Ouyang didn't even leave the scene. He drew the latest chapter of The Domineering Empress Falls in Love with Me on the spot and ran to the bookstore to reprint it. It was hard to get a copy before, and now the new chapter is likely to be sold out. After all, the most memorable thing in the martial arts competition is still the return of all the swords. This scene is too shocking. No one has ever used a sword in such a spectacular way. It is estimated that it will become a topic of conversation in Yunzhou, Jianghu, for a long time. Young Masterly must be waiting to climb the sword tower now. I heard that this horizontal cloud sword mark was left by an immortal, which is extremely magical and mysterious. The higher the talent, the better the martial arts you can comprehend. I don't know what shocking things young Masterly will comprehend from it. Martial arts? Li Xiaoxia is the reincarnation of the Sword Saint. Can't he easily comprehend the sword art? Sword Saint? Sword Immortal? I have exclusive first-hand information. The horizontal cloud sword mark is very likely to be drawn by Li Xiaoxia in his previous life. I'm telling you, don't tell anyone else. I'm famous for keeping my mouth shut. Brother, I have exclusive first-hand information. As everyone knows, people who travel around the world like to brag to show that their knowledge is different from ordinary people. As a result, Xiao Li's reputation has not only risen, but also become more and more outrageous. In the carriage, Junior Brotherly, I have been sparring for a day, and I plan to find a clinic to prepare some healing pills, so I won't go back with you. Shen Yunfei lifted the curtain of the carriage. Senior brother, you must take care of yourself. Liemo smiled and raised his lips. By the way, how did you know about the 10,000 swords returning to the sect at my martial arts summit? Shen Yunfei. It is hard to imagine that this is the same person as the peerless Junior Brotherly just now. He laughed dumbly. When Junior Brother Li comprehends the sword in front of the Hung Yun's sword mark, maybe he will make a bigger noise. When my injury is healed, I will come to you to learn from you. Shen Yunfei said, bowed and left. Comprehension of the sword? Liemo was stunned. On the side, Ying Bing said softly, this is also the reason why Hung Yun's sword city stands firm. Those who try the sword can climb the sword tower and reach the top to see the sword mark. You can take the martial arts you comprehend away, but you must leave a backup in the sword city. In this way, a genius can not only accept the love of Jianqing, but he can also comprehend the sword marks with the help of others. The sword marks comprehend the sword. The complacent Xiao Li calmed down and fell in a deep thought. With his talent in swordsmanship, what can he comprehend? It's broken. I haven't been a swordsman for long, and my character is not going to collapse, right? Wow, that's Li Jianxin's carriage. Some people say you are the reincarnation of a swordsman. Is that true? Did you really draw the sword marks in Hung Yun Sword City? When they returned to Yunzhou City, there was a boiling cheer. Even the wide city gate was blocked. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. At this time, Xiaoli only felt that they were noisy. At this time, Li Emo deeply understood what it meant to be afraid of being famous and pigs afraid of being fat. It turns out that being a famous swordsman in the eyes of others is so tiring. Suddenly becoming famous, the psychological quality is a bit behind. The carriage could not move, so Liemo turned his head to look at Bing Tuozi, who was lowering her eyes and drinking tea quietly, as if nothing could disturb her. It's getting dark. We still have to visit Yunzhou City. Liemo started to think. However, he had not thought of a proper solution. Ying Bing suddenly stood up and lifted the curtain. She had a blank expression on her face, and her clear eyes swept through the crowd. The noisy city gate was suddenly quiet. The oppressive feeling from Bing Tuozi. In today's martial arts competition, who was the most eye-catching was naturally Liemo. Budding Bing, who was so strong that she was unreasonable, also left a deep impression on people. No one had ever taken her 3 swords, not even the disciples of Hung Yun Sword City. In the end, no one dared to challenge her on the stage. A pleasant voice said lightly, "Let's go." Okay. The carriage slowly moved again. Wherever it passed, the crowd automatically parted. Soon, it passed the busiest Yulong street. Donkey rolls. You love me, I love you, honey ice cream is sweet. Master, please move aside. I'm almost out of time. The exclusive leaked version of the domineering Empress falls in love with me. You can get a sneak peek for 10 Tales of Silver. Because of the martial arts summit, Yinzhou City is more lively at night than during the day, and it is many times more prosperous than Xiang Mansion. Perhaps because there are many sword cultivators here, even the architectural style is stained with the character of sword cultivators, all unique and elegant. At this time, the lights are lit, and it looks like a piece of fire and silver flowers under the night sky. The lights are hazy, and from time to time they leak out from the shaking curtains, illuminating the interior of the carriage with a mixture of light and dark. It's so lively. Jiang Chulong shrank her little body and stayed in the dark place in the carriage, carefully looking at the fireworks of the world, as if she wanted to remember every scene. Ying Bing took in the prosperous scene, but his heart was in another picture. Yinzhou. In the last life, in the near future, the most violent disaster beast tide in 1,000 years broke out in southern Xinjiang, and the king of Jinnan died. Hungyun Sword City had lost its sword marks for decades at that time, and there was a lack of successors. With the disaster approaching, Jiansheng could have moved the whole city and merged into Tianshan Sword Manor to avoid the disaster. Unfortunately, the current city lord knew it was impossible but insisted on guarding Yinzhou. The favors accumulated over the years played a role. They were not alone. Many heroes and sects shared the same hatred with them. In 3 years, the city lord changed several times, including Chao Mu, Bai Jinghong, and Wu Chushu. Before the arrival of the reinforcements dispatched by the court, Wu Chushu blew up his sword body, and the former Jiansheng was left with only a forest of flowers. Later, Yunzhou's prosperity, wine, and swordsmanship can only be experienced through the words of the people who escaped and the evergreen flower forest. The vivid scene was displayed in front of him, and Ying Bing felt unreal, as if he was in another world. Thank you for just now. The voice of the young man suddenly sounded. Just now, surrounded by so many people. You go first. No, you go first. I heard that your Wanhua Yulong sword technique has endless variations. I have long wanted to see it. Both of them are very elegant. Yes. Wu Chushu took a breath of cold air in his heart. He felt that he had met the biggest opponent in his life. Not in terms of sword technique. If he didn't take action, Elder Zeng, his master, would start scolding him. After a moment of silence, he could only nod. As you wish, I dare not ask. Then the soft sword in his palm seemed to come alive suddenly. Thousands of flowers were flying, beautiful and magnificent. Liemo thought of the Luo Hua sword technique that Ying Bing had used. In terms of swordsmanship attainment, Bing Tuozi is naturally much better, but Wu Chushu's swordsmanship itself is more advanced and has more variations. Every petal seems to be able to follow his mind at any time and turn into sword light. This is the swordsmanship he comprehended from the Hungyun sword mark, which belongs to him completely. As far as this swordsmanship alone is concerned, he dares to say that no one in the entire Jiansheng is more superb than him. Transformation, good swordsmanship. Liemo praised sincerely. It is true that heroes in the world should not be underestimated. If he had set out from Qingyuan's sect, he would not have been able to find a flaw in this swordsmanship. After all, this swordsmanship is perfectly coordinated with the opponent's own mind and physique. If you want to solve it, I'm afraid you have to take out a hammer. But on the way here, including just now, he's been getting stronger. No matter how amazing the swordsmanship is, there is still a way to escape. After all, there is no perfect swordsmanship. A flash of sword light flashed like a thunderbolt. It pierced dozens of petals in succession with incredible precision and hit the soft sword with an unimaginable trajectory. The petals are all connected by qi, so they can move with Wu Chushu's mind. Every petal that this sword pierced was when Wu Chushu's mind fell on it. Wu Chushu's mind was shocked, but he did not turn back to defend. The soul was clear, and the wild flowers in the sky were all it turned into a sharp edge, wrapped around him, and fell from the sky. This move is not only powerful, it is also very handsome. This is his obsession with swordsmanship. Damn it! Come on. Liam closed his eyes, and all the moves he had just learned were vivid in his mind. Martial arts perception injected. Other people's swordsmanship, other people's sword energy, other people's sword intentions. At this moment, they're all melted into one furnace in the Dugan 9 swords. In his dantian, it seems that something is condensing and ready to come out. Who is not a swordsman? Damn it. Watch out for the next sword. Because when Shaoli opened his eyes again, the whole person was like a shocking divine sword. The weapons of all the people present trembled at this time. Then they all flew out of their hands, flew onto the high platform, hung in the air, and covered the sky and the sun. Liam, wearing Biyun shoes, stood high in the sky, with his hands behind his back, and made hundreds of soldiers surrender. It will be very handsome, Student Lee said lightly. Thousands of weapons collided with a rain of flowers. The result is self-evident. Wu Chushu's scalp was numb, and he knelt on the ground with a pale face. He lost, and lost completely. How did you do it? Wu Chushu got goosebumps and said confusedly. If you want to learn, I will teach you. Liam smiled lightly. Hundreds of swords in the air, tens of thousands of soldiers surrender. Hiss, what a unique style. Please be sure to draw this in the next issue of The Domineering Empress Falls in Love with Me. He is really handsome. What kind of mysterious sword attainments can be achieved? Of course, the spectators don't know. In fact, everyone, including Zhong Jinyue and Huang Donglai, only saw the surface. What is the truth? It's that horizontal training kung fu. Ying Bing's lips, like broken jade, raised a helpless and funny arc. Well, in fact, Shaoli just made the famous swords present feel something, but it was not to the point of attracting all the swords to return to the sect. It was he who secretly used the extreme killing body to control the sharp aura of the killing edge and then attracted the weapons present. This kid is wrong. Did you feel the breath of the condensed Xiandan just now? On the high platform, Elder Zeng frowned, not sure. Liam is clearly already in the realm of observing the gods. That's the sword pill. A quiet voice suddenly sounded in the scene. Accompanied by the crisp and pleasant sound of bells on the high platform, the elders had different expressions when they heard the word sword pill. Although none of the elders present had a sword pill, they were not unfamiliar with it. It is sharp enough to cut iron like mud, and soft enough to wrap around fingers to make a ring. There was a sage in Jiansheng who was extremely talented but had very bad luck. Due to various accidents, he wasted decades in the inner breath realm and lost his power and retrained 7 times. For decades, he never stopped comprehending swordsmanship. The last time he observed the Hengyun sword mark, he turned his own Xiandan into a sword pill, and then observed the Hengyun sword mark as divine will, breaking the divine observation with extreme form and entering the inner scene directly. The sage's name was Wan Wucheng, the previous lord of Hengyun Sword City and the sword enlightenment teacher of Emperor Wu. Senior One has accumulated a lot of experience, but this kid doesn't look like that. There are all kinds of things in the world. Senior One was very talented, but he still has internal energy at the age of 40. Isn't that unprecedented? Everyone's talent is different. He must have his own uniqueness to be able to condense a sword ball at such a young age. Elder Zeng sighed. I can see a lot of sweat and effort to be able to use so many sword techniques for himself. Several elders nodded. They have seen many amazing sword geniuses, but they are more interested in Shaoli. That's his personality, a little bit exaggerated. I don't know who it is, hiding his state at such an old age, disguising himself to go to another sword sect to participate in the selection of new disciples. Can the swordsman's business be called pretentious? I'm curious, if he sees the sword mark of Hengyun, what will he realize? 80% of the martial arts in Hengyun Sword City come from that sword mark. That sword mark is extremely magical, and anyone can comprehend martial arts from it. Everyone comprehends what is suitable for him, not necessarily swordsmanship. The higher the talent, the better the martial arts can be comprehended. The elders were also quite curious. By the way, there is one more thing. Elder Zeng coughed lightly and drew everyone's attention back. That boy surnamed Li asked Jinghong to send me a letter. It's about the Rainy Tower's order of the coming storm. The other elders and deacons suddenly looked solemn. The order of impending storm means that the order is issued directly from the main building. Shiyu Tower has loose internal management, and this is one of the few ways to mobilize manpower. Those rats are only interested in profit, but they act very secretly. Is the information reliable? An elder asked. How could Liamo know so much about Shiyu Tower? Elder Zeng paused and nodded. It even marked 2 bases of Shiyu Tower, including the whereabouts of the saint of Shiyu Tower. The elders looked heavy. This is almost certain. Even the saint has come. The plot must be big. It can't be a group out for team building, right? Just kidding. The biggest feature of Shiyu Tower is that it is only interested in profit, and it won't release the eagle until it sees the rabbit. However, the information currently available is still too little. Everyone had a look aside. The woman's eyes were light gold. Her face was calm, and her every move gave her a feeling of being integrated into nature. If you don't pay attention, you may even forget its existence. Yintian sect owes Hongyun's Sword City a favor. The woman finally withdrew her attention from Liemo, and a flawless jade plate quietly floated in front of her. The first hexagram I made after going down the mountain will end this cause and effect. Swish! The jade block on the jade plate slid quickly. Looking at the hexagram on the jade plate, she frowned at first, and then her brows relaxed. Elder Zeng felt like he was looking at an old Chinese doctor with an embarrassed expression and couldn't help asking, "How about walking?" After a while, he spoke softly, turning danger into fortune. It was getting dark. Today's sword test conference came to an end. There were also many exciting duels later, such as senior brother Shen Yunfei breaking through the realm in battle, and senior sister Su Jiqing taking her sword energy to a higher level. Senior brother Ouyang didn't even leave the scene. He drew the latest chapter of The Domineering Empress Falls in Love with Me on the spot and ran to the bookstore to reprint it. It was hard to get a copy before, and now the new chapter is likely to be sold out. After all, the most memorable thing in the martial arts competition is still the return of all the swords. This scene is too shocking. No one has ever used a sword in such a spectacular way. It is estimated that it will become a topic of conversation in Yunzhou Jianghu for a long time. Young Master Li must be waiting to climb the sword tower now. I heard that this horizontal cloud sword mark was left by an immortal, which is extremely magical and mysterious. The higher the talent, the better the martial arts you can comprehend. I don't know what shocking things young Master Li will comprehend from it. Martial arts? Hee. Li Xiaoxia is the reincarnation of the Sword Saint. Can't he easily comprehend the sword art? Sword Saint? Sword Immortal? I have exclusive first-hand information. The horizontal cloud sword mark is very likely to be drawn by Li Xiaoxia in his previous life. I'm telling you, don't tell anyone else. I'm famous for keeping my mouth shut. Brother, I have exclusive first-hand information. As everyone knows, people who travel around the world like to brag to show that their knowledge is different from ordinary people. As a result, Xiao Li's reputation has not only risen, but also become more and more outrageous. In the carriage, Junior Brother Li, I have been sparring for a day, and I plan to find a clinic to prepare some healing pills, so I won't go back with you. Shen Yunfei lifted the curtain of the carriage. Senior brother, you must take care of yourself. Liemo smiled and raised his lips. By the way, how did you know about the 10,000 swords returning to the sect at my martial arts summit? Shen Yunfei. It is hard to imagine that this is the same person as the peerless Junior Brother Li just now. He laughed dumbly. When Junior Brother Li comprehends the sword in front of the Hongyun sword mark, maybe he will make a bigger noise. When my injury is healed, I will come to you to learn from you. Shen Yunfei said, bowed, and left. Comprehension of the sword? Liemo was stunned. On the side, Ying Bing said softly, this is also the reason why Hongyun Sword City stands firm. Those who try the sword can climb the sword tower and reach the top to see the sword mark. You can take the martial arts you comprehend away, but you must leave a backup in the sword city. In this way, a genius can not only accept the love of Jiansheng, but he can also comprehend the sword marks with the help of others. The sword marks comprehend the sword. The complacent Xiao Li calmed down and fell in a deep thought. With his talent in swordsmanship, what can he comprehend? It's broken. I haven't been a swordsman for long, and my character is not going to collapse, right? Wow, that's Li Jianxin's carriage. Some people say you are the reincarnation of a swordsman. Is that true? Did you really draw the sword marks in Hengyun Sword City? When they returned to Yinzhou City, there was a boiling cheer. Even the wide city gate was blocked. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. At this time, Xiaoli only felt that they were noisy. At this time, Liemo deeply understood what it meant to be afraid of being famous and pigs afraid of being fat. It turns out that being a famous swordsman in the eyes of others is so tiring. Suddenly becoming famous, the psychological quality is a bit behind. The carriage could not move, so Liemo turned his head to look at Bing Tuozi, who was lowering her eyes and drinking tea quietly, as if nothing could disturb her. It's getting dark. We still have to visit Yinzhou City. Liemo started to think. However, he had not thought of a proper solution. Ying Bing suddenly stood up and lifted the curtain. She had a blank expression on her face, and her clear eyes swept through the crowd. The noisy city gate was suddenly quiet. The oppressive feeling from Bing Tuozi. In today's martial arts competition, who was the most eye-catching was naturally Liemo. Budding Bing, who was so strong that she was unreasonable, also left a deep impression on people. No one had ever taken her 3 swords, not even the disciples of Hengyun Sword City. In the end, no one dared to challenge her on the stage. A pleasant voice said lightly, "Let's go." Okay. The carriage slowly moved again. Wherever it passed, the crowd automatically parted. Soon, it passed the busiest Yulong Street. Donkey rolls. You love me, I love you, honey ice cream is sweet. Master, please move aside. I'm almost out of time. The exclusive leaked version of the domineering Empress falls in love with me. You can get a sneak peek for 10 Taels of Silver. Because of the martial arts summit, Yinzhou City is more lively at night than during the day, and it is many times more prosperous than Xiang Mansion. Perhaps because there are many sword cultivators here, even the architectural style is stained with the character of sword cultivators, all unique and elegant. At this time, the lights are lit, and it looks like a piece of fire and silver flowers under the night sky. The lights are hazy, and from time to time, they leak out from the shaking curtains, illuminating the interior of the carriage with a mixture of light and dark. It's so lively. Jiang Chulong shrank her little body and stayed in the dark place in the carriage, carefully looking at the fireworks of the world, as if she wanted to remember every scene. Ying Bing took in the prosperous scene, but his heart was in another picture. Yinzhou. In a last life, in the near future, the most violent disaster beast tide in 1,000 years broke out in southern Xinjiang, and the king of Jinan died. Hengyun Sword City had lost its sword marks for decades at that time, and there was a lack of successors. With the disaster approaching, Jiansheng could have moved the whole city and merged into Tianshan Sword Manor to avoid the disaster. Unfortunately, the current city lord knew it was impossible but insisted on guarding Yinzhou. The favors accumulated over the years played a role. They were not alone. Many heroes and sects shared the same hatred with them. In 3 years, the city lord changed several times, including Chao Mu, Bai Jinghong, and Wu Chushu. Before the arrival of the reinforcements dispatched by the court, Wu Chushu blew up his sword body, and the former Jiansheng was left with only a forest of flowers. Later, Yunzhou's prosperity, wine, and swordsmanship can only be experienced through the words of the people who escaped and the evergreen flower forest. The vivid scene was displayed in front of him, and Ying Bing felt unreal, as if he was in another world. Thank you for just now. The voice of the young man suddenly sounded. Just now, surrounded by so many people, Liemo really didn't know how to get out. Well, Ying Bing came back to his senses and shook his head. I want to go back to practice early, but is that so? Liemo seemed to be relieved and took out 2 bronze medals from his arms. I only got 2 tickets from a Huashuan's theater. Tickets? Ying Bing's eyes paused slightly, and his slightly opened lips closed again. Listen to opera? Jiang Chulong's eyes lit up, but she looked at Brother Li, then at Sister Bing, and whispered, I still have something to do tonight. Next time, Brother Li, take me out to play again. I can. What is it? Liamo was puzzled. Jiang Chulong pursed her lips, and her voice became smaller and smaller. And there's still garbage to be picked up. Liamo. So Princess Jiang thought for a long time, and finally found an excuse to go out and pick up garbage. I wanted to tease Bing Tuozi. Actually, I'm a magician, Chulong. Do you believe it? Little Li's histrionic personality broke out, and his face was full of mystery. I believe it. Jiang Chulong's eyes nodding firmly, answering in seconds. Since you don't believe it, then I am. Liamo was choked and said helplessly. You say you don't believe it. But, I still don't know what a magician is. Little Princess Jiang tilted her head in confusion. As long as it's brotherly, just believe it. A magician is someone who can suddenly conjure something. He explained, rubbed his hands again, and moved out another piece from behind 2 copper pieces. Dang, dang, dang. Now it's 3 pieces. Ying Bing. So childish. Jiang Chulong. Wow, so amazing. Before listening to the opera, Liamo took the 2 girls to visit the ready-made clothing store. The styles and materials here are much better than those in the city, and even the black cloud yarn is openly hung for sale. Of course, the price is much higher, but it makes no difference to Li, Kai Daki, and Mo. No woman doesn't like nice clothes. Princess Jiang has never been to a clothing store, and she was in a daze in front of the wardrobe full of dazzling array. Chulong, which one do you like? No, I don't know. Okay, which one don't you like? Liamo asked in a different way. After Princess Jiang carefully pointed out the style that didn't suit her, Liamo said to the shopkeeper, Don't want this one. Pack up the others. The shopkeeper felt a little shocked. He even suspected that this handsome boy was sent by the clothing store opposite to make trouble, until Shaoli took out a big box from the Shumi object and started counting the banknotes. 110, 100, 1,000, father, grandfather, ancestor. Can you deliver it to your door after it's packed? After years of seclusion, I've finally come back to the arena. Question mark. Looking at the fat boss weighing about 200 pounds, classmate Li didn't quite understand how he managed to float. The 2 girls went in to change clothes. Liamo looked at the bright moon in the sky and waited for a moment before footsteps came from behind. Looking back, they had all changed clothes. Bing Tuozi was a little different now. Her blue and white porcelain skirt was shorter than before, reaching her knees. Her white, jade-like legs were long and slender under the skirt. Even wearing a velvet flower hairpin, she frowned, as if she also felt strange. Let's change. Liamo had never seen such a contrast. The boss lady knew it. It's fine like this, no need to change. Whereas Princess Jiang, she changed into a red dress with a gold fringe and took off the cloth strips. She put her hands behind her hips, her eyelashes trembled, and she didn't dare to raise her head. The dress was gorgeous and slim, which made her pure and delicate, and added a bit of brightness and elegance. By the way, how did the boss lady match it so well? Does it look good, Brother Li? This is the material for my dreams tonight. It's okay, boss. Does your boss lady provide door-to-door delivery? This. My Waxuan. This place covers a large area and is decorated very exquisitely. It is not magnificent, but the furnishings are elegant. People without vision may not even be able to see the preciousness of this ancient and quaint place. When you step into it, you can hear the soft voices of the bamboo, which seem unreal and seem to come from the bottom of your heart. The 3 of them were sitting in the private room on the 2nd floor. It is the best place to watch the opera, and it is usually the place where wealthy fans sit. So exquisite upper class. Liamo sat on the armchair. After looking at the environment, he found that Bing Tuozi and Princess Xiaojiang were staring at the stage. It was strange. Bing Tuozi was actually interested in opera? What opera is being performed today? It seems, Brother Li and Sister Bing. Hmm. Liamo looked at it intently. A Jiang Chun, this opera actor is a woman, with remarkable appearance, slightly exaggerated makeup, but you can tell the role at a glance. The background is a courtyard. Liamo doesn't even need to watch them perform to know what is going on. Jiang Chen's engagement is broken off, and Lu Wuyin protects her husband domineeringly. Jiang Chun, my daughter has now joined the Shuyue sect and is an inner disciple, but you have wasted several years and are still just an errand boy. Today, I came to your house, and you should know why. The villain is an old actor. Liamo has heard a lot of classic plots, but he didn't feel awkward when he read them out. The Jiang family was excited. At this time, Jiang Chen's face was full of determination. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't bully the poor young. Good. A good life is a reward. Applause broke out from the audience. In this world where the breakup of engagement has never happened, this scene is too exciting. Liamo covered his face silently. As the plot continued, Lu Wuyin appeared on the stage, and everyone in the audience knelt down. Only Jiang Chen stood. Lu Wuyin walked in front of him and called him husband. The whole audience was petrified. Then, Jiang Chen's mouth twisted. Liamo. He remembered that he had not designed this twisted mouth content at that time. Drama is not nonsense. Don't play freely. Shaoli felt that he was being publicly executed, and fortunately the quality of the Biyun shoes was good. Otherwise, it would have been scratched. He glanced at it. Jiang Chulong listened with relish, as if she would not get tired of listening to it 1,000 times. Where is Bing Tuozi? Husband? Ying Bing's clear eyes paused, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. Drama is just a drama after all. If it was really a character portrayed by her, how could he open his mouth like this? How could she say these two words? She thought it was absurd and didn't want to watch it anymore. But the drama continued, and the sound was heard. This play omitted a lot of content and only picked out the key points. For example, the two of them were in love, they slept in the same bed, and even in order to help Jiang Chen practice, they were frank with each other. Mei Huashuan's professional quality is impeccable. The various plots are full of immersion, and the music is matched with the lights. It is an immersive experience, which makes people have a lot of imagination. Practice. Ying Bing turned her head and looked at the moon. However, her eyes were confused again. The lewd music always broke into her ears. Not only did the plot emerge in her mind, but the male and female protagonists of the story always looked like herself and Liamo. It seemed that was what happened to her. And this feeling, Ying Bing didn't know why she wanted to see Liamo at this time. But the handsome boy's cheeks were slightly red, and he sat there like a goose. She didn't seem to find it annoying. Good. This Lu Wuyin played well. At this moment, a deep voice came from the next door, followed by 2 golden beads. The scene immediately exclaimed, "Which rich guest is this?" Liamo didn't care too much. Jiang Chulong asked curiously, "Brotherly, what is this? What is this for?" "I'm happy to hear it, and I have a lot of money to burn, so I give money as a reward." Liamo thought that the play was finally over, and smiled. Jiang Chulong searched in her pocket, but only found a few copper coins, so she was a little shy to show it. Yes. Her arms sank, and there was half a gold brick in her hand. Princess Jiang looked up a little blankly. Liamo said helplessly, "It's the smallest piece of gold I have." "Thank you, brotherly." Jiang Chulong actually had no idea how much this piece of gold was worth, so she followed the example of the person next door and threw it out. So, bang! The stage was shaken by the impact. The actors thought it was because of their unsatisfactory singing. When he was satisfied, he realized what was thrown down. There was an uproar in the venue. Damn, who would come out to watch a play and bring a gold brick to reward? Aren't you afraid of being hit to death by the actors? The person next door also looked over, and that person seemed to be stunned. Jiang, Liamo, Zhong. Liamo recognized the person opposite him. It was the young Marquis Zhong who was wearing a dragon robe and holding a spear, and who had never lost in the arena. The two were not familiar with each other. After a polite greeting, someone came up. It was an actor on the stage, just now. She wiped off her makeup and stood next to Zhong. She looked like a little bird, but in fact she was very sensible. The woman's appearance was obviously only above average, but her every frown and smile was charming. Wait. Liamo remained calm and opened the destiny eye. Name, Ying. Age, 23. Root bone, Tianluo demon body. Realm, observation of the 8 apertures of the god. Destiny, purple. Evaluation, Saint of Shiyu Tower, number 6 on the Hidden Dragon list, has killed several Hidden Dragon list Tianjiao, and is used as a furnace by the owner of Shiyu Tower without knowing it. Her hobby is to watch men fight for life and death, like wild beasts fighting together. Recent encounter, bewitched Zhong Jinyue wanted to use his identity to sneak into Hung Yun's Sword City. Now she is in a playful mood and wants to watch the host fight with Zhong Jinyue. Limo's mind was startled. The moment he saw the other party's message clearly, his eyes suddenly blurred. The sound of stringed instruments coming from his ears suddenly became closer, like crying and complaining, coming out of his heart. But he saw a charming woman wearing a hazy veil, who was pitiful and walked towards him with resentment, and she seemed to be taking a strange dance step. In this situation, anyone would be excited. However, a sword light condensed by the moonlight, as cold as jade and as bright as a god, cut down in an instant. It was Bing Tuozi. No, to be precise, it was the Bing Tuozi that Liamo was observing. The Mona ice smoothie imprinted in his mind broke the illusion in front of him. And what happened just now happened in an instant. Zhong Jinyue was not so lucky. He had no defense against the woman next to him, and his eyes were chaotic, completely looking like he was possessed by sex. You are so interesting. The woman saw that Li Mo regained clarity in an instant, and there was a trace of surprise in her eyes and more excitement. Her every frown and smile seemed to move people's hearts. Her figure was erratic, as if she wanted to get close to Li Mo, to rub her ears against his, to smell the scent of the boy's neck. Old woman. Li Mo suddenly spoke. Question mark. Yin Mian's charming look was stagnant, destroyed by anger. Needless to say, the gold content of the Fighting King's rules is very valuable. In a flash of lightning, swish, the spring breeze surged, closing her retreat. Shun Xiao descended. Like a punishment from heaven, Tian Shuang's sword slashed down resolutely, vowing to split Yin Mian into 2 pieces. This sword did indeed cut Yin Mian to pieces. Her figure was like a dream bubble, and before the sword light divine punishment came upon her, she had already dissipated, leaving only a few strands of silk ribbons broken in place. At this moment, the spring breeze sword intent suddenly stopped for a moment and was actually pierced by her. On the opposite eaves, when she recondensed her figure, she had already changed her appearance. The woman had a delicate and charming face, her hair dancing in the wind, and was actually reflected in a faint purple under the moonlight. Her clothes were the same as the goddess that Li Mo had seen just now. Her eyes looked at Ying Bing, and then shifted to Li Mo. The anger in her eyes dissipated, and she became interested. Lu Weiyan domineeringly protects her husband. Hee, if I take your 3 swords, how about giving your husband to me? Her voice was as soft as water, and it touched the heartstrings invisibly. Number 6 on the Hidden Dragon list, Guanchen Baqiao. Every genius on the Hidden Dragon list has the strength to fight across borders. Bing Tuozi has just entered the Guanchen after all, so he may not be. Li Mo glanced at Bing Wuxia's profile, but he didn't say anything after all. How could she be afraid of a challenge? The Phoenix spirit surged, and he took the girl to the roof. The clear light was like a wash, illuminating her skin like jade and porcelain. The divine pattern between her eyebrows was faintly shining, and the blue and white skirt moved lightly, making this pure and sacred more lively. Under the moon, 2 beautiful women with their own merits confronted each other, and their momentum was actually equal for a while. This was also a spiritual confrontation. Yin Mian smiled sweetly, but also seemed to be resentful. Mr. Li, do you think I am beautiful? Li Mo, do you know the master? Do you also play the Fighting King's tricks? Use this to test the cadres? Were you malnourished when you were a child? Yin Mian was startled. She had just used the method of confusing the heart to the extreme. Not to mention a little boy like this, even a strong man would be turned into a soft one. Look at Zhong Jinyue. He was so confused that his saliva was almost flowing down. Why didn't he hesitate at all and was so decisive? Li Mo's eyes were clear, as if she was looking at a poor bug with pity. You have poor development, Auntie. Pa! A tile was broken under Ying Bing's feet, and her gentle aura exposed a flaw. At this moment, she was at a disadvantage in the confrontation of momentum. Kill! Shua! Xiaohuang's aura surged. Tian Shuang found the right time, clear and pure, domineering and strict, and went straight to the flaw. Bing Tuozi and Ying Bing started fighting. Li Mo looked up and saw that on the roof, there was a fairy phantom and a godlike sword intent competing with each other, and it was difficult to tell who was the winner. Ying Bing seems to have restrained himself. This thought came to his mind. The divine will of the 8 orifices of the Guanxin should not be so weak, and fighting the inner scene is no problem. But now, the divine will fluctuations of Ying Bing's soul are almost only the 3 orifices of the Guanxin. Is it afraid of attracting the attention of the strong men in Jianxing? Or is there another purpose? It can't be that this demon woman really competes fairly with Bing Tuozi. There is no time to think too much. A long spear came from the side. Zhong Jinyue's resolute face was full of dullness, but his eyes seemed quite angry, as if the goddess in his heart was insulted. In a moment, the long spear was like a dragon, with murderous aura floating, and it was already in front of him. The 7 killings breaking array spear is a mid-level unique skill. The king of Jinan once used this spear technique to kill the 4th-level disaster beast Xiao Snake, and it was famous in the southern border. At this time, when Zhong Jinyue used it, it actually reached the state of perfection. But after all, it was not the state of transformation. Ding! With a sound of metal and stone colliding, the sword ball swallowed and spit out sword light, from virtual to real, wrapped with the Qi Shao sword, and hit the flaw of the spear fiercely. Zhong Jinyue fell into a disadvantage. However, he fought with the flaw and relied on the blood and courage. He ignored the Qi Shao sword blessed by the sword ball and stabbed towards him, and used the spear to hit Li Mo's shoulder. Student Li frowned. This Ying Bing might have done it deliberately. Even if he only used the sword, Zhong Jinyue could not do anything to her. But the witch insisted that Zhong Jinyue fight with his life. The purpose was not to take her down, but she wished that Zhong Jinyue would die under her sword. The king of Jinan is in the 6th realm, and he also commands 300,000 strong troops in the southern border. With the help of the military formation, he can fight against the powerful masters of the palm mystery. Wake him up. When people encounter life and death crises, they are more likely to regain clarity. So, Li Mo's foaming steps flashed one after another, allowing the spear to smash the Maihuaxuan building into pieces. His mind sank into the world seed, and he wanted to take out the hammer. No, the star stick was in the system space. He almost took the Panjim meteorite hammer. While it was just a trivial mistake, the problem not much. The star pestle was in hand. The sword ball returned to the Dantian. The 3 Zuandans swirled around, and the sharp aura of killing and killing emanated from the body. The divine patterns on the Dantian figure emerged, and in Li Mo's eyes, Zhong Jinyue's movements slowed down. The star pestle was lifted up with the yin and yang qi wrapped around it. Exclamation point. In front of Zhong Jinyue, it seemed as if he saw a huge mountain crushing towards him. In an instant, he smelled the breath of death. His eyes were instantly clear. Woo! The star pestle stopped at the tip of his nose, and the strong aura of killing and killing made his face tight, and even his hair was blown back. Guldong. Zhong Jinyue swallowed his saliva. Are you awake? Brother, put away the hammer first. I can't hold my urine. Li Mo's mouth twitched, put away the hammer, and went to help Princess Jian. Ying Bing did not come alone. There were assassins in Shiyu Tower. Jiang Chulong was blocking them. There were more than 10 Xianan realms and several Guanxin realms, but no one could break through her sword. When Liemo joined the battle, everything became simple. The young man waved his sword and said angrily, "Adaptation is not random. Who taught you to have a crooked mouth?" "Apologize. Crooked mouth? I'll hit you with your head." Zhong Zhenhua looked at the young man with a tingling scalp. He was not joking, nor was he spineless. The terrifying hammer just now, with surging fire, was only 3 1/3 inches away from his nose. He had never felt so scared when he entered the southern border and faced hundreds of strange beasts. He was really not afraid of death, but he almost peed just now. Zhong Zhenhua remembered that he had 10,000 swords returning to the sect during the day, just like a peerless sword fairy, and for a moment he wondered if he had not woken up. You call this a sword fairy? The battle on the rooftop also entered a white-hot stage. Yin Mian looked into the distance, as if she had noticed something, turned her head, and smiled. "Fairy sister, see you next time. I won't hold back." The answer to her was another sword from Ying Bing. But just like before, Yin Mian's figure was erratic, and she disappeared on the spot. I don't know if she has achieved a certain goal, or her mind is treacherous and changeable and difficult to guess, or both. In her voice, there was not a trace of frustration of retreating after a defeat, but it sounded like she had seen the funniest joke in the world. Li Sword Fairy, if you win the summit and become Hongyun's sword hero, it will be more interesting." The voice gradually faded away. On a boat by the lake. "Master, come and play. My dear, you have a good alcohol tolerance." The voices of soliciting customers and unbearable voices came one after another. The heavily made-up old procuress was sitting at the table, greedily selecting gold and silver items. "You make so much money by driving a pleasure boat. Have you forgotten your identity?" Suddenly, a woman's voice came from behind her, and she got up quickly. Turning back, she saw a beautiful and charming figure on the bed. Saying, "Are you injured?" Yin Mian narrowed his eyes. In an instant, the gold and silver treasures on the table disappeared in an instant. The old procurer's pupils shrank slightly. In her inner realm, she could not see how the gold and silver were taken away. If she could take her money quietly, she could easily take her life. Have those bastards arrived? The ones who came are the Raincoat Man, Twin Lotus, and Bloodgourd. The madam arrived honestly. Yin Mian was silent for a moment. "Let them come to see me tomorrow." "Yes." After the madam left, Yin Mian slowly stood up and wiped her hand on the table. The silver reappeared, extremely abrupt. She grabbed a handful of golden beads and let them roll down. Divine power. As the Saint of Shiyu Tower, she ranked 6th on the Hidden Dragon list. Even those who ranked ahead of her might not dare to say that they could definitely beat her in the same realm. She had never suffered a loss in her life when fighting with people of the same realm. But today, what if Ying Bing was observing the 3 orifices of the spirit? Thinking of the cold and bone-chilling divine will, it was like the sword will of heavenly punishment. She could only recall the part of God's will that remained in Hongyun's Sword City, and this deal was completely over. And that young man, Northwest Hammer King, I didn't expect that we would meet in this way. The candlelight jumped in Yin Mian's pupils, smiling. Betraying Shiyu Tower will be punished by heaven and earth. The prosperous Yinzhou city under the night. After the battle, just now, my Waxuan has become a ruin. What happened just now? It seems that there are assassins from Shiyu Tower hiding in my Waxuan. I just saw Li Xiaoxia take action. He killed 8 assassins from Shiyu Tower with 1 sword. 80. I was there just now. The whole street has been put under martial law by the law enforcement disciples of Hongyun Sword City. The onlookers can't get in, and can only gather inside and outside to discuss. When Elder Zhang arrived, the discussion about Xiao Li also went from 1 person killing 8 Xiaolu assassins with 1 sword to 800. 800! Elder Zhang paused. Let alone 800. 80 Xiaolu assassins in the Guanshan realm. Ambushing and killing the inner scene was like playing. Wu Chushu was silent for a moment and said, "It's still 800 now, and it will probably become 80,000 in a few days. In the future, when you build momentum for your disciples, you don't have to brag so much." "No, I used to advertise that I killed 6 bandits." The master and disciple walked through the ruins and saw the scene in my Waxuan now. Zhong Jinyue sat there, seeming to doubt his life. I'm glad that the young Marquis is okay. Elder Zheng breathed a sigh of relief and asked again, what happened to this local talent? Zhong Jinyue came back to his senses, smiled bitterly and sighed, and told everything that had just happened. Elder Zheng frowned more and more deeply. The Saintess of Shiyu Tower actually came to Yinzhou City and got close to Zhong Jinyue, that which is very good at manipulating people's hearts. If you can get rid of her control, you're already a hero among the determined people. There are not many geniuses who can escape from her hands. That's not because I am determined. Oh, Elder Zheng was puzzled. Zhong Jinyue's eyes were complicated, and he remembered the scene just now. It was Li Mo's hammer. He didn't finish his words. Ahem. A cough came, and Li Mo walked out of the door with a kind smile on his face. What's a hammer? Ah, Brother Li is superb in swordsmanship, so he can make a final decision, an adjective. Cut off my distracting thoughts. Zhong Jinyue's eyes quickly became clear. Seeing this, Elder Zheng couldn't help but feel strange. I heard that young Lord Zhong is brave and good at fighting, and he is as brave as his father, the king of Jinan. Today in the ring, he is also as wieldy as a dragon, and has never lost. Why is the look in that kid Li's eyes so sincere? Besides, the Saint of Shiyu Tower is called Tianma, and ranks 6th on the Hidden Dragon list. Li Mo can make the final decision. Sensing the doubt in Elder Zheng's eyes, Li Mo smiled and said, in fact, repelling Shiyu the person who is the Saint of Rain Tower is not me, but Ying Bing. It's her. Elder Zheng narrowed his eyes and glanced at the nearby area, where there were still traces of the battle of divine will. For the exterior scene, these traces can almost restore everything. He was slightly surprised. This little girl is much stronger than the strength she showed on the ring. I really don't know what kind of shocking martial arts she will comprehend by observing the sword marks. Recovering his mind, he asked about the details of today's events. The night deepened. In the courtyard, the early autumn made the moon slightly cool. There was a person under the moon, still dancing with a sword. Her sword light seemed to merge with the clear light, as if she was fighting with someone who did not exist. She was reviewing the fight just now. After a while, the girl stopped moving, standing alone with her sword on her back, letting the wind blow her hair. Observing Tying did not calm her mind. If my sword heart was clear, Yin would not be just slightly injured. If my sword heart was clear, I could use the horizontal cloud sword mark to supplement the Shunshao Tianxin sword, and I would be sure of the next system ranking. But why in the first 3 moves of the sword method, I always lack a little perfection? Ying Bing frowned slightly, her eyes slightly blank. There's definitely no problem with the swordsmanship. Then, the problem can only be with her. There is no flaw in the moves. Is it the state of mind? The divine sky heart sword emphasizes replacing the heart of heaven with my heart. The way of heaven is unkind and treats all things as straw dogs. She was so close to the true avenue, and there should be no one in the world who is more suitable for this swordsmanship than her. Why is it that her heart is always difficult to achieve true detachment from the world and silence? Pa! Not far away, the window of a house opened. Student Li, who had just practiced for a while, poked his head out and saw the girl in the courtyard. He was slightly stunned. Bing Tuozi, you're not sleeping again? Take a break occasionally. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Do you want to have a midnight snack and learn about soul barbecue? The young man's words, with a smile, were carried by the wind. Ying Bing was stunned. She seemed to have found the problem of her state of mind. But she didn't know what to do. The next day, it was also late at night. Li Mo, who had just finished teaching Princess Jiang, checked the investment feedback of the arena for the past 2 days. After standing on the arena for 2 consecutive days, people came to challenge him one after another. The realms of the heroes who came to participate in the martial arts summit were not low. But for some reason, the destiny was mixed. Most of them were green, and there were very few blue. However, Shally did not lose money after all. After all, he only paid some golden guidance. Investment feedback, 3. 5 Chi peonies. Investment feedback. White jade relics. Investment feedback. 100 fruit heaven fragrance oil. Pick out the ones that are beneficial to the soul first. A wooden box appeared in Limo's palm. When he opened it, there was a gorgeous peony flower in it. It had no roots and stems, but it was still not dry. He had seen this thing in the contribution point exchange table of the Internal Affairs Hall. It was not cheap. You have to complete several difficult tasks to get the Guanshan realm. But the aura on is indeed not as good as that white jade relic. It's a pity that Xiao Li doesn't understand Buddhism. The meaning of this relic of a great monk needs to be guided by Buddhist principles before it can be absorbed. That's useless. He wears it at most to calm his mind and drive away evil spirits. Why does he need to use the relic for these? Brother Murong is studying Buddhist principles. Leave it to him. Liamo thought about it and put it away. Then he picked up a crystal bottle with some doubts. Baigua Tianxiang oil? Just by listening to the name, I really don't know what this thing is for. Is it for external application or internal use? What are the effects? Xiaoli never thinks about this by himself and directly checks the system introduction. Baigua Tianxiang oil removes dirt and filth, nourishes the body and mind, produced in the Shuiyun Tower of the imperial capital of Zhongshanzhou, and is praised by the princes and nobles. It is even better when used with massage techniques. Liamo? Question mark. As we all know, the protagonists of novels usually have some secondary occupations. For example, forging, alchemy, array formation, etc. How can a side job be a massage parlor technician? No, this track is too niche. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't see it. Liamo threw the crystal bottle into the system space. Yeah, yesterday I invested in Zhongjin Yue. I haven't had time to claim the reward yet. It should be considered to have a significant impact on his fate. Congratulations to the host. Successfully invested in Zhongjin Yue and freed him from Yin Yimyan's control. Investment feedback. Weeping Wind Beast Soul Pill. Weeping Wind Beast Soul Pill. The essence of the 5th grade exotic beast Weeping Wind Beast, refined and purified by the Master of Alchemy, is an excellent item for strengthening the mind and soul. Not bad. Not worse than the 7 patterning shoe pill. Student Lee felt bitter. In fact, the system reported quite a few rare treasures of the mind and soul, but he consumed them very much. He basically used them up as soon as he got them. It can also be said that they were all used on the Mona smoothie. If it weren't for the past 2 days, his meditation practice would have run out of food. I haven't broken through for so long. I'm a little uncomfortable. Well, I'm observing the great way of the divine form, which is actually not slow. Liamo reminded himself not to be impetuous. Judging from the warriors who fought with him in the past 2 days, most warriors only observed the middle form. If this wasn't in Hengyun Sword City, I'm afraid I wouldn't even see so many middle forms. Many of them are already in their 30s, but they haven't even completed half of the journey to the God-viewing realm. Many of them have been stuck in one orifice for several years. Student Lee decided to count his property and calm down. Then he counted for half an hour. His current property is probably equivalent to the GDP of the entire Yunzhou for several years. I feel better. Liamo happily took the 7 pattern Ingshu pill and began today's God viewing. 2 hours later, the power of the 7 pattern Ingshu pill was exhausted, and he took out the Weeping Wind Beast Soul pill again. Unconsciously, time passed, and the first ray of the east sun shone through the window paper. The fluctuations of the God viewing slowly stopped. The little man in the dantian seemed more and more real, and the God patterns were complicated. There's not enough time. Otherwise, you can try to impact the second orifice. The moon's shadow in Limo's eyes dissipated, and he stretched and stood up. I wonder how many tricks are needed to fully outline the shape of the great Tao. Student Lee went into the kitchen. When breakfast was ready, 3 faint bell sounds came, clearing the clouds and resounding through the world. It was the morning bell of Hengyun Sword City. Although I didn't stand until the last day, it was worth the trip. Senior brother Xin Yunfei had already left the ring, but he had made great progress. Congratulations, senior brother, on breaking through the realm. Liu handed him a plate of fried dough sticks and smiled. Congratulations. Suddenly, he was stunned and saw Ouyang not far away. Senior brother Ouyang had thick dark circles under his eyes. His hair was like a chicken coop, and he looked like an immortal. Senior brother Ouyang, are you possessed by a ghost? It's okay. It's not a big problem. I finally submitted the manuscript on the last day. I found out after asking. Because the sword testing arena is only set up for 3 days. The sword tower will be opened after the seats are confirmed on the 3rd day. The bookstore thinks that junior brother Li and junior sister Ying will both comprehend extraordinary martial arts from the horizontal cloud sword marks, and they will definitely become famous by then. The album will definitely sell well by then. So I didn't sleep for 3 days and finished The Domineering Empress Falls in Love with Me. Ouyang scratched his chicken coop hair and couldn't stop yawning. Liu, those stinking novel writers should really learn from you, senior brother. However, it is certain that he will become famous, but it is hard to say whether the album will sell well. After he comprehended the sword mark of Hongyun, Li Jianxian was afraid that his house would collapse. As for Bing Tuozi, Sister Bing's sword seems not as sharp as before. Jiang Chulong rolled up her sleeves and whispered while washing dishes. Do you think so too? Liu thought it was his own illusion before. How come the more she tried the sword, the worse her condition would be? Hiss! Did she get injured when she fought with Yin Yimyan 2 days ago? At this time, there were light footsteps in the attic. Want some tea? Ying Bing seemed to be stunned for a while and waited for a few seconds before nodding. Aren't you drinking tea? I took it. Ying Bing's eyes paused. Only then did she realize that she was holding a big-headed doll of classmate Xiao Li. She subconsciously twisted the doll's head open, as if she was about to take a sip. Bing Tuozi was indeed not right. What's going on? Liu was brewing tea and opened his eyes of destiny. Name, Ying Bing. Age, 16. Root bone, Tien Moon Phoenix body. Realm, observe the god. Destiny, red, with the emperor's bone, Xianbing as life, Qiu Shui as god, with the appearance of Phoenix heaven. Evaluation, fate has many disasters, but it can always turn misfortune into good fortune. At this time, the feathers are not yet full. When the wind and clouds change, it will surely hang high in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the phoenix will come to the 6 directions and 8 wastelands. Recent experience. I don't know whether I should stick to my martial arts and cut off all ties. I am in a struggle between heaven and man. In layman's terms, is Bing Tuozi in a state of mental exhaustion? After breakfast, the carriage set off in the morning light. In the distance, the sword tower, shaped like a giant sword, reflected thousands of feet of light in the sun, making the smoke and clouds glow. Standing alone, it seemed to be the only one between heaven and earth. Ying Bing was lost in thought as he looked at the scenery outside the curtain. This sword tower is a perfect whole. It is really the work of nature. Liu's voice suddenly came to his ears. When she turned around, the things reflected in her eyes became him again, which caused her eyes to fluctuate slightly. This sword tower is not a natural creation. Oh! This sword tower has existed in Yinzhou for a long time. It is said that there was a second-grade disaster beast Xiongqi, which brought disaster to the people. When it was wreaking havoc in Yinzhou, a giant sword condensed from rocks suddenly came from the sky and killed it alive. That sword is the sword tower today. Ying Bing said softly, "Is this human effort?" Liu looked at the sword tower from afar, as if he could appreciate the shocking and awe-inspiring sword. So powerful. Jiang Chulong blinked and opened her mouth slightly. You will definitely be able to do it in the future. Maybe after seeing the Hongyun sword mark, you will understand the sword. Liu nodded with certainty. He had no doubts about the Phoenix Empress and the natural sword body determined by the destiny eye. Can I? Jiang Chulong pursed her lips, but when she saw Brother Li's eyes, she clenched her fists to cheer herself up. Hongyun's sword Dao. Ying Bing's eyes fluctuated. In a last life, she saw Jiang Chulong perform it, and she was in the 7th realm. According to her plan, she should be clear-minded at this time. But now, The carriage suddenly became quiet. Ah, in Li Mo's eyes, Bing Tuozi's face can actually show two expressions. Probably because of the division of sunlight. Half of her face is in the sunlight, dazzling and sacred, while the other half is in the shadow, complex and quiet. Although I don't know the reason. But her current state of mind is indeed wrong. So much so that she has lost confidence in comprehending the horizontal cloud sword mark. What should I do? Little Li Genius started to think. This morning is the last day of sword testing. Many people have actually lost the opportunity to go on stage twice, but the number of Yunzhou heroes present is still no less, and it is very lively. For example, the stage of certain Little Li Jianxian still has that sign on it. And under the stage, people have not arrived yet, but they have already started to line up, just like the scene of ticket grabbing for a concert. Li Jianxian is here. Someone shouted with sharp eyes. Then countless eyes turned back. Being watched by countless eyes, Li Mo's initial novelty wore off, and now he only felt a huge pressure. Young Master Li, when will you become the #1 swordsman in Yunzhou? Even the saint of Shiyu Tower died under Li Jianxian's sword. Everyone was full of compliments. What they didn't know was, at a certain moment, Li Mo even had the idea of playing a fake match. Who spread these words? Isn't this pure flattery? He bowed to everyone. The saint of Shiyu Tower is not dead, and she didn't fight with me. I got a little bit of success by chance, all by luck. Comparing me to Ying Bing and Jiang Chulong, I am more likely to shine in the sword. Student Li was very sincere. However, the people in the audience felt that he was pretending to be modest and a bunch of rainbow farts. Li Mo sighed lightly. He opened the Destiny Eye, and while sparring, he looked at everyone present. Suddenly, his eyes paused. That was a plain-looking woman, standing on the stage not far away. Just now, she narrowly won and became the new champion. Name, Im Yinyan. Age, 23. Root, Tianluo Demon Body. Realm, observation of the 8 apertures of the god. Destiny, purple. Evaluation, the Saint of Shiyu Tower, the 6th on the Hidden Dragon list, has killed several Hidden Dragon list Tianjiao and is used as a furnace by the owner of Shiyu Tower without knowing it. Her hobby is to watch men fight for life and death. Recent encounter, instructing many Shiyu Tower assassins to mix in the crowd and promote the name of Li Mo Sword Immortal. Li Mo, thank you. The entire Yunzhou city and even Hengyan Sword City are under martial law. How dare she come? After a moment of silence, Li Mo's lips moved, but no sound came out. And Bai Jinghong on the other stage suddenly paused. A whole morning passed. Noon. The sword test finally came to an end. On the high platform, the elders looked at the 10 figures on the stage. Their eyes were full of strong emotions. Because the strongest martial arts genius they had ever seen in their lifetime might be among them. 10 young heroes have stood out in this sword test. Elder Zeng put a picture album in his arms, landed in the middle of the field, and swept his eyes over everyone present. Then, he went through the motions and announced the names of these 10 people. Li Mo, Ying Bing, and Jiang Chulong, needless to say. The 3 heroes of Hengyun, that is by Jing Hong and the other 2, were also among the 10. They all kept their positions when they stepped onto the stage for the second time. In addition to Huang Donglai and Zhong Jinyue, there were 2 new faces. Suddenly, Elder Zeng made a sword gesture. His face was calm, and his robes fluttered. The wind was rising, and the clouds were surging. The clouds gathered in the sky, connecting the top of the sword tower and the mountain gate, forming a piece of floating cloud stairs. Each cloud staircase carried various sword intentions in the sword tower. Each sword intent seemed to reach the bottom of people's hearts. This is... Li Mo retreated tactically. Why does it look familiar? What he was worried about finally happened. Then he heard Elder Zeng say, "Climb up the steps to reach the top of the sword tower." The first way is to climb up the steps from the sword tower cloud, I attracted. This is also the way my sect tests the state of mind of disciples. The more you can get the recognition of the sword intent in the sword tower, the better your talent is. Generally, true disciples can reach the top. This is the test of whether the inner disciples of Hongyun Sword City are qualified to become true disciples. Those who can become the top 10 of the martial arts summit can usually climb up. Liamo, isn't this the sword art plus version of the stone steps to the sky? If you fall down, will there be any danger? Huang Donglai asked. No, the elders are here. What if the elders are distracted? How could the elders be distracted? I just saw you secretly. Elder Zeng raised his eyebrows, and Huang Donglai shut up. We have come this far. No will back down. Bai Jinghong and the other two had climbed the sword tower 2 years ago and had experience, so they took the lead. Li, brother Li. Jiang Chulong's face was pale, and she grabbed Li Mo's sleeves. What's wrong? Li Mo was puzzled. How could Princess Jiang not withstand the test? But her little body was trembling with fear at this time. I'm afraid of heights. Then you lean on me. We won't be afraid if you can't see us, but it may be a bit slow to follow me. Liamo laughed dumbly. Let Princess Jiang bury her face in his back, and the two of them stepped onto the cloud steps. Sword test. It would be difficult for him to walk fast. As soon as he stepped onto the cloud steps, he felt a great pressure, but Jiang Chulong's body relaxed a little. By the way, where is Bing Tuozi? She should have walked very far. Liamo looked up, but did not see the figure. He turned around. Ying Bing was still standing there alone. The divine light of the sword tower covered the sun, as if representing the will of the gods. Even the cloud steps were dyed light gold, as if it was a road to heaven to become a god. Ying Bing looked at this towering giant sword, her eyes trembling. Of course, she would not be repelled by the cloud steps, nor would she feel pressure. Just thinking, should she go up? If the sword heart is not clear, what is the point of going up? But if she wants to understand the true meaning of Shanxiao Tianxin and take this road, then all the roads in the future, she may have to walk alone. What's wrong with her? I can walk half of this cloud step. Is she afraid to go up? It shouldn't be. When she was on the ring, no one could take her 3 swords. How could she not dare? Is there something fishy? The noisy voices of discussion were heard. The ordinary-looking woman, Yin Mian, also cast her eyes. The elders also frowned, looking puzzled. Considering the talent of this little girl, isn't this cloud staircase just for show? It was just a formality. Why does it seem to put her in a dilemma, in a trance? A chaotic picture flashed before Ying Bing's eyes. On one side was power, being alone, cold and lonely. On the other side was everything that happened after rebirth, vivid and real. Both of these were deeply rooted in her heart and could not be shaken off. Her mind and soul also fluctuated violently because of this. Being too ozy. Suddenly, a voice broke into her ears amid the noise. When she looked up, she saw that the young man was also in a dilemma. Student Lee felt bitter. The inexplicable pressure was getting bigger and bigger. And it's not acting on the body, but on the mind and soul. That's outrageous. He didn't have this feeling when he climbed the stone steps to heaven. Could it be because these cloud steps are condensed by sword will, and he is an insulator of swordsmanship? That's not right either. For example, Zhong Zhenyue obviously doesn't have a strong talent for swordsmanship, but he is still as fast as a flying horse. That's strange. The reason is not to be investigated in detail. At this time, not only does his mind and soul have to bear the pressure, but he also has to be calm on the surface. It seems that only that method can be used. As everyone knows, Xiao Li is a genius, so he really thought of a possible way. Congratulations to the host. The 10 years of martial arts perception have been successfully injected. In the first year, you follow the method of double cultivation to explore how to blend the mind and spirit and resonate with the spirit. In the 10th year, you have a sudden realization that the key lies in the mind and soul. If the two minds and souls are not compatible enough, you will never be able to complete the second level of Phoenix singing in Tianza. He looked at Ying Bing and said, "Do you remember the second level of Phoenix singing in Tianza?" Phoenix singing in Tianza. A trace of confusion appeared in Ying Bing's clear eyes, but she nodded gently. Then come on. Li Mo stretched out his hand to her. Ying Bing, Question mark. It is well known. Phoenix singing in Tianzi is a dual cultivation martial art. Dual cultivation? Here, while she was hesitant and puzzled, her bare hands suddenly felt a warmth. It was Liemo who brought Princess Xiao Zhang back and held her hand. Warm and powerful, Ying Bing found that the struggle between heaven and man in her heart suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Why is it so? Why did her mind and soul suddenly become quiet again? The two had had a more intimate contact before. It was just holding hands, which was nothing. This is not normal. Ying Bing suddenly raised her head and saw that the familiar eyes were more familiar to her than before. The eyes reflecting her own were faintly shining with the moonlight. It was almost a subconscious instinct. The key to the second level of Phoenix Ming Tianzi emerged in her mind, and she started to work. This unique skill can make the two people's minds and souls blend and connect with each other. So, the moon he called up also illuminated her acupoints. It was also tying, but this light was not cold nor dead. It filled the world with the tranquility and gentleness of water. Is this the tying he saw? But this is clearly different from what he saw, but strange and familiar. Who? Let's go. Liemo breathed a sigh of relief. After practicing, he also saw the bronze sacred tree and the tying in Ying Bing's eyes. But he didn't react too much. It was just that after the two of them merged their minds and souls, the pressure on their bodies dissipated in an instant. So, Liemo followed Princess Xiao Jiang behind him, holding the dazed Bing Tuozi's hand, and strode forward. They walk up to the sky and leave the hustle and bustle behind. No, so Ying Bing is not leaving, waiting for Li Xiaoxia to take her hand. Family, I suddenly feel that this martial arts summit is meaningless, so I'm leaving. No, buddy. This is the real version of Jiang Chun and Lu Wuyan. It's a pity that Li Xiaoxia doesn't have a crooked mouth, which is a bit less interesting. After the silence at the scene, the sound of discussion continued. On the high platform, the elders looked at each other in silence. If I'm not mistaken, they should be. Elder Zeng muttered to himself. That's right, it's double cultivation. Well, the grade of the double cultivation method is not low. The corner of another elder's mouth twitched. Everyone, we are so old. Are we here to see this? In the past, when they climbed the tower, all the geniuses competed for the top spot. It was full of gunpowder, but they were unwilling to lag behind. What do these two little guys mean? You don't treat us as human beings. I'm not a human being. Am I a human being? Elder Zeng, you are the host elder of this event. You should say something. So, Elder Zeng slammed the table and stood up, his expression excited. Good. Jiang Chun finally showed his boyfriend power. On the cloud steps, they walked higher and higher. Ying Bing was led to walk in the clouds, and there were all living beings under her feet, just like when she looked down at the world in Gue Palace. But now she is not alone, because she can see the different bright moon in the young man's soul. She is originally the body of Tying Yuehuang. She is very sensitive to the mystery of tying and is guided by the dual cultivation method. She saw what he saw. The confusion in her heart was broken at this moment, and enlightenment came naturally. My heart is as clear as a mirror. No matter what is reflected in the mirror itself is transparent. The top of the sword tower is approaching. Finally, the end is almost here. Liemo smelled the faint fragrance coming from nowhere, and a big stone fell from his heart. Li Jianxian did not collapse. Thanks to Bing Tuozi. Li, brother Li. Sister Bing. She seems to have an epiphany. Liemo was stunned. The soul that was blending with him sent a strong wave. Looking back, they happened to meet each other's eyes. There was a smile on Ying Bing's lips, very shallow, but real. Buzz. The sound of swords came from the dark, echoing between heaven and earth, seemingly real and unreal, shaking the cloud steps. This time, it's not Shaoli who manually added the 50-cent special effects. Thousands of swords clashed, as if they were about to fly out of their hands. Even a huge sword tower seemed to tremble. Liemo is now connected with Ying Bing's soul. He also felt it. From the top of the sword tower, an ethereal call came. But Liam had no intention of feeling it carefully. He only heard Bing Tuozi whisper, "Thank you for the bright moon." The sound of the sword echoed across the heaven and earth. At this moment, the figure of the girl in the cloud steps seemed to be the only one in the world. Congratulations to the host, successfully invested in Ying Bing and helped him to become clear-minded. You have an investment feedback to be collected. Liam, it's quite abrupt. It can be seen that Bing Tuozi has thought it through, and then he suddenly realized it. Otherwise, she is the red destiny, and she has such an extraordinary aura to relieve the internal consumption of the spirit. As everyone knows, Bing Tuozi's rewards are usually shocking. But now in the public eye, it's not easy to claim. No need to thank me. I also benefited a lot. It's not the same thing. Ying Bing shook her head gently, and a trace of tenderness emerged in her clear eyes. How can the progress in the mind and soul be compared with the clear-minded sword? What's more, she got more than that from that bright moon. The moon imprinted in Li Mo's soul was really unusual, mysterious, peaceful, and eternal. She had a glimpse of it, but she couldn't see it all. Bing Tuozi. When we have time in the future, we can occasionally visit the second floor of Feng Huangming Tianza. Okay. Ying Bing nodded in agreement without hesitation. Then he took Li Mo's hand and continued to move forward. Liam couldn't help but smile helplessly. The familiar Bing Tuozi is back again, and it seems to be better than before. Her figure swayed. It was obvious that she was walking towards the top of the sword tower, but gave people the illusion that the sword tower was coming to her on its own initiative. Not long after, the three of them finally stepped on the ground again. Liam looked around. There were no extra buildings on the top of the sword tower, only a waterfall and a clear spring. The waterfall was glittering, and the wisps of water mist splashing out made people's face tighten. The clear pond seemed real with water plants, fish, lotus, and stones. However, Liam could see it. This waterfall and clear pond were not real. Everything in it was transformed by various chi, intentions, and forms. Everyone stared at it, and their breath stopped. That is the strange stone that carries the sword mark of Hongyun. Elder Zeng stepped onto the roof and pointed casually. Suddenly, the waterfall split. Through the crystal-clear water vapor, you can vaguely see that there is a stone in the waterfall, as if it has been washed by the water for countless years, and it is vicissitudes and ancient. Looking at it intently, it makes people's hearts shake. The sword mark on it is shocking, and it makes people tremble. Sword mark strange stone. Liam's attention is instead on the stone itself that carries the sword mark. I don't know why. As soon as he saw the stone, a passage from Journey to the West popped up in his mind. There is a flower and fruit mountain on the seashore of Aolai country in Dongxing Shenzhou. On the top of the mountain is a stone that receives the essence of the sun and the moon and is beaten by wind and rain. I don't know if it's because the waterfall itself easily reminds people of the Water Curtain Cave, or is this stone too extraordinary? Jiang Chulong's gray eyes behind the cloth strip were extremely fascinated. Ying Bing's beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed, as if he had seen through all the chaotic auras and intentions and saw its essence. Liam regained his mind. That's right. I don't know what means Yin Yimyan used, but the disguised woman was also there. I had clearly told by Jinghong her information, and he conveyed it to Elder Zeng on my behalf. Why hasn't Jianqing taken any action yet? Is it trying to play the long game, catch the big fish, and catch all the forces of Shiyu Tower and Yinzhou in one fell swoop? The sword mark requires concentration of the soul to appreciate its wonders. So only one person can comprehend it at a time. Elder Zeng said, looking at Bai Jinghong and several other disciples of Jiansheng. Chushu, you go first. Let me see if you have made any progress. Yes. Wu Chushu stepped forward. He crossed the waterfall separated by Elder Zeng and walked solemnly to the sword mark stone. He sat cross-legged and began to comprehend it seriously. Buzz. The soul wave came, and the scene of the divine will he observed appeared around him. His face turned slightly pale, and he was under great pressure, but his expression gradually became pleasantly surprised. It seemed. What swordsmanship did he comprehend? Liemo looked intently. In the pool of water, at some point, there were more floating petals. Not long after, Wu Chushu stood up, took the elixir to restore his mind and soul, and then returned to bow to Elder Zeng. Elder Zeng smiled and said loudly, Wu Chushu, you have learned a superior martial art, prosperous sword-washing technique. Don't underestimate superior martial arts. In the martial arts world, many small sects and schools have a medium-level martial art is enough to be a sect. Not to mention that it is a martial art that is completely created by himself and is extremely compatible. Moreover, there is a gap between superior martial arts. This prosperous sword-washing art is much stronger than the martial arts that Wu Chushu comprehended last time. Given time, he will definitely be able to comprehend a unique skill. Everyone took a deep breath and couldn't help but feel yearning. Next, Bai Jinghong and Chao Mu both climbed up one after another. Chao Mu's situation was similar to Wu Chushu. Bai Jinghong attracted a lot of attention. Suddenly, a silver-scaled, magical and agile white fish appeared in the pool. Elder Zheng's voice was particularly loud this time. Bai Jinghong has comprehended a low-grade, unique sword technique. Yes, although it is only one style, Jinghong has made great progress this time. The voice also reached below. The elder's brows relaxed. At Bai Jinghong's age, it is extremely rare to be able to comprehend a unique skill in Hengyun Sword City. If a magic skill is not revealed, the unique skill is almost the pinnacle of martial arts. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Is Bai Xiaoxia's swordsmanship talent so high? But he was easily defeated by that little girl in the ring. So, isn't that little girl even more terrifying? Bai Xiaoxia once prostrated himself to Li Jianxian. So, our Li Jianxian, isn't he going to comprehend a magic skill? Discussions arose everywhere. On the top of the sword tower, everyone also looked at Li Mo and the other two. At this time, Elder Zeng also spoke. Little girl, you go over too. Jiang Chulong pursed her lips and turned back. Come on. Li Mo used the magic skill of patting the head. Seeing Brother Li's encouraging eyes and feeling the warmth on her head, she nodded vigorously. I must not let Brother Li down. So, under the gaze of everyone, Jiang Chulong also walked to the strange stone. Swish! The next moment, a touch of emerald green spread wildly in the pool. What did the little girl comprehend from the sword mark? This kind of scene is more than 10 times more amazing than Bai Jinghong's movement just now. Everyone present can see the unusual vision, but they don't know what happened on the top of the sword tower. I wish I could grow wings and fly up to sea. On the high platform, the elders have disappeared. Only the woman from Yintian's sect is walking and standing still. The Yintian sect walks, as if her eyes have no focus, and suddenly come back to her senses. The little princess shouldn't be here. She shouldn't see the Hengyun sword mark. After whispering softly, there are obscure and complex lines in her eyes, chaotic and intertwined. If Li Mo is here, he might feel familiar. The pupil technique used by this woman actually has some charm of the eyes of destiny. After a moment, the woman's face gradually turned pale, and her eyes, which are detached from the world, became confused. Chaos. All chaos. On the sword tower, could that little girl comprehend the magic from the Hengyun sword mark? Everyone held their breath, and this absurd thought came to their mind. Elder Zeng seemed to be in trance. After Chu Long approached, it seemed that the sword mark stone became more and more alive. Li Mo felt more and more strongly in his heart. It was as if something was being nurtured in the sword mark stone. It was as if a spiritual being beyond his cognition was reviving. In addition to the sword mark, the stone that carried the sword mark itself cannot be said to be a dead object. Ying Bing said softly. She seemed to know why Han Zhun, who did not practice swordsmanship and did not lack martial arts in his previous life, was still willing to take such a big risk to fight for the Hengyun sword mark. Suddenly, she found that Li Mo took out a pen and paper. What are you doing? I want to try to see if I could draw the sword marks and strange stones. If I succeed, Won't I be able to observe them every day in the future? If this picture can really be drawn, then it should be considered as the ultimate picture of observing the gods. Ying Bing didn't know what to say to him for a moment. He is usually a very reliable person, but occasionally he would have some irrelevant and whimsical ideas. It makes people feel childish and helpless. Just treat it as a practice. Liam spread out the paper with great interest. He was just about to pick up the ink stick to grind it, but the slender and soft hand got there first. The ink stick was pitch black, making the girl's hands look even whiter like jade. Grinding gently, the inkstone was smudged. "Why don't you paint?" Ying Bing pulled up her hair by her ears, and then she realized that Li Mo had been staring at her, as if he was under a spell. "Yeah, paint." Student Li came back to his senses. He started writing seriously. Ying Bing looked away, and her eyes became puzzled again. "Aren't you painting stones?" Liam looked down. With a few strokes, a girl in a celadone dress appeared on the paper, grinding ink with her bare hands and her red sleeves adding fragrance. It was clearly a painting of a lady. "I made a mistake. Try again." Liam coughed lightly and put away the painting. Then he concentrated and looked not far away. At this time, Jiang Chulong approached the strange stone and pursed her lips. This was something someone wanted, so it was not garbage, and she couldn't pick it up. But she really wanted to touch it and said, "You can't touch other people's things casually." Princess Jiang was a little unsure, so she turned back. Just happened to meet Li Mo's eyes. Then our big brother, Li, naturally gave an encouraging look. "Yeah, I know. Big brotherly thinks it's okay, then it must be okay." So she didn't hesitate. When Elder Zheng reacted, his eyes widened, and he didn't even finish the sentence. "Be careful. Don't touch the sword-marked stone casually." Buzz, buzz, buzz. In a trance, a huge, strange roar resounded through the world, almost making everyone in the field feel their own existence. But can you vaguely feel something else? The small world formed by the waterfall and the clear spring is originally an inner world that is similar to the exterior scene. The moment Jiang Chulong touched it, this small world was completely filled with joy. Fish jumped out of the water, becoming larger and their scales smoother. Lotuses, water plants, duckweed, and various vegetation began to grow. The light green grass, with Jiang Chulong as the center, quickly spread across the top of the sword tower. All things grew. Jiang Chulong saw more than others. In her eyes, it was above Qingming, a person who looked at an unclear figure, floating like a fairy, with long black hair dancing wildly, and sword intent shocking the world. He raised his hand lightly, and a blade of grass came into his hand. It seemed that he held a sword in the invisible and swung it casually. The world seemed to be cut by a very thin trace. The clouds were broken, and the space was shattered. "I want to remember this sword." Countless sword moves changed and evolved in Jiang Chulong's mind. Invisibly, even the wild grass sword scripture began to change. What kind of martial arts is she comprehending? Could it be that a magical skill will really be born today? Everyone present, anyone who has comprehended the horizontal cloud sword mark will feel something in their heart, look up and stare, and can't come back to their senses for a long time. This stone is really difficult to draw. Li Mo exhaled a turbid breath. Even with his current strength of mind and soul, he now feels that copying is extremely difficult. He can only stop for a while to recover his spirit. It doesn't matter. When I observe the strange stone, I will be able to get closer. It won't be too late to copy it then. Not far away. Yin Yimyan narrowed her eyes and looked at Jiang Chulong thoughtfully. She wanted to wait until Imai or Ying Bing realized the truth before taking action. But now, the opportunity has come in advance. Didn't the little princess of Dayu have her sword bones dug out and become a cripple? But why is she now? Her expression changed several times, and Yin Yimyan finally sighed. Jiang Chulong's small figure vaguely reminded her of someone. It's better to wait until Jiang Chulong finishes her enlightenment before taking action, which can also be regarded as a favor to that strange woman. Not long after, Jiang Chulong slowly woke up. I'm fine. She pinched the corner of her clothes and ran out of the waterfall. Those auras and artistic conceptions were very friendly to her, and she was unharmed. When she reached Liamo, she stopped, her little face shy, like a kitten who wanted to be praised. What did you realize? Liamo retracted his gaze not far away and asked with a smile. Fuck. Little Princess Jiang was very happy and said crisply. Elder Zeng, who was quite concerned, was stunned for a moment, and the old man was a little confused. Everyone, Liamo. Dear Princess, you can't say bad words. Okay. He knew what Jiang Chulong meant, that the wild grass sword scripture had improved. It seems that there is an extra sword in my head. Then, and what the teacher taught, also, Jiang Chulong said stumblingly. She said that her soul was branded with the horizontal cloud sword mark. Then the martial arts that she had been practicing also improved, and she also got 2 sword moves. Liamo translated. Soul mark? She took the sword mark of Hung Yun as a divine map. Elder Zeng was stunned. What about the 2 sword moves? He asked again. More powerful, then, than the sword you used to split the waterfall. Is it really a divine skill? Elder Zeng was extremely surprised. His expression changed several times, and after a long pause, he said loudly to the people below, You don't need to be curious anymore. What this little girl realized is the top-grade sword moves among the 2 unique skills. Unique skills. Everyone's first reaction was to be in doubt. The movement just now was so terrifying. Was it just a unique skill? Even if it was a unique skill of the top grade, it was probably unlikely. Elder Zeng did not delve into this issue. He looked at Liamo. He put his hands behind his back, looked around not far away, and said, Who may you go to? Who may was the woman that Yin Yin used as an alias. Well, with such a beautiful woman in front of me, I will show my ugliness. Who may bowed gently under the gaze of everyone. Then she stepped out of the crowd and walked towards the sword-marked stone. After she approached the sword-marked stone, in the dark, there seemed to be a sound of zither and flute, and the sound of flute was like crying and complaining, sobbing with the wind. Like fairy music, it attracted people's hearts. Where does this sound of sheng and xiao come from? Of course, it's because this woman is comprehending the strange stone. Brother, have you ever heard of the second Qin Mo on the heavenly ranking 1,000 years ago? That was a strong man who used music to enter the Tao and turned music into a killing skill. One song made people heartbroken, and another song made people feel like walking corpses. I understand, this woman specializes in music. Everyone reacted from the shock of Jiang Chulong's suspected comprehension of divine skills. Hearing this pleasant sound of sheng and xiao, their hearts were shaken instantly. Thanks to Li Xiaoxia for his foresight. Elder Zeng nodded slightly. Ying Bing's bare hands silently grasped the Tianchuang sword. It seems that he can't hold it back. Liamo put away the copy that he had only drawn 1/10 of and said softly. He was about to remind others, but he found that Huang Donglai had frowned and retreated behind everyone. Zhong Zhenyue was also alert. Once bitten by a snake, he was afraid of the rope for 10 years. He smelled the breath of a bad woman. By Jing Hong and the others didn't need to say more. Liamo. Well, it's unnecessary to remind. Suddenly, the sound of sheng and xiao was loud, and around the waterfall, it seemed that the phantom of a goddess appeared and danced. There seemed to be some kind of signal. Rumble. Around Hunyun's Sword City, there were suddenly many powerful auras, which were obvious and soared into the sky. Liamo frowned and looked. Then there were 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man was wearing a straw raincoat and holding a fishing rod in his hand, but the fishing rod had no fishing line. His appearance changed the color of the sky and earth in Hunyun's Sword City. Dark clouds gathered, the sun and stars were hidden, and a heavy rain came, vowing to turn this place into an ocean. The rain curtain instantly blurred everything in the field of vision. His fishing rod danced gently. The strings of raindrops turned into silk threads, and most of the people in the rain curtain were helpless, as if they had become zombies controlled by others. The scope of the rain curtain was constantly expanding. He was not alone. There were 2 more people, ready to go. Limo's eyes flashed with a strange color. These three were all Tian Sha of Shiyu Tower, the fifth realm, and strong people in the outer scene. The straw raincoat guest, the blood gourd, and the twin lotus. The strong man from the outer scene suddenly attacked, which was really like a natural disaster. The people under the outer scene were like ants at the mercy of others. Outer scene. Limoji's body was in motion, and his left hand in his sleeve silently grasped the star pestle. His spirit sank, and he could bless the power of the world seed at any time and take out the Pangea meteorite hammer. He took a deep breath. Now that he has used all his means, he is afraid that he will not be able to threaten the strong man from the outer scene. There is a long way to go. If Hongyun Sword City is caught off guard, it will be caught off guard today. Of course, if you are finally willing to jump out by yourself. Clang! The sound of the sword suddenly resounded through the sky. The seven elders on the high platform, at some point, all stood in the void. A long river of sword energy passed across the sky at this time, and the rolling eastward momentum swept across the 8 wastelands like the Milky Way in the sky, and it dispersed most of the dark clouds. It also freed all those who were trapped in the heavy rain and unable to extricate themselves. The battle between the scenes began. Their earth-shattering battles did not seem to put pressure on ordinary people. It should be said that the battle between the scenes was 100 miles of red land and rivers of blood. But at this time, it was unexpectedly stopped by something, and the aftermath was not leaked at all. Hongyun Sword City is not only about the scenes. Liemo breathed a sigh of relief. His reminder also prevented the theft of the sword mark, which should have changed the fate of countless people in Hongyun Sword City, right? I wonder how many rewards will be revealed by then. Which at this point, you still don't wake up? Elder Zeng put his hands behind his back and suddenly appeared in front of Yin Yimyan. Seniors, you really knew I was coming. Yin Yimyan seemed surprised, but his smile remained unchanged. This charming smile of confidence made Elder Zeng narrow his eyes. He was about to take action. Oh, Yin Yimyan suddenly exclaimed and said with a smile, "How come this sword-marked stone was lost after my comprehension? You are an outsider. You won't vent your anger on me, right?" She smiled sweetly and looked at Li provocatively. Mo half-smiled. Liemo was stunned. He looked carefully, but saw that the sword-marked stone that was still there just now was gone, and the place where the stone was placed was empty. Gone? Im Yim Yin had already taken the stone away. When? She had been under everyone's eyes. What a ghost. Liemo frowned and opened the Destiny Eye again. Kacha. Suddenly, more than a dozen inner scene auras descended. The fields collided and died, stirring the void. Im Yim Yin suddenly threw out a cloth bag. The cloth bag was caught by one or two people. They were conjoined deformed sisters whose bodies were stuck together, sharing the same lower body, but with two upper bodies. Both of them were outer scenes, and they complemented each other, which was much more powerful than ordinary outer scenes. Twin Lotus. She didn't know when she broke away from the battlefield and came to the sword tower. The cloth bag she took seemed to contain the sword-marked stone. Instantly, all the strong men in Hongyun Sword City had red eyes, and they had no chance to care about Im Yin Yin, and they all went to chase the Twin Lotus. Even Elder Zeng was planning to chase. If the sword mark was lost in their hands, they would be the eternal sinners of Hongyun Sword City. Sword mark. Bai Jinghong and the other two seemed to be ready to fight desperately. Wait! Suddenly, the clear voice of the young man sounded. The sword mark is still in the same place. Don't be fooled by this witch's trick. Still in the same place? How is this possible? They're not blind. When everyone was in doubt. You little thief. Im Yin Yin gritted his teeth, and his figure suddenly dispersed into more than a dozen phantoms of the goddess, sweeping towards the empty place. At this time, a certain ice ball made a move. A flash of sword light that did not belong to the human world lit up. It was still the domineering sword of the divine Sky Heart Sword, but the original ruthlessness that ignored the common people turned into clarity and tranquility. This sword pierced through the illusion and reached the true self. The sword heart is clear. Im Yin Yin's pupils shrank slightly. Ying Bing, who used that sword, had a fluttering skirt and a quiet face, like a bright moon in the lake that could not be wrinkled by the breeze. It really looked like a fairy coming to the world. I don't need to do it. Liemo was also surprised by the tyranny of the sword heart. Then he silently put away the star pestle and sighed in his heart. Look at Run being Tuozi. His strength has always been proportional to his appearance. The stronger and clearer he is, the more incomparable he is. How could he be good at a hammer? The real fairy cut the fake fairy with one sword, and thousands of enchanting phantoms retreated in an instant. This sword is not over yet. Crack! Something seems to have broken. It is the strange illusion that shrouds the sword-marked stone. Yes, the sword-marked stone has always been in the same place and has never moved. It is just temporarily covered by the illusion of the demon extracted by Yin Bing. The simulation of this illusion, which is even more bizarre than the field, is probably because Yin Bing's breath is not enough to observe the 8 orifices of the spirit. With the sword heart clear, the power of Tianshuang, the mysterious weapon, has been stimulated to the extreme. If Yin Bing still observes the 8 orifices of the spirit and fully displays the illusion of the demon, he may be able to resist 1 or 2. Unfortunately, there is no if. After one sword, countless goddesses disappeared like a dream bubble and returned to Yin Bing himself. Yin Bing groaned, and his breath returned to the 8 orifices of the spirit, but he was obviously injured. The sword-marked stone reappeared. Elder Zeng, who was guarding in front of the strange stone for fear of another accident, also moved. 5 swords suddenly emerged from the void, namely gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, which secretly matched the 5 elements. As soon as the 5 swords fell, sword energy appeared in the air, endless and never stopping. Not only the sword tower, but everything around seemed to be cut off by this sword world and lost contact with the real world. Endless sword energy formed a dense net, and Mian moved his body, and his strange body movements were pushed to the extreme, but the space for movement was also compressed rapidly. In a few breaths, there would be no room for maneuver. Elder Zeng stood horizontally in the void, directing the sword energy casually, as if he was threading a needle or carving a painting. Pretty handsome. It was the first time for Xiao Li to observe the 5th realm strongman take action so closely. The strongman in the external scene manifested the scene in his heart to the world, which really had some taste of the real world. Of course, it was still far worse than the world seed. When Master was young, he was called the 5-element sword. Wu Chushu breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Liemo was still alert, he said, he was in the God-viewing realm, observing the 5 middle forms, transforming them into the upper forms, and finally the 5 elements were unified, achieving the inner scene and even the outer scene. Unfortunately, the 5-element sword body is extremely rare. Liemo asked, is it because the progress in the early stage is very slow, because it is difficult to absorb the vitality of heaven and earth? Wu Chushu was stunned. How do you know? What 5-element mixed spiritual roots? 5 elements sword body cultivate into the 5 elements sword realm. Then what will the outer scene show when he reaches the 5th realm in the future? Xiao Li was a little curious. Since the outer scene is a bit close to the world seed, what if he makes the world seed descend into the real world by combining the inner and outer heaven and earth? Unfortunately, he can only mobilize more world power now, and it is still far away to try this idea. Xiao Li fell into deep thought. So the teacher showed the outdoor scene. Jiang Chulong poked his head out from behind Liemo. Bai Jinghong's ears perked up. Wu Chushu was also curious about who the teacher of this little girl, who was a demon in the sword art, was. Could it be a strong man from Tianshan, Sword Manor? May I ask the name of the young lady's teacher? The teacher. I'm not allowed to tell. Jiang Chulong grabbed the corner of her brother Li's clothes with her little hand and shook her head quickly. I'm not allowed to tell. Wu Chushu thought about it and changed the question. What is the outdoor scene of a young lady's teacher? The strong men on the earth list and even the heaven list, their outdoor scenes, or their bodies are very recognizable. It's heaven. There are 33 heavens. South Heaven Gate, Lingxiao Palace, Tushita Palace, Bagua Furnace, and Jiyo Hell. Monkey King. Well, there's also a beach. I'm still there, making sand sculptures. Princess Jiang described the PPT cartoon she saw vividly. The three heroes of Hengyun were stunned and retreated tactically. You call this a location shoot? Hengyun Sword City once produced a 7th-level Pompra found realm with a cave heaven in his body. The cave heaven is not as magnificent as this little girl said. Not even 1/10,000th of it. If someone else said it, they would naturally not believe it. But this little girl was ignorant, and it was good enough that she didn't get cheated and helped count money, let alone making up lies to deceive others. Liamo, covering her face silently. The pictures are for reference only. Please refer to the real thing. Maybe one day, Princess Jiang will reach a higher level and know the truth. 33 heavens. Ying Bing's breathing stagnated slightly, and her eyes flickered. She knew that she was the oldest among the 9 heavens, and she was the strongest. Even the 8th level, where a world is manifested in the body, cannot have such a variety of magical powers. Even she couldn't understand it. Even an immortal probably couldn't do this, right? But this was Chu Long's oral statement after all, and whether it really existed or not was still a question mark. At least she had never heard of it in her previous life. At this time, suddenly, a ray of pure black darkness suddenly entered the 5 elements sword realm and tore a hole in it. The exterior scene was broken in an instant. The sky was dark, the sun and the moon were dark, and the black hurricane was like a world-destroying dragon sweeping across the world. Yin Yimyan took this opportunity to escape. However, Elder Zeng had no time to take care of her. 5 long swords surrounded the sword-marked strange stone and the people present. The sword realm was compressed and condensed to resist the erosion of darkness. In the distance, a Ming Wang with a ferocious aura was tied to a black stone pillar by thousands of chains. The chains vibrated and hummed, as if the black sun was coming. Dharma body. The 9th day of killing the evil Ming Wang. Ying Bing retracted his mind and told the other party's origin. After the other party arrived, he did not take action. He took a deep look at the depths of the Sword City. The black tide retreated and fled far away with the surviving Shiyu Tower killer. Hengyun Sword City also has Dharma bodies, and there is more than one. But the Dharma bodies in Jiansheng did not pursue. If they fought, regardless of the final victory or defeat, Hengyun Jiansheng and Yunzhou City would probably be left with nothing left and destroyed. Xiaolu came and went in a hurry to seize Hengyun's sword mark this time. After clearing out some assassins who were not taken away by the black tide in time, this great crisis was finally over. Due to foresight, the casualties on the scene were minimal, and even the parties who came to attend the summit were just a little confused. Finally, everything is fine. Liamo breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he heard endless reminder sounds, one after another. All kinds of common or precious investment feedbacks came in at this moment. It exploded. It's hard to say about the quality, but the quantity is definitely the largest ever. Speaking of quality, there is still a reward of ice cubes that has not been collected. I can't click all the buttons. I can't click all the buttons at all. Student Lee suppressed his desire to receive the reward. The elders gathered on the top of the sword tower. After looking at each other, they bowed to Li Mo at the same time. Thank you, Mr. Li, for revealing the information, and Miss Ying for stopping that which at the critical moment and protecting the treasure of my sword city. From now on, you two will always be guests of honor in Sword City. If it weren't for them, whether Jinhen could be saved or not, it would be caught off guard by the sneak attack of Shiyu Tower. Even if Hengyun's Sword City didn't overturn, it would be seriously injured. The elders were very open. Jiansheng is selfless and takes out the treasure to share with the world. It shows great righteousness. It's just for fun, no need to thank me. Liamo smiled from the bottom of his heart, not caring about the heavy reward offered by the other party. Everyone was moved for a while. No matter what else this little guy does, his character is really beyond words. He really has the spirit of a gentleman. Young Master Li is fine. Thinking back to the days when we were wandering the martial arts world, I really want to become brothers with young Master Li. Elder Zeng half praised and half sighed. The atmosphere was already like this. Wu Chu Shu. If old Zeng knew that the source of Xiao Li's information was the Northwest Hammer King, I wonder if he would still feel the same way. Speaking of sword marks, everyone just remembered that the business of the Martial Arts Summit was not finished yet. Some people didn't have time to observe the sword mark stone. The sword hero of this session has not yet been selected. They looked at Li Mo.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.